Chapter 1 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk, a Romance of the 17th Century, by Baroness Emma ORCZY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The House of a Kentish Squire. Master Hymn of Praise busy folded his hands before him ere he spoke. Nay, but I tell thee, woman, that the Lord hath no love for such frivolities, and alack, but 'tis a sign of the times that an English squire should favour such evil ways. Evil ways? The Lord love you, Master Hymn of Praise, and pray do you call half an hour at the Skittle Alley evil ways? Ay, evil it is to indulge our sinful bodies in such recreation as doth not tend to the glorification of the Lord and the sanctification of our immortal souls. He who sermonized thus unctuously, and with eyes fixed with stern disapproval on the buxom wench before him, was a man who had passed the meridian of life not altogether, it may be surmised, without having indulged in some recreations which had not always the sanctification of his own immortal soul for their primary object. The bulk of his figure testified that he was not averse to good cheer, and there was a certain hidden twinkle underlying the severe expression of his eyes as they rested on the pretty face and round figure of Mistress Charity that did not necessarily tend to the glorification of the Lord. Apparently, however, the admonitions of Master Hymn of Praise made but a scanty impression on the young girl's mind, for she regarded him with a mixture of amusement and contempt as she shrugged her plump shoulders and said with sudden irrelevance, "Have you had your dinner yet, Master Busy?" "'Tis sinful to address a single Christian person as if he or she were several," retorted the man sharply. "But I'll tell thee in confidence, mistress, that I have not partaken of a single drop more comforting than cold water the whole of to-day. Mistress de Chavasse mixed the sac posset with her own hands this morning, and locked it in the cellar, of which she hath rigorously held the key. 10 minutes ago, when she placed the bowl on this table, she called my attention to the fact that the delectable beverage came to within 3 inches of the brim. Meseems I shall have to seek for a less suspicious, more Christian-spirited household, whereon to bestow in the near future my faithful services." Hardly had Master Hymn of Praise finished speaking when he turned very sharply round, and looked with renewed sternness, wholly untempered by a twinkle this time, in the direction whence he thought a suppressed giggle had just come to his ears. But what he saw must surely have completely reassured him. There was no suggestion of unseemly ribaldry about the young lad who had been busy laying out the table with spoons and mugs, and was at this moment vigorously, somewhat ostentatiously perhaps, polishing a carved oak chair, bending to his task in a manner which fully accounted for the high colour in his cheeks. He had long lanky hair of a pale straw colour, a thin face, and high cheek-bones, and was dressed, as was also Master Hymn of Praise Busy, in a dark purple doublet and knee breeches, all looking very much the worse for wear. The brown tags and buttons with which these garments had originally been roughly adorned were conspicuous in a great many places by their absence, whilst all those that remained were mere skeletons of their former selves. The plain collars and cuffs, which relieved the dull colour of the men's doublets, were of singularly coarse linen, not beyond reproach as to cleanliness, and altogether innocent of starch, whilst the thick brown worsted stockings displayed many a hole through which the flesh peeped, and the shoes of roughly tanned leather were down at heel and worn through at the toes. Undoubtedly, even in these days of more than primitive simplicity and of sober habiliments, Master Him of Praise Busy, butler at Acol Court in the county of Kent, and his henchman, Master Courage Toogood, would have been conspicuous for the shabbiness and poverty of the livery which they wore. The hour was 3 in the afternoon. Outside, a glorious July sun spread radiance and glow over an old-fashioned garden, over tall yew hedges and fantastic forms of green birds and heads of beasts, carefully cut and trimmed, over clumps of late roses and rough tangles of marguerites and potentias, of stiff zinnias and rich-hued snapdragons. Through the open window came the sound of wood knocking against wood, of exclamations of annoyance or triumph as the game proceeded, and every now and then a ripple of prolonged laughter, girlish, fresh, pure as the fragrant air, clear as the last notes of the cuckoo before he speaks his final farewell to summer. Every time that echo of youth and gaiety penetrated into the oak-raftered dining-room, Master Him of Praise Busy pursed his thick lips in disapproval, whilst the younger man, had he dared, would no doubt have gone to the window, and leaning out as far as safety would permit, have tried to catch a glimpse of the skittle alley and of a light-coloured kirtle gleaming among the trees. But as it was, he caught the older man's stern eyes fixed reprovingly upon him. He desisted from his work of dusting and polishing, and looking up to the heavy oak beam above him, he said with becoming fervour, "Lord, how beautifully thou dost speak, Master Busy!" "Get on with thy work, Master Courage," retorted the other relentlessly, "and mix not thine unruly talk with the wise sayings of thy betters." "My work is done, master." "Go fetch the pasties then. The quality will be in directly," rejoined the other peremptorily, throwing a scrutinizing look at the table, whereon a somewhat meagre collation of cherries, raspberries, and gooseberries, and a more generous bowl of sac posset had been arranged by Mistress Charity and Master Courage under his own supervision. "Doubtless, doubtless," here interposed the young maid somewhat hurriedly, desirous perhaps of distracting the grave butler's attention from the mischievous oglings of the lad as he went out of the room. "As you remark, as thou remarkest, this place of service is none to the liking of such as thee." She threw him a coy glance from beneath well-grown lashes, which caused the saintly man to pass his tongue over his lips, an action which of a surety had not the desire for spiritual glory for its mainspring. With dainty hands, Mistress Charity busied herself with the delicacies upon the table. She adjusted a gooseberry, which seemed inclined to tumble, heaped up the currants into more graceful pyramids, womanlike, whilst her eyes apparently followed the motions of her hands. They nevertheless took stock of Master Him of Praise's attitude with regard to herself. She knew that in defiance of my Lord Protector and all his Puritans, she was looking her best this afternoon. Though her kirtle was as threadbare as Master Courage breeches, it was nevertheless just short enough to display to great advantage her neatly turned ankle and well-arched foot, on which the thick stockings, well darned, and shabby shoes sat not at all amiss. Her kerchief was neatly folded, white and slightly starched, her cuffs immaculately and primly turned back just above her round elbow and shapely arm. On the whole, Mistress Charity was pleased with her own appearance. Sir Marmaduke de Chavas and the mistress were seeing company this afternoon, and the neighbouring Kentish squires, who had come to play skittles and to drink sack posset, might easily find a less welcome sight than that of the serving maid at École Court. As for myself, now resumed Mistress Charity, after a slight pause, during which she had felt Master Busy's admiring gaze fixed persistently upon her, as for myself, I'll seek service with a lady less like to find such constant fault with a hard-working maid. Master Courage had just returned, carrying a large dish heaped up with delicious-looking pasties, fresh from the oven, brown and crisp with butter, and ornamented with sprigs of borage, which made them appear exceedingly tempting. Charity took the dish from the lad, and heavy as it was, she carried it to the table, and placed it right in the very centre of it. She arranged the sprigs of borage, made a fresh disposition of the baskets of fruit, whilst both the men watched her open-mouthed, agape at so much loveliness and grace. And, she added significantly, looking with ill-concealed covetousness at the succulent pasties, where there's at least one dog or cat about the place. I know not, mistress, said him of praise, that thou wast over fond of domestic pets. 'Tis sinful to La, Master Busy, thou mistakest my meaning. I have no love for such creatures, but without so much as a kitten about the house, prithee, how am I to account to my mistress for the pasties and comfits, not to speak of breakages? There is always Master Courage, suggested him of praise, with a movement of the left eyelid, which in the case of any one less saintly might have been described as a sly wink. That there is not, interrupted the lad decisively. My stomach rebels against comfits, and sack posset could never be laid to my door. I give thee assurance, Master Busy, concluded the young girl, that the county of Kent no longer suits my constitution. 'Tis London for me, and thither will I go next year. 'Tis a den of wickedness, commented Busy sententiously, in spite of my Lord Protector, who of a truth doth turn his back on the saints, and hath even allowed the great George Fox and some of the friends to languish in prison, whilst profligacy holds undisputed sway. Master Courage, meseems those mugs need washing a second time, he added, with sudden irrelevance. Take them to the kitchen, and do not let me set eyes on thee until they shine like pieces of new silver. Master Courage would have either resisted the order altogether, or at any rate argued the point of the cleanliness of the mugs, had he dared. But the saintly man possessed on occasions a heavy hand, and he also wore boots which had very hard toes, and the lad realized from the peremptory look in the butler's eyes that this was an occasion when both hand and boot would serve to emphasize Master Busy's orders with unpleasant force, if he himself were at all slow to obey. He tried to catch Charity's eye, but was made aware once more of the eternal truth that women are perverse and fickle creatures, for she would not look at him, and seemed absorbed in the rearrangement of her kerchief. With a deep sigh, which should have spoken volumes to her adamantine heart, Courage gathered all the mugs together by their handles, and reluctantly marched out of the room once more. Hymn of Praise Busy waited a moment or two until the clattering of the pewter died away in the distance. Then he edged a little closer to the table, whereat Mistress Charity seemed still very busy with the fruit, and said haltingly, "Didst thou really wish to go, mistress? To leave thy fond, adoring hymn of praise? To go, mistress, and to break my heart?" Charity's dainty head, with its tiny velvet cap edged with lawn, which hardly concealed sufficiently the wealth of her unruly brown hair, sank meditatively upon her left shoulder. "Lord Master Busy," she said demurely, "how was a poor maid to know that you meant it earnestly?" "Meant it earnestly?" "Yes, a new kirtle, a gold ring, flowers, and sac posset and pasties to all the guests," she explained. "Is that what you mean? What thou meanest, Master Busy?" "Of a surety, mistress, and if thou wouldst allow me to what, Master Busy?" "To salute thee," said the saintly man, with a becoming blush, "as the Lord doth allow his creatures to salute one another, with a chaste kiss, mistress." Then, as she seemed to demur, he added by way of persuasion, "I am not altogether a poor man, mistress, and there is that in my coffer upstairs put by as would please thee in the future." "Nay, I was not thinking of the money, Master Busy," said this daughter of Eve, coyly, as she held a rosy cheek out in the direction of the righteous man. "'Tis the duty even of a veracious chronicler to draw a discreet veil over certain scenes full of blissful moments for those whom he portrays." There are no data extant as to what occurred during the next few seconds in the old oak beamed dining room of École Court in the island of Thanet. Certain it is that when next we get a peep at Master Hymn of Praise Busy and Mistress Charity Haggart, they are standing side by side, he looking somewhat shamefaced in the midst of his obvious joy, and she supremely unconcerned, once more absorbed in the apparently never-ending adornment of the refreshment table. "Thou'lt have no cause to regret this, mistress," said Busy complacently. "We will be married this very autumn, and I have it in my mind, an it please the Lord, to go up to London and take secret service under my Lord Protector himself." "Secret service, Master Busy? I mean hymn of praise, dear. Secret service, what may that be?" "'Tis a noble business, Charity," he replied, "and one highly commended by the Lord. The business of tracking the wicked to their lair, of discovering evil where 'tis hidden in dark places, conspiracies against my Lord Protector, adherence to the cause of the banished tyrants, and so forth." "Sounds like spying to me," she remarked curtly. "Spying? Spying, didst thou say?" he exclaimed indignantly. "Fie on thee, Charity, for the thought! Secret service under my Lord Protector 'tis called, and a highly lucrative business too, and one for which I have remarkable aptitude." "Indeed!" "Aye, see the manner in which I find things out, mistress. This house, now, thou wouldst think 'tis but an ordinary house, eh?" His manner changed. The saintliness vanished from his attitude. The expression of his face became sly and knowing. He came nearer to Charity, took hold of her wrist, whilst he raised one finger to his lips. "Thou wouldst think 'tis an ordinary house, wouldst thou not?" he repeated, sinking his voice to a whisper, murmuring right into her ear, so that his breath blew her hair about, causing it to tickle her cheek. She shuddered with apprehension. His manner was so mysterious. "Yes, yes," she murmured, terrified. "But I tell thee that there's something going on," he added significantly. "La, Master Bizzy, you terrify me," she said, on the verge of tears. "What could there be going on?" Master Bizzy raised both his hands, and with the right began counting off the fingers of the left. Firstly, he began solemnly, "There's an heiress. Secondly, our master, poor as a church mouse. Thirdly, a young scholar, secretary they call him, though he writes no letters, and is all day absorbed in his studies. Well, mistress," he concluded, turning a triumphant gaze on her, "tell me, prithee, what happens?" "What happens, Master Hymn of Praise? I do not understand. What does happen?" "I'll tell thee," he replied sententiously, "when I have found out. But mark my words, mistress, there's something going on in this house. Hush! Not a word to that young jackanapes," he added, as a distant clatter of pewter mugs announced the approach of Master Courage. "Watch with me, mistress. Thou wilt perceive something, and when I have found out, 'twill be the beginning of our fortunes." Once more he placed a warning finger on his lips. Once more he gave Mistress Charity a knowing wink, and her wrist an admonitory pressure. Then he resumed his staid and severe manner, his saintly mien, and somewhat nasal tones, as from the gay outside world beyond the window embrasure the sound of many voices, the ripple of young laughter, the clink of heeled boots on the stone flagged path, proclaimed the arrival of the quality. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. On a July afternoon. In the meanwhile, in a remote corner of the park, the quality was assembled round the skittle alley. Imagine Sir Marmaduke de Chavas standing there, as stiff a roundhead as ever upheld my Lord Protector and his puritanic government in this remote corner of the county of Kent, dour in manner, harsh featured, and hollow-eyed, dressed in dark doublet and breeches wholly void of tags, ribbons, or buttons. His closely shorn head is flat at the back, square in front. His clean-shaven lips, though somewhat thick, are always held tightly pressed together. Not far from him sits on a rough wooden seat Mistress Amelia Editha de Chavas, widow of Sir Marmaduke's elder brother, a good-looking woman still, save for the look of discontent, almost of suppressed rebellion, apparent in the perpetual dark frown between the straight brows, in the downward curve of the well-chiselled mouth, and in the lowering look which seems to dwell for ever in the handsome dark eyes. Dame Harrison, too, was there, the large and portly dowager, florid of face, dictatorial in manner, dressed in the supremely unbecoming style prevalent at the moment, when everything that was beautiful in art as well as in nature was condemned as sinful and ungodly. She wore the dark kirtle and plain ungainly bodice, with its hard white kerchief folded over her ample bosom. Her hair was parted down the middle, and brushed smoothly and flatly to her ears, but where a few curls were allowed to escape with well-regulated primness from beneath the horn-comb, and the whole appearance of her looked almost grotesque, surmounted as it was by the modish, high-peaked beaver hat, a marvel of hideousness and discomfort, since the small brim afforded no protection against the sun, and the tall crown was a ready prey to the buffetings of the wind. Mistress Fairsoul Pincheon, too, was there, the wife of the Squire of Ash, thin and small, a contrast to Dame Harrison in her mild and somewhat fussy manner. Her plain petticoat, too, was embellished with panniers, and in spite of the heat of the day, she wore a tippet edged with fur, both of which frivolous adornments had obviously stirred up the wrath of her more puritanical neighbour. Then there were the men, busy at this moment with hurling wooden balls along the alley, at the further end of which a hollow-eyed, scraggy youth, in shirt and rough linen trousers, was employed in propping up again the fallen ninepins. Squire John Boatfield had ridden over from Eastry. Sir Timothy Harrison had come in his aunt's coach, and young Squire Pincheon with his doting mother. And in the midst of all these sober folk, of young men in severe garments, of portly dames and frowning squires, a girlish figure, young, alert, vigorous, wearing with the charm of her own youth and freshness the unbecoming attire which disfigured her elders, yet seemed to set off her own graceful form, her dainty bosom, and pretty arms. Her kirtle, too, was plain and dull in colour, of a soft dove-like grey, without adornment of any kind, but round her shoulders her kerchief was daintily turned, edged with delicate lace, and showing through its filmy folds peeps of her own creamy skin. 'Twas years later that Sir Peter Lely painted Lady Sue, when she was a great lady, and the friend of the Queen. She was beautiful then, in the full splendour of her maturer charms, but never so beautiful as she was on that hot July afternoon, in the year of our Lord 1657, when, heated with the ardour of the game, pleased undoubtedly with the adulation which surrounded her on every side, she laughed and chatted with the men, teased the women, her cheeks aglow, her eyes bright, her brown hair, persistently unruly, flying in thick curls over her neck and shoulders. "A remarkable talent, good Sir Marmaduke," Dame Harrison was saying to her host, as she cast a complacent eye on her nephew, who had just succeeded in overthrowing 3 ninepins at one stroke. "Sir Timothy hath every aptitude for outdoor pursuits, and though my Lord Protector deems all such recreations sinful, yet do I think they tend to the development of muscular energy, which later on may be placed at the service of the Commonwealth." Sir Timothy Harrison at this juncture had the misfortune of expending his muscular energy in hitting Squire Boatfield violently on the shin with an ill-aimed ball. "Damn!" ejaculated the latter, heedless of the strict fines imposed by my Lord Protector on unseemly language. "I verily beg the lady's pardon, but this young jackanapes nearly broke my shin bone." There certainly had been an exclamation of horror on the part of the ladies at Squire Boatfield's forcible expression of annoyance, Dame Harrison taking no pains to conceal her disapproval. "Horrid, coarse creature, this neighbour of yours, good Sir Marmaduke," she said, with her usual air of decision. "Meseems he is not fit company for your ward." "Dear Squire Boatfield," sighed Mistress Pincheon, who was evidently disposed to be more lenient, "how good-humouredly he bears it! Clumsy people should not be trusted in a skittle-alley," she added in a mild way, which seemed to be peculiarly exasperating to Dame Harrison's irascible temper. "I pray you, Sir Timothy," here interposed Lady Sue, trying to repress the laughter which would rise to her lips, "forgive poor Squire John. You scarce can expect him to moderate his language under such provocation." "Oh, his insults leave me completely indifferent," said the young man, with easy unconcern. "His calling me a jackanapes doth not of necessity make me one." "No," retorted Squire Boatfield, who was still nursing his shin bone, "maybe not, Sir Timothy, but it shows how observant I am." "Oliver, pick up Lady Sue's handkerchief," came in mild accents from Mistress Pincheon. "Quite unnecessary, good mistress," rejoined Dame Harrison decisively. "Sir Timothy has already seen it." And while the two young men made a quick and not altogether successful dive for her ladyship's handkerchief, colliding vigorously with one another in their endeavour to perform this act of gallantry single-handed, Lady Sue gazed down on them with good-humoured contempt, laughter and mischief dancing in her eyes. She knew that she was good to look at, that she was rich, and that she had the pick of the country, ay, of the south of England, did she desire to wed. Perhaps she thought of this even whilst she laughed at the antics of her bevy of courtiers, all anxious to win her good graces. Yet even as she laughed, her face suddenly clouded over, a strange wistful look came into her eyes, and her laughter was lost in a quick short sigh. A young man had just crossed the tiny rustic bridge which spanned the ha-ha dividing the flower garden from the uncultivated park. He walked rapidly through the trees towards the skittle alley, and as he came nearer, the merry light-heartedness seemed suddenly to vanish from Lady Sue's manner. The ridiculousness of the two young men at her feet, glaring furiously at one another whilst fighting for her handkerchief, seemed now to irritate her. She snatched the bit of delicate linen from their hands, and turned somewhat petulantly away. "Shall we continue the game?" she said curtly. The young man, all the while that he approached, had not taken his eyes off Lady Sue. Twice he had stumbled against rough bits of root or branch, which he had not perceived in the grass through which he walked. He had seen her laughing gaily, whilst Squire Boatfield used profane language, and smile with contemptuous merriment at the two young men at her feet. He had also seen the change in her manner, the sudden wistful look, the quick sigh, the irritability, and the petulance. But his own grave face expressed neither disapproval at the one mood, nor astonishment at the other. He walked somewhat like a somnambulist, with eyes fixed, almost expressionless in the intensity of their gaze. He was very plainly, even poorly clad, and looked a dark figure even amongst these soberly apparelled gentry. The grass beneath his feet had deadened the sound of his footsteps, but Sir Marmaduke had apparently perceived him, for he beckoned to him to approach. "What is it, Lambert?" he asked kindly. "Your letter to Master Skiffington, Sir Marmaduke," replied the young man. "Will you be pleased to sign it?" "Will it not keep?" said Sir Marmaduke. "Yes, an you wish it, sir. I fear I have intruded. I did not know you were busy." The young man had a harsh voice, and a strange brusqueness of manner, which somehow suggested rebellion against the existing conditions of life. He no longer looked at Lady Sue now, but straight at Sir Marmaduke, speaking the brief apology between his teeth, without opening his mouth, as if the words hurt him when they passed his lips. "You had best speak to Master Skiffington himself about the business," rejoined Sir Marmaduke, not heeding the mumbled apology. "He will be here anon." He turned abruptly away, and the young man, once more left to himself, silently and mechanically moved again in the direction of the house. "You will join us in a bowl of sack posset, Master Lambert," said Mistress de Chavasse, striving to be amiable. "You are very kind," he said none too genially. "In about half an hour, if you will allow me. There is another letter yet to write." No one had taken much notice of him. Even in these days, when kingship and House of Lords were abolished, the sense of social inequality remained keen. To this coterie of avowed republicans, young Richard Lambert, secretary or what not to Sir Marmaduke, a paid dependent at any rate, was not worth more than a curt nod of the head, a condescending acknowledgment of his existence at best. But Lady Sue had not even bestowed the nod. She had not actually taken notice of his presence when he came. The wistful look had vanished as soon as the young man's harsh voice had broken on her ear. She did not look on him now that he went. She was busy with her game. Nathless, her guardian's secretary, was of no more importance in the rich heiress's sight than that mute row of ninepins at the end of the alley, nor was there, mayhap, in her mind, much social distinction between the hollow-eyed lad, who set them up stolidly from time to time, and the silent young student who wrote those letters which Sir Marmaduke had not known how to spell. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Exile. But despite outward indifference, with the brief appearance of the soberly garbed young student upon the scene, and his abrupt and silent departure, all the zest seemed to have gone out of Lady Sue's mood. The ingenuous flatteries of her little court irritated her now. She no longer felt either amused or pleased by the extravagant compliments lavished upon her beauty and skill by portly Squire John, by Sir Timothy Harrison, or the more diffident young Squire Pincheon. "Of a truth, I sometimes wish, Lady Sue, that I could find out if you have any faults," remarked Squire Boatfield unctuously. "Nay, Squire," she retorted sharply, "pray try to praise me to my female friends." In vain did Mistress Pincheon admonish her son to be more bold in his wooing. "You behave like a fool, Oliver," she said meekly. "But, mother—" "Go make yourself pleasing to her ladyship." "But, mother—" "I pray you, my son," she retorted with unusual acerbity, "do you want 1,000,000 or do you not?" "But, mother—" Then go at once and get it, ere that fool Sir Timothy or the odious Boatfield capture it under your very nose." "But, mother—" "Go, say something smart to her at once. Talk about your grey mare. She is over fond of horses." Then, as the young squire, awkward and clumsy in his manner, more accustomed to the company of his own servants than to that of high-born ladies, made sundry unfortunate attempts to enchain the attention of the heiress, his worthy mother turned with meek benignity to Sir Marmaduke. "A veritable infatuation, good Sir Marmaduke," she said with a sigh, "quite against my interests, you know. I had no thought to see the dear lad married so soon, nor to give up my home at the Deane yet, in favour of a new mistress. Not but that Oliver is not a good son to his mother. Such a good lad, and such a good husband he would be to any girl who—" "A strange youth that secretary of yours, Sir Marmaduke," here interposed Dame Harrison in her loud dictatorial voice, breaking in on Mistress Pincion's dithyrambs. "Modest he appears to be, and silent too. A paragon, meseems." She spoke with obvious sarcasm, casting covert glances at Lady Sue to see if she heard. Sir Marmaduke shrugged his shoulders. "Lambert is very industrious," he said curtly. "I thought secretaries never did anything but suck the ends of their pens," suggested Mistress Pincion mildly. "Sometimes they make love to their employer's daughter," retorted Dame Harrison spitefully, for Lady Sue was undoubtedly lending an ear to the conversation now that it had the young secretary for object. She was not watching Squire Boatfield, who was wielding the balls just then with remarkable prowess, and at this last remark from the portly old dame, she turned sharply round, and said, with a strange little air of haughtiness which somehow became her very well, "But then, you see, mistress, Master Lambert's employer doth not possess a daughter of his own, only a ward. Mayhap that is the reason why his secretary performs his duties so well in other ways." Her cheeks were glowing as she said this, and she looked quite defiant, as if challenging these disagreeable mothers and aunts of fortune-hunting youths to cast unpleasant aspersions on a friend whom she had taken under her special protection. Sir Marmaduke looked at her keenly. A deep frown settled between his eyes at sight of her enthusiasm. His face suddenly looked older, and seemed more dour, more repellent than before. "Sue hath such a romantic temperament," he said dryly, speaking between his teeth, and as if with an effort. "Lambert's humble origin has fired her imagination. He has no parents, and his elder brother is the blacksmith down at Acol. His aunt, who seems to have had charge of the boys ever since they were children, is just a common old woman who lives in the village, a strict adherent, so I am told, of this new sect, whom Justice Bennet of Derby hath so justly nicknamed Quakers. They talk strangely, these people, and believe in a mighty queer fashion. I know not if Lambert be of their creed, for he does not use the thee and thou when speaking, as do all Quakers, so I am told, but his empty pockets, a smattering of learning which he has picked up the Lord knows where, and a plethora of unspoken grievances, have all proved a sure passport to Lady Sue's sympathy. Nay, but your village of Acol seems full of queer folk, good Sir Marmaduke. said Mistress Pincheon. "I have heard talk among my servants of a mysterious prince hailed from France, who has lately made one of your cottages his home." Yes," quoth Sir Marmaduke lightly, "the interesting exile from the court of King Louis. I did not know that his fame had reached you, mistress." "A French prince in this village!" exclaimed Dame Harrison sharply. "And pray, good Sir Marmaduke, where did you go a fishing to get such a bite?" "Nay," replied Sir Marmaduke, with a short laugh, "I had naught to do with his coming. He wandered to Acol from Dover about 6 months ago, it seems, and found refuge in the Lamberts' cottage, where he has remained ever since. A queer fellow, I believe. I have only seen him once or twice in my fields in the evening, usually." Perhaps there was just a curious note of irritability in Sir Marmaduke's voice as he spoke of this mysterious inhabitant of the quiet village of Acol. Certain it is that the two match-making old dames seemed smitten at one and the same time with a sense of grave danger to their schemes. An exile from France, a prince who hides his identity and his person in a remote Kentish village, and a girl with a highly imaginative temperament like Lady Sue. Here was surely a more definite, a more important rival to the pretensions of homely country youths like Sir Timothy Harrison or Squire Pincheon, than even the student of humble origin, whose brother was a blacksmith, whose aunt was a Quakeress, and who wandered about the park of Acol with hollow eyes fixed longingly on the much-courted heiress. Dame Harrison and Mistress Pincheon both instinctively turned a scrutinizing gaze on her ladyship. Neither of them was perhaps ordinarily very observant, but self-interest had made them keen, and it would have been impossible not to note the strange atmosphere which seemed suddenly to pervade the entire personality of the young girl. There was nothing in her face now expressive of whole-hearted partisanship for an absent friend, such as she had displayed when she felt that young Lambert was being unjustly sneered at. Rather, it was a kind of entranced and arrested thought, as if her mind, having come in contact with one all-absorbing idea, had ceased to function in any other direction save that one. Her cheeks no longer glowed. They seemed pale and transparent, like those of an ascetic. Her lips were slightly parted. Her eyes appeared unconscious of everything round her, and gazing at something enchanting beyond that bank of clouds which glimmered snow-white through the trees. "But what in the name of common sense is a French prince doing in Acol village?" ejaculated Dame Harrison in her most strident voice, which had the effect of drawing every one's attention to herself and to Sir Marmaduke, whom she was thus addressing. The men ceased playing and gathered nearer. The spell was broken. That strange and mysterious look vanished from Lady Sue's face. She turned away from the speakers, and idly plucked a few bunches of acorn from an overhanging oak. "Of a truth," replied Sir Marmaduke, whose eyes were still steadily fixed on his ward, "I know as little about the fellow, ma'am, as you do yourself. He was exiled from France by King Louis for political reasons. So he explained to the old woman Lambert, with whom he is still lodging. I understand that he hardly ever sleeps at the cottage, that his appearances there are short and fitful, and that his ways are passing mysterious. And that is all I know. he added in conclusion, with a careless shrug of the shoulders. "Quite a romance," remarked Mistress Pincheon dryly. "You should speak to him, good Sir Marmaduke," said Dame Harrison decisively. "You are a magistrate. 'Tis your duty to know more of this fellow and his antecedents." "Scarcely that, ma'am," rejoined Sir Marmaduke. "You understand, I have a young ward living for the nonce in my house. She is very rich, and, I fear me, of a very romantic disposition. I shall try to get the man removed from hence, but until that is accomplished, I prefer to know nothing about him." "How wise of you, good Sir Marmaduke!" quoth Mistress Pincheon, with a sigh of content, a sentiment obviously echoed in the hearts of a good many people there present. "One knows these foreign adventurers," concluded Sir Marmaduke, with pleasant irony, "with their princely crowns and forlorn causes. 500,000 of English money would no doubt regild the former, and bolster up the latter." He rose from his seat as he spoke, boldly encountering, even as he did so, a pair of wrathful and contemptuous girlish eyes fixed steadily upon him. "Shall we go within?" he said, addressing his guests, and returning his young ward's gaze haughtily, even commandingly. "A cup of sack posset will be welcome after the fatigue of the game. Will you honour my poor house, mistress? And you too, ma'am. Gentlemen, you must fight among yourselves for the privilege of escorting Lady Sue to the house, and if she proves somewhat disdainful this beautiful summer's afternoon, I pray you remember that faint heart never won fair lady, and that the citadel is not worth storming, and it is not obdurate." The suggestion of sack posset proved vastly to the liking of the merry company. Mistress de Chevas, who had been singularly silent all the afternoon, walked quickly in advance of her brother in law's guests, no doubt in order to cast a scrutinizing eye over the arrangements of the table, which she had entrusted to the servants. Sir Marmaduke followed at a short distance, escorting the older women, making somewhat obvious efforts to control his own irritability, and to impart some sort of geniality to the proceedings. Then, in a noisy group in the rear, came the three men still fighting for the good graces of Lady Sue, whilst she, silent, absorbed, walked leisurely along, paying no heed to the wrangling of her courtiers, her fingers tearing up with nervous impatience the delicate cups of the acorns, which she then threw from her with childish petulance, and her eyes still sought the distance beyond the boundaries of Sir Marmaduke's private grounds, there where cornfields and sky and sea were merged by the summer haze into a glowing line of emerald and purple and gold. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Grinding poverty. It was about an hour later. Sir Marmaduke's guests had departed, Dame Harrison in her rickety coach, Mistress Pincheon in her chaise, whilst Squire Boatfield was riding his well-known ancient cob. Every one had drunk sack posset, had eaten turkey pasties, and enjoyed the luscious fruit. The men had striven to be agreeable to the heiress, the old ladies to be encouraging to their protégés. Sir Marmaduke had tried to be equally amiable to all, whilst favouring none. He was an unpopular man in East Kent, and he knew it. doing nothing to counterbalance the unpleasing impression caused invariably by his surly manner and his sarcastic, often violent temper. Mistress Amelia Editha de Chavasse was now alone with her brother-in-law in the great bare hall of the court, Lady Sue having retired to her room under pretext of the vapours, and young Lambert been finally dismissed from work for the day. "You are passing kind to the youth, Marmaduke," said Mistress de Chavasse meditatively, when the young man's darkly clad figure had disappeared up the stairs. She was sitting in a high-backed chair, her head resting against the carved woodwork. The folds of her simple gown hung primly round her well-shaped figure. Undoubtedly she was still a very good-looking woman, though past the heyday of her youth and beauty. The half-light caused by the depth of the window embrasure and the smallness of the glass panes through which the summer's sun hardly succeeded in gaining admittance, added a certain softness to her chiselled features, and to the usually hard expression of her large dark eyes. She was gazing out of the tall window, wherein the several broken panes were roughly patched with scraps of paper, out into the garden and the distance beyond, where the sea could be always guessed at, even when not seen. Sir Marmaduke had his back to the light. He was sitting astride a low chair, his high-booted foot tapping the ground impatiently, his fingers drumming a devil's tattoo against the back of the chair. "Lambert would starve if I did not provide for him," he said with a sneer. "Adam, his brother, could do naught for him. He is poor as a church mouse, poorer even than I. But, nathless," he added with a violent oath, "it strikes every one as madness that I should keep a secretary when I scarce can pay the wages of a serving maid." "'Twere better you paid your servants' wages, Marmaduke," she retorted harshly. "They were insolent to me just now. Why do you not pay the girls' arrears to-day? Why do I not climb up to the moon, my dear Editha, and bring down a few stars with me in my descent?" He replied with a shrug of his broad shoulders, "I have come to my last shilling. The Earl of Northallerton cannot live for ever. He hath vowed, I believe, that he would do it if only to spite me. And by the time that he come to die, this accursed Commonwealth will have abolished all titles and confiscated every estate. Hush, Marmaduke," she said, casting a quick furtive look all round her, "there may be spies about." "Nay, I care not," he rejoined roughly, jumping to his feet, and kicking the chair aside so that it struck with a loud crash against the flagged floor. "'Tis but little good a man gets for cleaving loyally to the Commonwealth. The sequestered estates of the Royalists would have been distributed among the adherents of republicanism, and not held to bolster up a military dictatorship. Bah!" he continued, allowing his temper to overmaster him, speaking in harsh tones, and with many a violent oath. "It had been wiser to embrace the royal cause. The Lord Protector is sick, so 'tis said. His son Richard hath no backbone, and the present tyranny is worse than the last. I cannot collect my rents. I have been given neither reward nor compensation for the help I gave in '46. So much for their boasted gratitude, and their many promises, my Lord Protector feasts the Dutch ambassadors with music and with wine. My Lords Ireton and Fairfax and Hutchinson and the accursed lot of canting Puritans flaunt it in silks and satins, whilst I go about in a ragged doublet and with holes in my shoes." "There's Lady Sue," murmured Mistress de Chavasse soothingly. "Pshaw! The guardianship of a girl who comes of age in 3 months! You can get another by that time." "Not I. I am not a sycophant hanging round Whitehall. 'Twas sheer good luck and no merit of mine that got me the guardianship of Sue. Lord Middlesborough, her kinsman, wanted it. The courts would have given her to him, but old Noll thought him too much of a gentleman, whilst I, an out at elbows country squire, was more to my Lord Protector's liking. 'Tis the only thing he ever did for me." There was intense bitterness and a harsh vein of sarcasm running through Sir Marmaduke's talk. It was the speech of a disappointed man, who had hoped and striven and fought once, had raised longing hands towards brilliant things, and sighed after glory, or riches, or fame, but whose restless spirit had since been tamed, crushed under the heavy weight of unsatisfied ambition. Poverty, grinding, unceasing, uninteresting poverty, had been Sir Marmaduke's relentless tormentor ever since he had reached man's estate. His father, Sir Jeremy de Chavasse, had been poor before him, the younger son of that Earl of Northallerton, who cut such a brilliant figure at the court of Queen Elizabeth. Jeremy had married Mistress Banton of Acol Court, who had brought him a few acres of land heavily burdened with mortgage as her dowry. They were a simple-minded, unostentatious couple, who pinched and scraped and starved that their 2 sons might keep up the appearances of gentlemen at the court of King Charles. But both the young men seemed to have inherited from their brilliant grandfather luxurious tastes and a love of gambling and of show, but neither his wealth nor yet his personal charm of manner. The eldest, Roland, however, soon disappeared from the arena of life. He married, when scarce 20 years of age, a girl who had been a play actress. This marriage nearly broke his doting mother's heart, and his own too, for the matter of that, for the union was a most unhappy one. Roland de Chavasse died very soon after, unreconciled to his father and mother, who refused to see him or his family even on his deathbed. Jeremy de Chavasse's few hopes now centred on his younger son Marmaduke. In order to enable the young man to remain in London, to mix freely, and to hold his own in that set into which family traditions had originally gained him admittance, the fond mother and indulgent father denied themselves the very necessities of life. Marmaduke took everything that was given him, whilst chafing at the paucity of his allowance. Determined to cut a figure at court, he spent 2 years and most of his mother's dowry in a vain attempt to capture the heart of one or the other of the rich heiresses who graced the entourage of Charles the First. But nature, who had given Marmaduke boundless ambition, had failed to bestow on him those attributes which would have helped him on towards its satisfaction. He was neither sufficiently prepossessing to please an heiress, nor sufficiently witty and brilliant to catch the royal eye or the favour of his uncle, the present Earl of Northallerton. His efforts in the direction of advantageous matrimony had earned for him at court the nickname of the Sparrowhawk. But even these efforts had soon to be relinquished for want of the wherewithal. The doting mother no longer could supply him with a sufficiency of money to vie with the rich gallants at the court, and the savings which Sir Jeremy had been patiently accumulating with a view to freeing the École estates from mortgage, went instead to rescue young Marmaduke from a debtor's prison. Poor Sir Jeremy did not long survive his disappointment. Marmaduke returned to École court only to find his mother a broken invalid and his father dead. Since then it had been a perpetual struggle against poverty and debt, a bitter revolt against fate, a burning desire to satisfy ambition which had received so serious a check. When the great conflict broke out between king and parliament, he threw himself into it without zest and without conviction, embracing the cause of the malcontents with a total lack of enthusiasm, merely out of disappointment, out of hatred for the brilliant court and circle in which he had once hoped to become a prominent figure. He fought under Ireton, was commended as a fairly good soldier, though too rebellious to be very reliable, too self-willed to be wholly trusted. Even in these days of brilliant reputations quickly made, he remained obscure and practically unnoticed. Advancement never came his way, and whilst younger men succeeded in attracting the observant eye of old Noll, he was superseded at every turn, passed over, anon forgotten. When my Lord Protector's entourage was formed, the household organized, no one thought of the Sparrowhawk for any post that would have satisfied his desires. Once more he cursed his own poverty. Money, the want of it, he felt was at the root of all his disappointments. A burning desire to obtain it at any cost, even that of honour, filled his entire being, his mind, his soul, his thoughts, every nerve in his body. Money and social prestige, to be somebody at court or elsewhere, politically, commercially, he cared not, to handle money and to command attention. He became wary, less reckless, striving to obtain by diplomatic means that which he had once hoped to snatch by sheer force of personality. The Court of Chancery, having instituted itself sole guardian and administrator of the revenues and fortunes of minors whose father had fought on the royalist side and were either dead or in exile, and arrogating unto itself the power to place such minors under the tutelage of persons whose loyalty to the Commonwealth was undoubted, Sir Marmaduke bethought himself of applying for one of these official guardianships, which were known to be very lucrative, and, moreover, practically sinecures. Fate for once favoured him. A half-contemptuous desire to do something for this out-at-elbows Kentish squire, who had certainly been a loyal adherent of the Commonwealth, caused my Lord Protector to favour his application. The rich daughter of the Marquis of Dover was placed under the guardianship of Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, with an allowance of £4,000 a year for her maintenance until she came of age. A handsome fortune and stroke of good luck for a wise and prudent man, a drop in an ocean of debts, difficulties, and expensive tastes in the case of Sir Marmaduke. A prolonged visit to London, with a view either of gaining a foothold in the new court, or of drawing the attention of the malcontents, of Monk and his party, or even of the royalists, to himself, resulted in further debts, in more mortgages, more bitter disappointments. The man himself did not please. His personality was unsympathetic. Lady Sue's money, which he now lavished right and left, bought neither friendship nor confidence. He joined all the secret clubs which, in defiance of Cromwell's rigid laws against betting and gambling, were the resort of all the smart gentlemen in the town. Ill luck at hazard and dice pursued him. He was a bad loser, quarrelsome and surly. His ambition had not taught him the salutary lesson of how to make friends in order to attain his desires. His second return to the ancestral home was scarcely less disastrous than the first. A mortgage on his revenues as guardian of Lady Sue Aldmarsh just saved him this time from the pursuit of his creditors, and this mortgage he had only obtained through false statements as to his ward's age. As he told his sister-in-law a moment ago, he was at his last gasp. He had perhaps just begun to realize that he would never succeed through the force of his own individuality. Therefore, money had become a still more imperative necessity to him. He was past 40 now. Disappointed ambition and an ever rebellious spirit had left severe imprints on his face. His figure was growing heavy. His prominent lips, unadorned by a mustache, had an unpleasant downward droop, and lately he had even noticed that the hair on the top of his head was not so thick as of yore. The situation was indeed getting desperate, since Lady Sue would be of age in 3 months, when all revenues for her maintenance would cease. Methinks her million will go to one of those young jackanapes who hang about her, sighed Mistress de Chavasse, with almost as much bitterness as Sir Marmaduke had shown. Her fortunes were in a sense bound up with those of her brother-in-law. He had been most unaccountably kind to her of late, a kindness which his many detractors attributed either to an infatuation for his brother's widow, or to a desire to further irritate his uncle, the Earl of Northallerton, who, a rigid puritan himself, hated the play actress and her connection with his own family. "Can naught be done, Marmaduke?" she asked, after a slight pause, during which she had watched anxiously the restless figure of her brother-in-law as he paced up and down the narrow hall. "Can you suggest anything, my dear Editha?" he retorted roughly. "Pshaw!" she ejaculated with some impatience. "You are not so old but you could have made yourself agreeable to the wench." "You think that she would have fallen in love with her middle-aged guardian?" he exclaimed with a harsh, sarcastic laugh. "That girl, with her head full of romantic nonsense, and I, in ragged doublet, with a bald head and an evil temper. Bah! But," he added with an unpleasant sneer, "'tis unselfish and disinterested on your part, my dear Editha, even to suggest it. Sue does not like you. Her being mistress here would not be conducive to your comfort." "Nay, 'tis no use going on in this manner any longer, Marmaduke," she said dejectedly. "Pleasant times will not come my way so long as you have not a shilling to give me for a new gown, and cannot afford to keep up my house in London." She fully expected another retort from him, brutal and unbridled as was his wont when his money affairs were being discussed. He was not accustomed to curb his violence in her presence. She had been his helpmeet in many unavowable extravagances in the days when he was still striving after a brilliant position in town. There had been certain rumours anent a gambling den, whereat Mistress de Chavasse had been the presiding spirit, and which had come under the watchful eye of my Lord Protector's spies. Now she had perforce to share her brother-in-law's poverty. At any rate, he provided a roof over her head. On the advent of Lady Sue Aldmarsh into his bachelor establishment, he called on his sister-in-law for the part of duenna. At one time, the fair Editha had exercised her undoubted charms over Marmaduke's violent nature, but latterly she had become a mere butt for his outbursts of rage. But now, to her astonishment, and in response to her petulant reproach, his fury seemed to fall away from him. He threw his head back and broke out into uncontrolled, half sarcastic, almost defiant laughter. "How blind you are, my dear Editha!" he said, with a shrug of his broad shoulders. "Nay, an I mistake not, in that case there will be some strange surprises for you within the next 3 months. I pray you try and curb your impatience until then, and to bear with the insolence of a serving wench. 'Twill serve you well, mine oath on that," he added significantly. Then, without vouchsafing further explanations of his enigmatic utterances, he turned on his heel, still laughing apparently at some pleasing thought, and walked upstairs, leaving her to meditate. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The legal aspect. Mistress de Chavasse sat musing in that high-backed chair for some considerable time. Anon Sir Marmaduke once more traversed the hall, taking no heed of her as he went out into the garden. She watched his broad figure moving along the path, and then crossing the rustic bridge until it disappeared among the trees of the park. There was something about his attitude of a while ago which puzzled her, and with puzzlement came an inexplicable fear. She had known Marmaduke in all his moods, but never in such an one as he had displayed before her just now. There had been a note almost of triumph in the laughter with which he had greeted her last reproach, the cry of the sparrowhawk when it seizes its prey. Triumph in Sir Marmaduke filled her with dread. No one knew better than she did the hopeless condition of his financial status. Debt, prison perhaps, was waiting for him at every turn. Yet he seemed triumphant. She knew him to have reached those confines of irritability and rebellion against poverty, which would cause him to shrink from nothing for the sake of gaining money, yet he seemed triumphant. Instinctively she shuddered as she thought of Sue. She had no cause to like the girl, yet would she not wish to see her come to harm? She did not dare avow even to herself the conviction which she had, that if Sir Marmaduke could gain anything by the young girl's death, he would not hesitate to— Nay, she would not even frame that thought. Marmaduke had been kind to her. She could but hope that temptation such as that would never come his way. Hymn of Praise Busy broke in on her meditations. His nasal tones, which had a singular knack of irritating her as a rule, struck quite pleasingly on her ear as a welcome interruption to the conflict of her thoughts. "Master Skiffington, ma'am," he said in his usual drawly voice, "he is on his way to Dover, and desired his respects, and you wish to see him." "Yes, yes, I'll see Master Skiffington," she said with alacrity, rising from her chair. "Go apprise Sir Marmaduke, and ask Master Skiffington to come within." She was all agitation now, eager, excited, and herself went forward to meet the quaint little wizened figure which appeared in the doorway. Master Skiffington, attorney at law, was small and thin, looked doubly so, in fact, in the black clothes which he wore. His eyes were blue and watery, his manner peculiarly diffident. He seemed to present a perpetual apology to the world for his own existence therein. Even now, as Mistress de Chavasse seemed really overjoyed to see him, he backed his meagre person out of the doorway as she approached, whereupon she, impatiently, clutched his arm and dragged him forward into the hall. "Sit down there, master," she said, speaking with obvious agitation, and almost pushing the poor little man off his feet, whilst dragging him to a chair. "Sir Marmaduke will see you anon, but 'twas a kind thought to come and bring me news." "Hem, hem," stammered Master Skiffington. I left Canterbury this morning and was on my way to Dover. This lies on my way, ma'am, and—" "Yes, yes," she said impatiently, "but you have some news, of course." "News, news," he muttered apologetically, and clutching at his collar, which seemed to be choking him. "What news, I pray you, ma'am?" "What clue?" she insisted. "It was very slight," he stammered. "And it led to naught?" Alas! Her eagerness vanished. She sank back into her chair and moaned. "My last hope," she said dully. "Nay, nay," rejoined Master Skiffington quite cheerfully, his courage seemingly having risen with her despair. "We must not be despondent. The noble Earl of Northallerton hath interested himself of late in the search, and—" But she shrugged her shoulders, whilst a short bitter laugh escaped her lips. "At last," she said with biting sarcasm, "after 12 years! Nay, but remember, ma'am, that his lordship now is very ill, and nigh on 70 years old. Failing your late husband, Master Roland, whom the Lord hath in his keeping, your eldest son that is, by law, ma'am, and with all respect due to Sir Marmaduke, your eldest son is heir to the earldom. And though his lordship hates me, he still prefers that my son should succeed to his title rather than Sir Marmaduke, whom he abhors." But that suggestion was altogether too much for poor Master Skiffington's sense of what was due to so noble a family and to its exalted head. "That is, he muttered in supreme discomfort, swallowing great gulps which rose to his throat at this rash and disrespectful speech from the ex-actress. "Family feuds, very distressing of a truth, and that is—" "I fear me his lordship will be disappointed," she rejoined, quite heedless of the little attorney's perturbation, "and that under these circumstances Sir Marmaduke will surely succeed." "I was about to remark," he rejoined, "that now, with my lord's help, his wealth and influence, now, that is, that he has interested himself in the matter, we might make fresh inquiries. That is, it will be useless, master. I have done all that is humanly possible. I loved my boys dearly, and it was because of my love for them that I placed them under my mother's care. I loved them, you understand, but I was living in a gay world in London. My husband was dead. I could do naught for their comfort. I thought it would be best for them." It was her turn now to speak humbly, almost apologetically, whilst her eyes sought those of the simple little attorney, trying to read approval in his glance, or at any rate an absence of reproof. He was shaking his head, sighing with visible embarrassment the while. In his innermost soul he could find no excuse for the frivolous mother, anxious to avoid the responsibilities which the Lord himself had put upon her, anxious to be rid of her children in order that she might pursue with greater freedom and ease that life of enjoyment and thoughtlessness which she craved. My mother was a strange woman, continued Mistress de Chavasse earnestly, and placing her small white hand on the black sleeve of the attorney. She cared little enough for me, and not at all for London and for society. She did not understand the many duties that devolve on a woman of fashion, and I was that in those days, 20 years ago. "Ah, truly, truly," sighed Master Skiffington. "Mayhap she acted according to her own lights. After some years she became a convert to that strange new faith of the people who call themselves friends, who salute no one with the hat, and who talk so strangely, saying thee and thou, even when addressing their betters. One George Fox had a great hold on her. He was quite a youth then, but she thought him a saint. 'Tis he, methinks, poisoned her mind against me, and caused her to curse me on her deathbed. She gave a little shudder of superstition, perhaps. The maternal curse, she felt, was mayhap bearing fruit after all." Master Skiffington's watery eyes expressed gentle sympathy. His calling had taught him many of the hidden secrets of human nature and of life. He guessed that the time, if not already here, was nigh at hand, when this unfortunate woman would realize the emptiness of her life, and would begin to reap the bitter harvest of the barren seeds which she had sown. I lay it all at the door of these friends, who turned a mother's heart against her own daughter," continued Mistress de Chavasse vehemently. "She never told me that she was sick, sent me neither letter nor message. Only after her death a curt note came to me, writ in her hand, entrusted to one of her own co-worshippers, a canting, mouthing creature, who grinned whilst I read the heartless message. My mother had sent her grandchildren away, so she told me in the letter, when she felt that the Lord was calling her to him. She had placed my boys, master, in the care of a trusted friend, who would bring them up in the fear of God, away from the influence of their mother. My boys, master, remember, they were to be brought up in ignorance of their name, of the very existence of their mother. The friend, doubtless a fellow Quaker, had agreed to this on my mother's deathbed." "'Tis passing strange and passing sad," said the attorney, with real sympathy now, for there was a pathetic note of acute sorrow in Mistress de Chavasse's voice. "But at the time, and with money and influence, much might have been done." "Ah, believe me, master, I did what I could. I was in London then. I flew to Canterbury, where my mother lived. I found her dead, and the boys gone. None of the neighbours could tell me whither. All they knew was that a woman had been living with my mother of late, and had gone away, taking the boys with her. My boys, master, and no one could tell me whither they had gone. I spent what money I had, and Sir Marmaduke nobly bore his share in the cost of a ceaseless search, as the Earl of Northallerton would do nothing than to help me." "Passing strange, passing sad," murmured Master Skiffington, shaking his head. "But methinks I recollect some 6 years ago, a quest which led to a clue, or that is, 2 young gentlemen. Impostors, master, she rejoined. I have heard of many such since then. At first I used to believe their stories. At first, he ejaculated in amazement, but surely, the faces, your own sons, ma'am. Ah, the faces, she said, whilst a blush of embarrassment, even of shame, now suffused her pale cheeks. I mean, you understand, I had not seen my boys since they were babes in arms. They were 10 years old when they were taken away. But it is nigh on 22 years since I have set eyes on their faces. I would not know them if they passed me by. Tears choked her voice. Shame had added its bitter sting to the agony of her sorrow. Of a truth, it was a terrible epilogue of misery, following on a life story of frivolity and of heartlessness, which Mistress de Chavasse had almost unconsciously related to the poor, ignorant country attorney. Desirous at all costs of retaining her freedom, she had parted from her children with a light heart, glad enough that their grandmother was willing to relieve her of all responsibility. Time slipped by whilst she enjoyed herself, danced and flirted, gambled, and played her part in that world of sport and fashion, wherein a mother's heart was an unnecessary commodity. 10 years are a long while in the life of an old woman who lives in a remote country town, and sees death approaching with slow yet certain stride. But that same decade is but as a fleeting hour to the woman who is young, and who lives for the moment. The boys had been forgotten long ere they disappeared. Forgotten? Perhaps not, but their memory put away in a hidden cell of the mind, where other inconvenient thoughts were stored, only to be released and gazed upon when other more agreeable ones had ceased to fill the brain. She felt humbled before this simple-minded man whom she knew she had shocked by the recital of her callousness. With innate gentleness of disposition, he tried to hide his feelings, and to set aside this subject for the moment. Sir Marmaduke was very disinterested when he aided you in the quest, he said meekly, glad to be able to praise one whom he felt it was his duty to respect. For under present circumstances, I will raise no difficulties in Sir Marmaduke's way, she rejoined. There is no doubt in my mind that my boys are dead, else I had had news of them ere this. He looked at her keenly as he dared with his mild blue eyes. It was hard to keep in sympathy with her. Her moods seemed to change as she spoke of her boys, and then of Sir Marmaduke. Her last remark seemed to argue that her callousness with regard to her sons had not entirely yielded to softer emotions yet. In case of my Lord Northallerton's death, she continued lightly, I shall not put in a claim on behalf of any son of mine. Whereupon, Sir Marmaduke, as next of kin, would have the enjoyment of the revenues, and mayhap would have influence enough then to make good his claim to the title before the House of Lords. He checked himself, looked furtively round, and added, provided it please God and my Lord Protector that the House of Lords come back to Westminster by that time. I thank you, master, said Mistress de Chavasse, rising from her chair, intimating that this interview was now over. You have told me all that I wish to know. Let me assure you that I will not prove ungrateful. Your services will be amply repaid by whomever succeeds to the title and revenues of Northallerton. Did you wish to see Sir Marmaduke? I thank you, mistress, not to-day. replied Master Skiffington, somewhat dryly. The lady's promises had not roused his enthusiasm. He would have preferred to see more definite reward for his labours, for he had worked faithfully, and was substantially out of pocket in this quest after the 2 missing young men. But he was imbued with that deep respect for the family he had served all his life, which no conflict between privilege and people would ever eradicate; and though Mistress de Chavass's origin was of the humblest, she was nevertheless herself now within the magic circle, into which Master Skiffington never gazed except with the deepest reverence. He thought it quite natural that she should dismiss him with a curt and condescending nod, and when she had swept majestically out of the room, he made his way humbly across the hall, then by the garden door out towards the tumble-down barn, where he had tethered his old mare. Master Courage helped him to mount, and he rode away in the direction of the Dover road, his head bent, his thoughts dwelling in puzzlement and wonder on the strange doings of those whom he still reverently called his betters. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Under the shadow of the elms. Her head full of romantic nonsense. Well, perhaps that was the true keynote of Sue's character. Perhaps, too, it was that same romantic temperament which gave such peculiar charm to her personality. It was not mere beauty, of which she had a plentiful share, nor yet altogether her wealth, which attracted so many courtiers to her feet. Men who knew her in those days at École, and subsequently at court, said that Lady Sue was magnetic. She compelled attention, she commanded admiration, through that very romanticism of hers which caused her eyes to glow at the recital of valour, or sorrow, or talent, which caused her to see beauty of thought and mind and character there where it lay most deeply hidden, there sometimes where it scarce existed. The dark figure of her guardian secretary had attracted her attention from the moment when she first saw him moving silently about the house and park. The first words she spoke to him were words of sympathy. His life story, brief and simple as it had been, had interested her. He seemed so different from these young and old country squires who frequented École Court. He neither wooed nor flattered her, yet seemed to find great joy in her company. His voice at times was harsh, his manner abrupt and even rebellious, but at others it fell to infinite gentleness when he talked to her of nature and the stars, both of which he had studied deeply. He never spoke of religion, that subject which was on everybody's tongue, together with the free use of the most sacred names, he rigorously avoided, also politics, and my Lord Protector's government, his dictatorship, and ever-growing tyranny. But he knew the name of every flower that grew in meadow or woodland, the note of every bird as it trilled its song. There is no doubt that but for the advent of that mysterious personality into École village, the deep friendship which had grown in Sue's heart for Richard Lambert would have warmed into a more passionate attachment. But she was too young to reflect, too impulsive to analyze her feelings. The mystery which surrounded the foreigner who lodged at the Quakeress's cottage had made strong appeal to her idealism. His first introduction to her notice in the woods beyond the park gate on that cold January evening, with the moon gleaming weirdly through the branches of the elms, his solitary figure leaning against a tree, had fired her imagination and set it wildly galloping after mad fantasies. He had scarcely spoken on that first occasion, but his silence was strangely impressive. She made up her mind that he was singularly handsome, although she could not judge of that very clearly, for he wore a heavy moustache and a shade over one eye. But he was tall, above the average, and carried the elaborate habiliments which the cavaliers still affected, with consummate grace and ease. She thought, too, that the thick perruque became him very well, and his muffled voice, when he spoke, sounded singularly sweet. Since then she had seen him constantly, at rare intervals at first, for maidenly dignity forbade that she should seem eager to meet him. He was ignorant of whom she was. Oh, of that she felt quite sure. She always wore a dark tippet round her shoulders, and a hood to cover her head. He seemed pleased to see her, just to hear her voice. Obviously he was lonely, and in deep trouble. Then one night, it was the first balmy evening after the winter frosts, the moon was singularly bright, and the hood had fallen back from her head, just as her face was tilted upwards, and her eyes glowing with enthusiasm. Then she knew that he had learnt to love her, not through any words which he spoke, for he was silent. His face was in shadow, and he did not even touch her. Therefore it was not through any of her natural senses that she guessed his love. Yet she knew it, and her young heart was overfilled with happiness. That evening when they parted, he knelt at her feet and kissed the hem of her kirtle, after which, when she was back again in her own little room at École Court, she cried for very joy. They did not meet very often, once a week at most. He had vaguely promised to tell her some day of his great work for the regeneration of France, which he was carrying out in loneliness and exile here in England, a work far greater and more comprehensive than that which had secured for England religious and political liberty. This work it was which made him a wanderer on the face of the earth, and caused his frequent and lengthy absences from the cottage in which he lodged. She was quite content for the moment with these vague promises. In her heart she was evolving enchanting plans for the future, when she would be his helpmate in this great and mysterious work. In the meanwhile, she was satisfied to live in the present, to console and comfort the noble exile, to lavish on him the treasures of her young and innocent love, to endow him in her imagination with all those mental and physical attributes which her romantic nature admired most. The spring had come, clothing the weird branches of the elms with a tender garb of green. The anemones in the woods yielded to the bluebells, and these to carpets of primroses and violets. The forests of Thanet echoed with songs of linnets and whitethroats. She was happy, and she was in love. With the lengthened days came some petty sorrows. He was obviously worried, sometimes even impatient. Their meetings became fewer and shorter, for the evening hours were brief. She found it difficult to wander out so late across the park unperceived, and he would never meet her by daylight. This, no doubt, had caused him to fret. He loved her, and desired her all his own. Yet 'twere useless of a surety to ask Sir Marmaduke's consent to her marriage with her French prince. He would never give it, and until she came of age, he had absolute power over her choice of a husband. She had explained this to him, and he had sighed and murmured angry words, then pressed her with increased passion to his heart. To-night, as she walked through the park, she was conscious, for the first time perhaps, of a certain alloy mixed with her gladness. Yet she loved him, oh yes, just as much as ever. The halo of romance with which she had framed in his mystic personality was in no way dimmed, but in a sense she almost feared him, for at times his muffled voice sounded singularly vehement, and his words betrayed the uncontrolled violence of his nature. She had hoped to bring him some reassuring news anent Sir Marmaduke de Chavis's intentions with regard to herself, but the conversation round the skittle alley, her guardian's cruel allusions to the foreign adventurer, had shown her how futile were such hopes. Yet there were only 3 months longer of this weary waiting. Surely he would curb his impatience until she was of age and mistress of her own hand. Surely he trusted her. She sighed as this thought crossed her mind, and nearly fell up against a dark figure which detached itself from among the trees. "Master Lambert," she said, uttering a little cry of surprise, pressing her hand against her heart, which was palpitating with emotion. "I had no thought of meeting you here." "And I still less of seeing your ladyship," he rejoined coldly. "How cross you are!" she retorted with childish petulance. "What have I done that you should be so unkind?" "Unkind? I had meant to speak to you of this ere now, but you always avoid me. You scarce will look at me, and I wished to ask you if I had offended you." They were standing on a soft carpet of moss. Overhead the gentle summer breeze stirred the great branches of the elms, causing the crisp leaves to mutter a long drawn hush sh in the stillness of the night. From far away came the appealing call of a blackbird chased by some marauding owl, while on the ground close by the creaking of tiny branches betrayed the quick scurrying of a squirrel. From the remote and infinite distance came the subdued roar of the sea. The peace of the woodland, the sighing of the trees, the dark evening sky above, filled his heart with an aching longing for her. "Offended me?" he murmured, passing his hand across his forehead, for his temples throbbed and his eyes were burning. "Nay, why should you think so?" "You are so cold, so distant now," she said gently. "We were such good friends when first I came here. Thanet is a strange country to me. It seems weird and unkind. The woods are dark and lonely. That persistent sound of the sea fills me with a strange kind of dread. My home was among the Surrey hills, you know. It is far from here. I cannot afford to lose a friend." She sighed, a quaint, wistful little sigh, curiously out of place, he thought, in this exquisite mouth framed only for smiles. "I have so few real friends," she added in a whisper, so low that he thought she had not spoken, and that the elms had sighed that pathetic phrase into his ear. "Believe me, Lady Sue, I am neither cold nor distant," he said, almost smiling now, for the situation appeared strange indeed, that this beautiful young girl, rich, courted, surrounded by an army of sycophants, should be appealing to a poor, dependent for friendship. I am only a little dazed, as any man would be who had been dreaming, and saw that dream vanish away. Dreaming! Yes, we all dream sometimes, you know, and a penniless man like myself, without prospects or friends, is, methinks, more prone to it than most. We all have dreams sometimes, she said, speaking very low, whilst her eyes sought to pierce the darkness beyond the trees. I, too. She paused abruptly, and was quite still for a moment, almost holding her breath, he thought, as if she were listening, but not a sound came to disturb the silence of the woods. Blackbird and owl had ceased their fight for life. The squirrel had gone to rest. The evening air was filled only by the great murmur of the distant sea. "Tell me your dream," she said abruptly. "Alas, it is too foolish, too mad, too impossible. But you said once that you would be my friend, and would try to cheer my loneliness. So I will, with all my heart, and you will permit." "Yet is there no friendship without confidence?" she retorted. "Tell me your dream." "What were the use? You would only laugh, and justly too." "I should never laugh at that which made you sad," she said gently. "Sad?" he rejoined with a short laugh, which had something of his usual bitterness in it. "Sad? Mayhap, yet I hardly know. Think you that the poor peasant lad would be sad because he had dreamed that the fairy princess whom he had seen from afar in her radiance was sweet and gracious to him one midsummer's day? It was only a dream, remember. When he awoke she had vanished, gone out of his sight, hidden from him by a barrier of gold. In front of this barrier stood his pride, which perforce would have to be trampled down and crushed ere he could reach the princess. She did not reply, only bent her sweet head, lest he should perceive the tears which had gathered in her eyes. All round them the woods seemed to have grown darker and more dense, whilst from afar the weird voice of that distant sea murmured of infinity and of the relentlessness of fate. They could not see one another very clearly, yet she knew that he was gazing at her with an intensity of love and longing in his heart, which caused her own to ache with sympathy. And he knew that she was crying, that there was something in that seemingly brilliant and happy young life which caused the exquisite head to droop as if under a load of sorrow. A broken sigh escaped her lips, or was it the sighing of the wind in the elms? He was smitten with remorse to think that he should have helped to make her cry. "Sue, my little beautiful Sue," he murmured, himself astonished at his own temerity in thus daring to address her. It was her grief which had brought her down to his level, the instinct of chivalry, of protection, of friendship which had raised him up to hers. "Will you ever forgive me?" he said. "I had no right to speak to you as I have done. And yet—" He paused, and she repeated his last two words, gently, encouragingly. "And yet, good master?" "Yet at times when I see the crowd of young empty-headed, fortune-seeking jackanapes who dare to aspire to your ladyship's hand, I have asked myself whether perchance I had the right to remain silent whilst they poured their farrago of nonsense into your ear. I love you, Sue." "No, no, good master," she ejaculated hurriedly, while a nameless, inexplicable fear seemed suddenly to be holding her in its grip, as he uttered those few very simple words which told the old, old tale. But those words once uttered, Richard felt that he could not now draw back. The jealously guarded secret had escaped his lips. Passion refused to be held longer in check. A torrent of emotion overmastered him. He forgot where he was, the darkness of the night, the lateness of the hour, the melancholy murmur of the wind in the trees. He forgot that she was rich, and he a poor dependent. He only remembered that she was exquisitely fair, and that he, poor fool, was mad enough to worship her. It was very dark now, for a bank of clouds hid the glory of the evening sky, and he could see only the mere outline of the woman whom he so passionately loved, the small head with the fluttering curls fanned by the wind, the graceful shoulders and arms folded primly across her bosom. He put out his hand and found hers. Oh, the delight of raising it to his lips! By the heaven above us, Sue, by all my hopes of salvation, I swear to you that my love is pure and selfless, he murmured tenderly, all the while that her fragrant little hand was pressed against his lips. But for your fortune, I had come to you long ago and said to you, let me work for you. My love will help me to carve a fortune for you, which it shall be my pride to place at your feet. Every nameless child, so 'tis said, may be a king's son, and I, who have no name that I can of verity call my own, no father, no kith or kindred, I would conquer a kingdom, Sue, if you but loved me too. His voice broke in a sob. Ashamed of his outburst, he tried to hide his confusion from her by sinking on one knee on that soft carpet of moss. From the little village of Acol, beyond the wood, came the sound of the church bell striking the hour of 9. Sue was silent and absorbed, intensely sorrowful to see the grief of her friend. He was quite lost in the shadows at her feet now, but she could hear the stern efforts which he made to resume control over himself and his voice. Richard, good Richard, she said soothingly, believe me, I am very, very sorry for this. I vow I did not know. I had no thought. How could I have? That you cared for me like this. You believe me, good master, do you not? She entreated. Say that you believe me, when I say that I would not willingly have caused you such grief. I believe that you are the most sweet and pure woman in all the world, he murmured fervently, and that you are as far beyond my reach as are the stars. Nay, nay, good master, you must not talk like that. Truly, truly, I am only a weak and foolish girl, and quite unworthy of your deep devotion, and you must try, indeed, indeed you must, to forget what happened under these trees tonight. Of that I pray you have no fear, he replied more calmly, as he rose and once more stood before her, a dark figure in the midst of the dark wood, immovable, almost impassive, with head bent and arms folded across his chest. Nathless 'tis foolish for a nameless peasant even to talk of his honour, yet 'tis mine honour, Lady Sue, which will ever help me to remember that a mountain of gold and vast estates stand between me and the realization of my dream. No, no, she rejoined earnestly, it is not that only. You are my friend, good Richard, and I do not wish to see you eating out your heart in vain and foolish regrets. What you wish could never, never be. Good master, if you were rich tomorrow and I penniless, I could never be your wife. You mean that you could never love me? He asked. She was silent. A fierce wave of jealousy, mad, insane, elemental jealousy, seemed suddenly to sweep over him. You love someone else? He demanded brusquely. What right have you to ask? The right of a man who would gladly die to see you happy. He spoke harshly, almost brutally. Jealousy had killed all humility in him. Love, proud, passionate, and defiant, stood up for its just claims, for its existence, its right to dominate, its desire to conquer. But even as he thus stood before her, almost frightening her now by the violence of his speech, by the latent passion in him which no longer would bear to be held in check, the bank of clouds which up to now had obscured the brilliance of the summer sky finally swept away eastwards, revealing the luminous firmament and the pale crescent moon which now glimmered coldly through the branches of the trees. A muffled sound, as of someone treading cautiously the thick bed of moss, and the creaking of tiny twigs, caused Richard Lambert to look up momentarily from the form of the girl whom he so dearly loved, and to peer beyond her into the weirdly illumed density of the wood. Not 20 yards from where they were, a low wall divided the park itself from the wood beyond, which extended down to Acol village. At an angle of the wall there was an iron gate, also the tumble-down pavilion, ivy-grown and desolate, with stone steps leading up to it, through the cracks of which weeds and moss sprouted up apace. A man had just emerged from out the thicket, and was standing now to the farther side of the gate, looking straight at Lambert and at Sue, who stood in the full light of the moon. A broad-brimmed hat, such as cavaliers affected, cast a dark shadow over his face. It was a mere outline, only vaguely defined against the background of trees, but in that outline Lambert had already recognized the mysterious stranger who lodged in his brother's cottage down in Acol. The fixed intensity of the young man's gaze caused Sue to turn and to look in the same direction. She saw the stranger, who, encountering 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him, raised his hat with a graceful flourish of the arm, then, with a short ironical laugh, went his way, and was once more lost in the gloom. The girl instinctively made a movement as if to follow him, whilst a quickly smothered cry, half of joy and half of fear, escaped her lips. She checked the movement as well as the cry, but not before Richard Lambert had perceived both. With the perception came the awful, overwhelming certitude. "That adventurer!" he exclaimed involuntarily. "Oh, my God!" But she looked him full in the face, and threw back her head with a gesture of pride and of wrath. "Master Lambert," she said haughtily, "methinks 'twere needless to remind you that, since I inadvertently revealed my most cherished secret to you, it were unworthy of a man of honour to betray it to any one. My lady, Sue," he said, feeling half dazed, bruised and crushed by the terrible moral blow which he had just received, I do not quite understand. Will you deign to explain?" "There is naught to explain," she retorted coldly. "Prince Amadis de Orleans loves me, and I have plighted my troth to him." "Nay, I entreat your ladyship," he said, knowing the while how useless it was to make an appeal against the infatuation of a hot-headed and impulsive girl, yet speaking with the courage which oft-times is born of despair. "I beg of you, on my knees, to listen. This foreign adventurer—" "Silence!" she retorted proudly, and drawing back from him, for of a truth he had sunk on his knees before her. "An you desire to be my friend, you must not breathe one word of slander against the man I love." Then, as he said nothing, realizing indeed how futile would be any effort or word from him, she said with growing enthusiasm, whilst her glowing eyes fixed themselves upon the gloom which had enveloped the mysterious apparition of her lover. Prince Amadis d'Orleans is the grandest, most selfless patriot this world hath ever known. For the sake of France, of tyrannized, oppressed France, which he adores, he has sacrificed everything, his position, his home, his wealth, and vast estates. He is own kinsman to King Louis, yet he is exiled from his country, whilst a price is set upon his head, because he cannot be mute whilst he sees tyranny and oppression grind down the people of France. He could return to Paris today, a rich and free man, a prince among his kindred, if he would but sacrifice that for which he fights so bravely, the liberty of France. Sue, my adored lady, he entreated, in the name of heaven listen to me. You do believe, do you not, that I am your friend? I would give my life for you. I swear to you that you have been deceived and tricked by this adventurer, who, preying upon your romantic imagination— Silence, master, an you value my friendship, she commanded. I will not listen to another word. Nay, you should be thankful that I deal not more harshly with you, that I make allowances for your miserable jealousy. Oh, why did you make me say that? She added with one of those swift changes of mood which were so characteristic of her, and with sudden contrition, for an involuntary moan had escaped his lips. In the name of heaven, go, go now, I entreat. Leave me to myself, lest anger betray me into saying cruel things. I am safe, quite safe. I entreat you to let me return to the house alone. Her voice sounded more and more broken as she spoke. Sobs were evidently rising in her throat. He pulled himself together, feeling that it were unmanly to worry her now, when emotion was so obviously overmastering her. Forgive me, sweet lady, he said quite gently, as he rose from his knees. I said more than I had any right to say. I entreat you to forgive the poor, presuming peasant who hath dared to raise his eyes to the fairy princess of his dreams. I pray you to try and forget all that hath happened tonight beneath the shadows of these elms, and to remember one thing, that my life, my lonely, humble, unimportant life, is yours, to serve or help you, to worship or comfort you if need be, and that there could be no greater happiness for me than to give it for your sweet sake. He bowed very low until his hand could reach the hem of her kirtle, which he then raised to his lips. She was infinitely sorry for him. All her anger against him had vanished. He was very reluctant to go, for this portion of the park was some distance from the house, but she had commanded, and he quite understood that she wished to be alone. Love such as that which he felt for his sweet lady is ever watchful, yet ever discreet. Was it not natural that she did not care to look on him after he had angered her so? She seemed impatient too, and although her feelings towards him had softened, she repeated somewhat nervously, I pray you go, good master, I would be alone. Lambert hesitated a while longer. He looked all round him, as if suspicious of any marauders that might be lurking about. The hour was not very late, and had she not commanded him to go? Nor would he seem to pry on her movements. Having once made up his mind to obey, he did so without reserve. Having kissed the hem of her kirtle, he turned towards the house. He meant to keep on the tiny footpath which she would be bound to traverse after him when she returned. He felt sure that something would warn him if she really needed his help. The park and woodland were still, only the mournful hooting of an owl, The sad sighing of the wind in the old elms broke the peaceful silence of this summer's night. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Stranger Within the Gates. Sue waited expectant and still until the last sound of the young man's footsteps had died away in the direction of the house. Then, with quick, impulsive movements, she ran to the gate. Her hands sought impatiently in the dark for the primitive catch which held it to. A large and rusty bolt. She pulled at it clumsily, for her hands were trembling. At last the gate flew open. She was out in the woods, peering into the moonlit thicket, listening for that most welcome sound, the footsteps of the man she loved. "My prince!" she exclaimed, for already he was beside her. Apparently he had lain in wait for her, and now held her in his arms. "My beautiful and gracious lady," he murmured, in that curiously muffled voice of his, which seemed to endow his strange personality with additional mystery. "You heard, you saw just now?" she asked timidly, fearful of encountering his jealous wrath, that vehement temper of his which she had learned to dread. Strangely enough, he replied quite gently, "Yes, I saw. The young man loves you, my beautiful Suzanne, and he will hate me now." He had always called her Suzanne, and her name, thus spoken by him, and with that quaint foreign intonation of his, had always sounded infinitely sweet. "But I love you with all my heart," she said, earnestly, tenderly, her whole soul, young, ardent, full of romance, going out to him with all the strength of its purity and passion. "What matter if all the world were against you?" As a rule, when they met thus on the confines of the wood, they would stand together by the gate, forming plans, talking of the future and of their love. Then after a while they would stroll into the park, he escorting her as far as he might approach the house without being seen. She had no thought that Richard Lambert would be on the watch. Nay, so wholly absorbed was she in her love for this man, once she was in his presence, that already, womanlike, she had forgotten the young student's impassioned avowal, his jealousy, his very existence. And she loved these evening strolls in the great peaceful park at evening, when the birds were silent in their nests, and the great shadows of ivy-covered elms enveloped her and her romance. From afar, a tiny light gleamed here and there in some of the windows of Acol Court. She had hated the grim bare house at first, so isolated in the midst of the forests of Thanet, so like the eyrie of a bird of prey. But now she loved the whole place, the bit of ill-kept tangled garden, with its untidy lawn and weed-covered beds, in which a few standard rose-trees strove to find a permanent home. She loved the dark and mysterious park, the rusty gate, that wood with its rich carpet, which varied as each season came around. Tonight her lover was more gentle than had been his wont of late. They walked cautiously through the park, for the moon was brilliant and outlined every object with startling vividness. The trees here were sparser. Close by was the sunk fence and the tiny rustic bridge, only a plank or two, which spanned it. Some 30 yards ahead of them they could see the dark figure of Richard Lambert walking towards the house. "One more stroll beneath the trees, Maumier," he said lightly. "You'll not wish to encounter your ardent suitor again." She loved him in this brighter mood, when he had thrown from him that mantle of jealousy and mistrust which of late had sat on him so ill. He seemed to have set himself the task of pleasing her to-night, of making her forget, mayhap, the wooing of the several suitors who had hung round her to-day. He talked to her, always in that mysterious, muffled voice, with the quaint rolling of the R's and the foreign intonation of the vowels. He talked to her of King Louis and his tyranny over the people of France, of his own political aims, to which he had already sacrificed fortune, position, home, of his own brilliant past at the most luxurious court the world had ever known. He fired her enthusiasm, delighted her imagination, enchained her soul to his. She was literally swept off the prosy face of this earth, and whirled into a realm of romance, enchanting, intoxicating, mystic, almost divine. She forgot fleeting time, and did not even hear the church bell over at École Village striking the hour of 10. He had to bring her back to earth, and to guide her reluctant footsteps again towards the house. But she was too happy to part from him so easily. She forced him to escort her over the little bridge, under the pretence of terror at the lateness of the hour. She vowed that he could not be perceived from the house, since all the lights were out, and every one indeed must be abed. Her guardian's windows, moreover, gave on the other side of the house, and he of a surety would not be moon or star-gazing at this hour of the night. Her mood was somewhat reckless. The talk with which he had filled her ears had gone to her brain like wine. She felt intoxicated with the atmosphere of mystery, of selfless patriotism, of great and fallen fortunes, with which he knew so well how to surround himself. Mayhap that in her innermost heart now there was a scarce conscious desire to precipitate a crisis, to challenge discovery, to step boldly before her guardian, avowing her love, demanding the right to satisfy it. She refused to bid him adieu, save at the garden door. 3 steps led up straight into the dining room, from the flagged pathway which skirted the house. She ran up these steps, silently and swiftly as a little mouse, and then turned her proud and happy face to him. "Good night, sweet prince," she whispered, extending her delicate hand to him. She stood in the full light of the moon, dominating him from the top of the steps, an exquisite vision of youth and beauty and romance. He took off his broad-brimmed hat, but his face was still in shadow, for the heavy perruque fell in thick dark curls, covering both his cheeks. He bent very low, and kissed the tips of her fingers. "When shall we meet again, my prince?" she asked. "This day week, an it please you, my queen," he murmured, and then he turned to go. She meant to stand there and watch him cross the tangled lawn and the little bridge, and to see him lose himself amidst the great shadows of the park. But he had scarce gone a couple of steps when a voice, issuing from the doorway close behind her, caused her to turn in quick alarm. "Sue, in the name of heaven, what doth your ladyship here and at this hour?" The crisis which the young girl had almost challenged had indeed arrived. Mistress de Chavas carrying a lighted and guttering candle, was standing close behind her. At the sound of her voice, and Sue's little cry of astonishment rather than fear, Prince Amadé de Orleans, too, had paused, with a muttered curse on his lips, his foot angrily tapping the flagstones. But it were unworthy a gallant gentleman of the most chivalrous court in the world to beat a retreat when his mistress was in danger of an unpleasant quarter of an hour. Sue was more than a little inclined to be defiant. "Mistress de Chavasse," she said quietly, "will you be good enough to explain by what right you have spied on me to-night? Hath my guardian, perchance, set you to dog my footsteps?" "There was no thought in my mind of spying on your ladyship," rejoined Mistress de Chavasse coldly. "I was troubled in my sleep, and came downstairs because I heard a noise, and feared those midnight marauders of which we have heard so much of late. I myself had locked this door, and was surprised to find it unlatched. I opened it, and saw you standing there." "Then we'll all to bed, fair mistress," rejoined Sue gaily. She was too happy, too sure of herself and of her lover, to view this sudden discovery of her secret with either annoyance or alarm. She would be free in 3 months, and he would be faithful to her. Love proverbially laughs at bars and bolts, and even if her stern guardian, apprised of her evening wanderings, prevented her from seeing her prince for the next 3 months, pshaw, 100 days at most, and nothing could keep her from his side. "Good night, fair prince," she repeated tenderly, extending her hand towards her lover once more, while throwing a look of proud defiance to Mistress de Chavasse. He could not help but return to the foot of the steps. Any pusillanimity on his part at this juncture, any reluctance to meet Editha face to face, or to bear the brunt of her reproaches and of her sneers, might jeopardize the romance of his personality in the eyes of Sue. Therefore he boldly took her hand and kissed it with mute fervour. She gave a happy little laugh, and added pertly, "Good night, mistress. I'll leave you to make your own adieu to Monseigneur le Prince de Orleans. I'll warrant that you and he, despite the lateness of the hour, will have much to say to one another." And without waiting to watch the issue of her suggestion, her eyes dancing with mischief, she turned and ran singing and laughing into the house. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Prince Amadé de Orleans. At first it seemed as if the stranger meant to beat a precipitate and none too dignified retreat, now that the adoring eyes of Lady Sue were no longer upon him. But Mistress de Chavasse had no intention of allowing him to extricate himself quite so easily from an unpleasant position. "One moment, master," she said loudly and peremptorily. "Prince, or whatever you may wish to call yourself, ere you show me a clean pair of heels, I pray you to explain your presence here, on Sir Marmaduke's doorstep, at 10 o'clock at night, and in company with his ward." For a moment, a second or two only, the stranger appeared to hesitate. He paused with one foot still on the lowest of the stone steps, the other on the flagged path, his head bent, his hand upraised, in the act of readjusting his broad-brimmed hat. Then a sudden thought seemed to strike him. He threw back his head, gave a short laugh, as if he were pleased with this new thought, then turned, meeting Mistress de Chavas's stern gaze squarely and fully. He threw his hat down upon the steps, and crossed his arms over his chest. "One moment, mistress," he said with an ironical bow. "I do not need one moment. I have already explained." "Explained? How?" she retorted. "Nay, I'll not be trifled with, master, and methinks you will find that Sir Marmaduke de Chavas will expect some explanation, which will prove unpleasant to yourself, for your unwarrantable impudence in daring to approach his ward." He put up his hand in gentle deprecation. "Impudence! Oh, mistress!" he said reproachfully. "Let me assure you, master," she continued with relentless severity, "that you were wise, and you returned straightway to your lodgings now, packed your worldly goods, and betook yourself and them to anywhere you please." "Ah!" he sighed gently, "that is impossible." "You would dare," she retorted. "I would dare remain there where my humble presence is most desired, beside the gracious lady who honours me with her love." "You are insolent, master. And Sir Marmaduke—" "Oh," he rejoined lightly, "Sir Marmaduke doth not object." "There, I fear me, you are in error, master, and in his name I now forbid you ever to attempt to speak to Lady Susanna Aldmarsh again." This command, accompanied by a look of withering scorn, seemed to afford the stranger vast entertainment. He made the wrathful lady a low, ironical bow, and clapped his hands together, laughing, and exclaiming, "Brava! brava! Of a truth, but this is excellent. Pray, mistress, you will deign to tell me if in this your bidding you have asked Sir Marmaduke for his opinion." "I need not to ask him. I ask you to go." "Go? Whither?" he asked blandly. "Out of my sight, and off these grounds at once, ere I rouse the servants, and have you whipped off like a dog," she said, angered beyond measure at his audacity, his irony, his manner, suggestive of insolent triumph. His muffled voice, with its curious foreign accent, irritated her, as did the shadow of his peruke over his brow, and the black silk shade which he wore over one eye. Even now, in response to her violent outburst, he broke into renewed laughter. "Better and better! Ah, mistress," he said, with a shake of the head, "of a truth you are more blind than I thought. You are more insolent, master, than I had thought possible. Yet meseems, fair lady, that in the lonely and mysterious stranger you might have remembered your humble and devoted servant," he said, drawing his figure up towards her. "You, an old friend!" she said contemptuously. "I have never set eyes on you in my life before." "To think that the moon should be so treacherous," he rejoined imperturbably. "Will you not look a little closer, fair mistress? The shadows are somewhat dark, mayhap." She felt his one eye fixed upon her with cold intentness. A strange feeling of superstitious dread suddenly crept over her from head to foot. Like a bird fascinated by a snake, she came a little nearer down the steps towards him, her eyes, too, riveted on his face, that curious face of his, surrounded by the heavy peruke hiding ears and cheeks, the mouth overshadowed by the dark moustache, one eye concealed beneath the black silk shade. He seemed amused at her terror, and as she came nearer to him, he too advanced a little until their eyes met, his mocking, amused, restless, hers intent and searching. Thus they gazed at one another for a few seconds, whilst silence reigned around, and the moon peered down cold and chaste from above, illumining the old house, the neglected garden, the vast park with its innumerable dark secrets and the mysteries which it hid. She was the first to step back, to recoil before the ironical intensity of that fixed gaze. She felt as if she were in a dream, as if a nightmare assailed her, which in her wakeful hours would be dissipated by reason, by common sense, by sound and sober fact. She even passed her hand across her eyes, as if to sweep away from before her vision a certain image which fancy had conjured up. His laugh, strident and mocking, roused her from this dreamlike state. I do not understand," she murmured. "Yet it is so simple," he replied. "Did you not ask me a while ago if nothing could be done?" Who are you?" she whispered, and then repeated once again, "Who are you?" "I am his Royal Highness, Prince Amadis d'Orleans," said Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse lightly, "the kinsman of his Majesty, King Louis of France, the mysterious foreigner who works for the religious and political freedom of his country, and on whose head le Roi Soleil hath set a price, and who, moreover, hath inflamed the romantic imagination of a beautiful young girl, thus winning her ardent love in the present and in the near future, together with her vast fortune and estates." He made a movement as if to remove his perroquet, but she stopped him with a gesture. She had understood, and in the brilliant moonlight a complete revelation of his personality might prove dangerous. Lady Sue herself might still, for aught they knew, be standing in the dark room behind, unseen, yet on the watch. He seemed vastly amused at her terror, and boldly took the hand with which she had arrested his act of total revelation. "Nay, do you recognise your humble servant at last, fair Editha?" he queried. "On my honour, madam, Lady Sue is deeply enamoured of me. What do you think of my chances now?" You, she repeated at intervals, mechanically, dazed still, lost in a whirl of conflicting emotions, wherein fear, amazement, and a certain vein of superstitious horror fought a hard battle in her dizzy brain. "The risks," she murmured more coherently. "Bah! If she discover you before she is legally my wife, pshaw! Then of a truth my scheme will come to naught. But will you not own, Editha, that 'tis worth the risk?" "Afterwards?" she asked. "Afterwards?" "Afterwards, mistress," he rejoined enigmatically, "afterwards sits on the knees of the gods." And with a flourish of his broad brimmed hat, he turned on his heel, and anon was lost in the shadows of the tall yew hedge. How long she stood there watching that spot whereon he had been standing, she could not say. Presently she shivered. The night had turned cold. She heard the cry of some small bird attacked by a midnight prowler. Was it the sparrowhawk after its prey? From the other side of the house came the sound of slow and firm footsteps, then the opening and shutting of a door. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse had played his part for to-night. Silently as he had gone, so he returned to his room, whilst in another corner of the sparrowhawk's nest a young girl slept, dreaming dreams of patriots and heroes, of causes nobly won, of poverty and obscurity gloriously endured. Mistress de Chevreuse, with a sigh half of regret, half of indifference, finally turned her back on the moonlit garden and went within. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Secret Service. Master Hymn of Praise Busy was excessively perturbed. Matters at the court were taking a curious turn. That something of unusual moment had happened within the last few days he was thoroughly convinced, and still having it in his mind that he was especially qualified for the lucrative appointments in my Lord Protector's secret service, he thought this an excellent opportunity for perfecting himself in the art of investigation, shrewdly conducted, which he understood to be most essential for the due fulfillment of such appointments. Thus we see him some days later on a late afternoon, with back bent nearly double, eyes fixed steadily on the ground, and his face a perfect mirror of thoughtful concentration within, slowly walking along the tiny footpath which wound in and out the groups of majestic elms in the park, musing and meditating, at times uttering strange and enigmatical exclamations, he reached the confines of the private grounds, the spot where the surrounding wall gave place to a low iron gate, where the disused pavilion stood out grey and forlorn-looking in the midst of the soft green of the trees, and where through the woods beyond the gate could just be perceived the tiny light which issued from the blacksmith's cottage, the most outlying one in the village of Acol. Master Hymn of Praise leaned thoughtfully against the ivy-covered wall, his eyes roaming, searching, restless, pried all around him. Footprints, he mused, footprints which of a surety must mean that human foot hath lately trod this moss, footprints, moreover, which lead up the steps to the door of that pavilion, wherein, to my certain knowledge, no one hath had access of late. Something, of course, was going on at Acol Court, that strange and inexplicable something which he had tried to convey by covert suggestion to Mistress Charity's female, therefore inferior, brain. Sir Marmaduke's temper was more sour and ill even than of yore, and there was still an unpleasant sensation in the lumbar regions of Master Busy's spine whenever he sat down, which recalled a somewhat vigorous outburst of his master's ill humour. Mistress de Chavasse went about the house like a country wench frightened by a ghost, and Mistress Charity averred that she seldom went to bed now before midnight. Certain it is that Master Busy himself had met the lady wandering about the house, candle in hand, at an hour when all respectable folk should be abed, and when she almost fell up against Hymn of Praise in the dark, she gave a frightened scream, as if she had suddenly come face to face with the devil. Then there was her young ladyship. She was neither ill-tempered, nor yet under the ban of fear, but Master Busy vowed unto himself that she was suffering from ill-concealed melancholy, from some hidden secret or wild romance. She seldom laughed. She had spoken with discourtesy and impatience to Squire Pincheon, who rode over the other day on purpose to bring her a bunch of sweet marjoram, which grew in great profusion in his mother's garden. She markedly avoided the company of her guardian, and wandered about the park alone at all hours of the day, a proceeding which in a young lady of her rank was quite unseemly. All these facts neatly docketed in Master Busy's orderly brain disturbed him not a little. He had not yet made up his mind as to the nature of the mystery which was surrounding the court and its inmates, but vaguely he thought of abductions and elopements which the presence of the richest heiress in the south of England, in the house of the poorest squire in the whole country, more than foreshadowed. This lonely, somewhat eerie corner of the park appeared to be the centre around which all the mysterious happenings revolved, and Master Hymn of Praise had found his way hither on this fine July afternoon because he had distinct hopes of finding out something definite, certain facts which he then could place before Squire Boatfield, who was Major General of the district, and who would then, doubtless, commend him for his ability and shrewdness in forestalling what might prove to be a terrible crime. The days were getting shorter now. It was little more than 8 o'clock, and already the shades of evening were drawing closely in. The last rays of the setting sun had long disappeared in a glowing haze of gold, and the fantastic branches of the old elms, intertwined with the parasitic ivy, looked grim and threatening, silhouetted against the lurid afterglow. Master Busy liked neither the solitude nor yet the silence of the woods. He had just caught sight of a bat circling over the dilapidated roof of the pavilion, and he hated bats. Though he belonged to a community which denied the angels and ignored the saints, he had a firm belief in the existence of a tangible devil, and somehow he could not dissociate his ideas of hell and of evil spirits from those which related to the mysterious flutterings of bats. Moreover, he thought that his duties in connection with the science of secret investigation had been sufficiently fulfilled for the day, and he prepared to wend his way back to the house, when the sound of voices once more aroused his somnolent attention. "Someone," he murmured within himself, "the heiress and the abductor mayhap." This might prove the opportunity of his life, the chance which would place him within the immediate notice of the Major General, perhaps of his Highness the Protector himself. He felt that to vacate his post of observation at this moment would be unworthy the moral discipline which an incipient servant of the Commonwealth should impose upon himself. Striving to smother a sense of terror, or to disguise it even to himself under the mask of officiousness, he looked about for a hiding place, a post of observation, as he called it. A tree with invitingly forked branches seemed to be peculiarly adapted to his needs. Hymn of Praise was neither very young nor very agile, but dreams of coming notoriety lent nimbleness to his limbs. By the time that the voices drew nearer, the sober butler of Acol Court was installed astride an elm bough, hidden by the dense foliage and by the leaf-laden strands of ivy, enfolded by the fast-gathering shadows of evening, supremely uncomfortable physically, none too secure on his perch, yet proud and satisfied in the consciousness of fulfilled duty. The next moment he caught sight of Mistress Charity. Mistress Charity, so please you, who had plighted her troth to him, walking arm in arm with Master Courage Toogood, as impudent, insolent, and debauched a young jackanapes as ever defaced the forests of Thanet. "Mistress, fair mistress," he was sighing and murmuring in her ear, "the most beautiful and gracious thing on God's earth, when I hold you pressed thus against my beating heart. Apparently his feelings were too deep to be expressed in the words of his own vocabulary, for he paused a while, sighed audibly, and then asked anxiously, "Do you hear my heart beating, mistress? Do you not?" She blushed, for she was naught but a female baggage, and though Master Busy's impassioned protestations of less than half an hour ago must be still ringing in her ears, she declared emphatically that she could hear the throbbing of that young vermin's heart. Master Busy up aloft was quite sure that what she heard was a few sheep and cattle of Sir Marmaduke's, who were out to grass in a field close by, and had been scared into a canter. What went on for the next moment or two, the saintly man on the elm tree branch could not rightly perceive, but the next words from Mistress Charity's lips sent a thrill of indignation through his heart. "Oh, Master Courage," she said, with a little cry, "you must not squeeze me so. I vow you have taken the breath out of my body. The Lord love you, child. Think you I can stay here all this while and listen to your nonsense?" "Just 1 minute longer, fair mistress," entreated the young reprobate. "The moon is not yet up. The birds have gone to their nests for sleep. Will ye not tarry a while here with me? That old fool Busy will never know." It is a fact that at this juncture the saintly man well nigh fell off his perch, and when Master Courage, amidst many coy shrieks from the fickle female, managed to drag her down beside him upon the carpet of moss immediately beneath the very tree whereon him of Praise was holding watch, the unfortunate man had need of all his strength of mind and of purpose not to jump down with both feet upon the lying face of that young limb of Satan. But he felt that the discovery of his somewhat undignified position by these two evil doers would not at this moment be quite opportune, so he endeavoured to maintain his equilibrium at the cost of supreme discomfort and the loud cracking of the branch on which he was perched. Mistress Charity gave a cry of terror. What was that? "Nothing, nothing, mistress, I swear," rejoined Courage reassuringly. "There are always noises in old elm trees. The ivy hangs heavy, and I have heard it said of late that the pavilion is haunted," she murmured under her breath. "No, not haunted, mistress. I vow 'tis but the crackling of loose branches, and there is that which I would whisper in your ear." But before Master Courage had the time to indulge in this, the desire of his heart, something fell upon the top of his lean head, which certainly never grew on the elm tree overhead. Having struck his lanky hair, the object fell straight into his lap. It was a button, an ordinary brown innocent enough looking button, but still a button. Master Courage took it in his hand and examined it carefully, turning it over once or twice. The little thing certainly wore a familiar air. Master Courage of a truth had seen such an one before. "That thing never grew up there, master," said Mistress Charity in an agitated whisper. "No," he rejoined emphatically, "nor yet doth a button form part of the habiliments of a ghost." But not a sound came from above, and though Courage and Charity peered upwards with ever increasing anxiety, the fast gathering darkness effectually hid the mystery which lurked within that elm. "I vow that there's something up there, mistress," said the youth with sudden determination. "Could it be bats, master?" she queried with a shudder. "Nay, but bats do not wear buttons," he replied sententiously. "Yet of a surety I mean to make an investigation of the affair, as that old fool Hymn of Praise would say." Whereupon, heedless of Mistress Charity's ever growing agitation, he ran towards the boundary wall of the park, and vaulted the low gate with an agile jump, even as she uttered a pathetic appeal to him not to leave her alone in the dark. Fear had rooted the girl to the spot. She dared not move away, fearful lest her running might entice that mysterious owner of the brown button to hurry in her track. Yet she would have loved to follow Master Courage, and to put at least a gate and wall between herself and those terrible elms. She was just contemplating a comprehensive and vigorous attack of hysterics, when she heard Master Courage's voice from the other side of the gate. "Hist! Hist! Mistress, quick!" She gathered up what shreds of valour she possessed, and ran blindly in the direction whence came the welcome voice. "I pray you take this," said the youth, who was holding a wooden bucket out over the gate, "whilst I climb back to you." "But what is it, master?" she asked, as, obeying him mechanically, she took the bucket from him. It was heavy, for it was filled almost to the brim with a liquid which seemed very evil smelling. The next moment Master Courage was standing beside her. He took the bucket from her, and then walked as rapidly as he could with it back towards the elm tree. "It will help me to dislodge the bats, mistress," he said enigmatically, speaking over his shoulder as he walked. She followed him, excited but timorous, until together they once more reached the spot where Master Courage's amorous declarations had been so rudely interrupted. He put the bucket down beside him, and rubbed his hands together, whilst uttering certain sounds which betrayed his glee. Then only did she notice that he was carrying under one arm a long curious looking instrument, round and made of tin, with a handle at one end. She looked curiously into the bucket and at the instrument. "'Tis the tar water used for syringing the cattle," she whispered. "Ye must not touch it, master. Where did you find it?" "Just by the wall," he rejoined. "I knew it was kept there. They wash the sheep with it to destroy the vermin in them. This is the squirt for it," he added calmly, placing the end of the instrument in the liquid, "and I will mayhap destroy the vermin which is lodged in that elm tree." A cry of terror issuing from above froze the very blood in Mistress Charity's veins. "Stop! Stop, you young limb of Satan!" came from Master Busy's nearly choking throat. "It's evildoers or evil spirits, master," cried Mistress Charity in an agony of fear. "Whatever it be, mistress, this should destroy it," said Master Courage philosophically, as, turning the syringe upwards, he squirted the whole of its contents straight into the fork of the ivy-covered branches. There was a cry of rage, followed by a cry of terror. Then Master Hymn of Praise Busy, with a terrific clatter of breaking boughs, fell in a heap upon the soft carpet of moss. Master Courage, be it said to the eternal shame of venturesome youth, took incontinently to his heels, leaving Mistress Charity to bear the brunt of the irate saintly man's wrath. Master Busy, we must admit, had but little saintliness left in him now. Let us assume that, as he explained afterwards, he was not immediately aware of Mistress Charity's presence, and that his own sense of propriety and of decorum had been drowned in a cataract of tar water. Certain it is that a volley of oaths, which would have surprised Sir Marmaduke himself, escaped his lips. Had he not every excuse? He was dripping from head to foot, spluttering, blinded, choked, and bruised. He shook himself like a wet spaniel. Then, hearing the sound of a smothered exclamation, which did not seem altogether unlike a giggle, he turned round savagely and perceived the dim outline of Mistress Charity's dainty figure. "The Lord love thee, Master Hymn of Praise," she began somewhat nervously, "but you have made yourself look a sight." "And by God, I'll make that young jackanapes look a sight ere I take my hand off him," he retorted savagely. "But what were you what wert thou doing up in the elm tree, friend Hymn of Praise?" she asked demurely. "Thee me know, thou," he said with enigmatic pompousness, followed by a distinctly vicious snarl. "Master Busy will be my name in future for a saucy wench like thee." He turned towards the house, Mistress Charity following meekly, somewhat subdued, for Master Busy was her affianced husband, and she had no mind to mar her future through any of young Courrage's dare-devil escapades. "Thou wouldst wish to know what I was doing up in that forked tree?" he asked her with calm dignity, after a while, when the hedges of the flower garden came in sight. "I was making a home for thee according to the commands of the Lord." "Not in the elm trees of a surety, Master Busy. I was making a home for thee," he repeated without heeding her flippant observation, "by rendering myself illustrious. I told thee, wench, did I not, that something was happening within the precincts of Acol Court, and that it is my duty to lie in wait and to watch. The heiress is about to be abducted, and it is my task to frustrate the evil designs of the mysterious criminal." She looked at him in speechless amazement. He certainly looked strangely weird in the semi-darkness, with his lanky hair plastered against his cheeks, his collar half torn from round his neck, the dripping oily substance flowing in rivulets from his garments down upon the ground. The girl had no longer any desire to laugh, and when Master Busy strode majestically across the rustic bridge, then over the garden paths to the kitchen quarter of the house, she followed him without a word, awed by his extraordinary utterances, vaguely feeling that in his dripping garments he somehow reminded her of Jonah and the whale. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Avowed enmity. The pavilion had been built some 50 years ago by one of the Spantons of Acol who had a taste for fanciful architecture. It had been proudly held by several deceased representatives of the family to be the reproduction of a Greek temple. It certainly had columns supporting the portico and steps leading thence to the ground. It was also circular in shape and was innocent of windows, deriving its sole light from the door when it was open. The late Sir Jeremy, I believe, had been very fond of the place, being of a somewhat morose and taciturn disposition. He liked the seclusion of this lonely corner of the park. He had a chair or two put into the pavilion, and 'twas said that he indulged there in the smoking of that fragrant weed which of late had been more generously imported into this country. After Sir Jeremy's death, the pavilion fell into disuse. Sir Marmaduke openly expressed his dislike of the forlorn hole, as he was wont to call it. He caused the door to be locked, and since then no one had entered the little building. The key, it was presumed, had been lost. The lock certainly looked rusty. The roof, too, soon fell into disrepair, and no doubt within, the place soon became the prey of damp and mildew, the nest of homing birds, or the lair of timid beasts. Very soon the proud copy of an archaic temple took on that miserable and forlorn look peculiar to uninhabited spots. From an air of abandonment to that of eeriness was but a step, and now the building towered in splendid isolation in this remote corner of the park, at the confines of the wood, with a reputation for being the abode of ghosts, of bats and witches, and other evil things. When Master Busy sought for tracks of imaginary criminals bent on abducting the heiress, he naturally drifted to this lonely spot. When Master Courage was bent on whispering sweet nothings into the ear of the other man's betrothed, he enticed her to that corner of the park where he was least like to meet the heavy-booted saint. Thus it was that these three met on the one spot where, as a rule, at a late hour of the evening, Prince Amadis de Orleans was wont to commence his wanderings, sure of being undisturbed, and with the final disappearance of Master Busy and Mistress Charity, the place was once more deserted. The bats once more found delight in this loneliness, and from all around came that subdued murmur, that creaking of twigs, that silence so full of subtle sounds, which betrays the presence of animal life on the prowl. Anon there came the harsh noise of a key grating in a rusty lock. The door of the pavilion was cautiously opened from within, and the mysterious French prince, bewigged, booted, and hatted, emerged into the open. The night had drawn a singularly dark mantle over the woods. Banks of cloud obscured the sky. The tall elm trees, with their ivy-covered branches and their impenetrable shadows beneath, formed a dense wall, which the sight of human creatures was not keen enough to pierce. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, in spite of this darkness, which he hailed gleefully, peered cautiously and intently round as he descended the steps. He had not met Lady Sue in the capacity of her romantic lover since that evening a week ago, when his secret had been discovered by Mistress de Chevreuse. The last vision he had had of the young girl was one redolent of joy and love and trust, sufficient to reassure him that all was well with her in regard to his schemes. But on that same evening a week ago, he had gazed upon another little scene which had not filled him with either joy or security. He had seen Lady Sue standing beside a young man whose personality, to say the least, was well nigh as romantic as that of the exiled scion of the House of Orleans. He had seen, rather than heard, a young and passionate nature pouring into girlish ears the avowal of an unselfish and ardent love, which had the infinite merit of being real and true. However well he himself might play his part of selfless hero and of vehement lover, there always lurked the danger that the falseness of his protestations would suddenly ring a warning note to the subtle sense of the confiding girl, were it not for the intense romanticism of her disposition, which beautified and exalted everything with which it came in contact. She would of a surety have detected the lie ere this. He had acted his dual role with consummate skill. The contrast between the surly puritanical guardian, with his round cropped head and shaven face, and the elegantly dressed cavalier, with a heavy moustache, an enormous perruque, and a shade over one eye, was so complete that even Mistress de Chavasse, alert, suspicious, wholly unromantic, had been momentarily deceived, and would have remained so, but for his voluntary revelation of himself. But the watchful and disappointed young lover was the real danger, a danger complicated by the fact that the Prince Amadis de Orleans actually dwelt in the cottage owned by Lambert's brother, the blacksmith. The mysterious prince had perforce to dwell somewhere, else whenever spied by a labourer or wench from the village, he would have excited still further comment, and his movements mayhap would have been more persistently dogged. For this reason, Sir Marmaduke had originally chosen Adam Lambert's cottage to be his headquarters. It stood on the very outskirts of the village, and as he had only the wood to traverse between it and the pavilion where he effected his change of personality, he ran thus but few risks of meeting prying eyes. Moreover, Adam Lambert, the blacksmith, and the old woman who kept house for him, both belonged to the new religious sect which Judge Bennet had so pertinently dubbed the Quakers, and they kept themselves very much aloof from gossip and the rest of the village. True, Richard Lambert often visited his brother and the old woman, but did so always in the daytime, when Prince Amadis de Orleans carefully kept out of the way. Sir Marmaduke de Chavasse had all the true instincts of the beast or bird of prey. He prowled about in the dark, and laid his snares for the seizure of his victim under cover of the night. This evening certain new schemes had found birth in his active mind. He was impatient that the victim tarried, when his brain was alive with thoughts of how to effect a more speedy capture. He leaned against the wall, close by the gate, as was his wont when awaiting Sue, smiling grimly to himself at thought of the many little subterfuges she would employ to steal out of the house, without encountering, as she thought, her watchful guardian. A voice close behind him, speaking none too kindly, broke in on his meditations, causing him to start, almost to crouch like a frightened cat. The next moment he had recognized the gruff and nasal tones of Adam Lambert. Apparently the blacksmith had just come from the wood through the gate, and had almost stumbled in the dark against the rigid figure of his mysterious lodger. "Friend, what dost thou here?" he asked peremptorily. But already Sir Marmaduke had recovered from that sudden sense of fear which had caused him to start in alarm. "I would ask the same question of you, my friend," he retorted airily, speaking in the muffled voice, and with the markedly foreign accent which he had assumed for the role of the prince. "Might I inquire what you are doing here?" "I have to see a sick mare down Minster Way," replied Lambert curtly. "This is a short cut thither, and Sir Marmaduke hath granted me leave, but he liketh not strangers loitering in his park." "Then, friend," rejoined the other lightly, "when Sir Marmaduke doth object to my strolling in his garden, he will doubtless apprise me of the fact, without interference from you." Adam Lambert, after his uncivil greeting of his lodger, had already turned his back on him, loath to have further speech with a man whom he hated and despised. Like the majority of country folk these days, the blacksmith had a wholesale contempt for every foreigner, and more particularly for those who hailed from France, that country, in the estimation of all Puritans, Dissenters, and Republicans, being the happy abode of every kind of immorality and debauchery. Prince Amédée d'Orléans, as he styled himself, with his fantastic clothes, his airs and graces, and long curly hair, was an object of special aversion to the Quaker, even though the money which the despised foreigner paid for his lodging was passing welcome these hard times. Adam resolutely avoided speech with the prince whenever possible, but the latter's provocative and sarcastic speech roused his dormant hatred. Like a dog who has been worried, he now turned abruptly round and faced Sir Marmaduke, stepping close up to him, his eyes glaring with vindictive rage, a savage snarl rising in his throat. "Take notice, friend," he said hoarsely, "that I'll not bear thine impudence. Thou mayest go and bully the old woman at the cottage when I am absent. Oh, I've heard thee," he added with unbridled savagery, ordering her about, as if she were thy serving wench. "But let me tell thee that she is no servant of thine, nor I. So have done, my fine prince. Dost understand?" "Prithee, friend, do not excite yourself," said Sir Marmaduke blandly, drawing back against the wall as far as he could, to avoid close proximity with his antagonist. "I have never wished to imply that Mistress Lambert was aught but my most obliging, most amiable landlady, nor have I, to my certain knowledge, overstepped the privileges of a lodger. I trust that your worthy aunt hath no cause for complaint. Mistress Lambert is your aunt," he added superciliously, "is she not?" "That is nothing to thee," muttered the other, "if she be my aunt or no, as far as I can see." "Surely not," I asked in a spirit of polite inquiry. But apparently this subject was one which had more than any other the power to rouse the blacksmith's savage temper. He fought with it for a moment or two, for anger is the Lord's, and strict Quaker discipline forbade such unseemly wrangling. But Adam was a man of violent temperament, which his strict religious training had not altogether succeeded in holding in check. The sneers of the foreign prince, his calm, supercilious attitude, broke the curb which religion had set upon his passion. "Ay, thou art mighty polite to me, my fine gentleman," he said vehemently. "Thou knowest what I think of thy lazy foreign ways. Why dost thou not do a bit of honest work, instead of hanging around her ladyship's skirts? If I were to say a word to Sir Marmaduke, 'twould be mightily unpleasant for thee, and I mistake not. Oh, I know what thou'rt after, with thy fine ways, and thy romantic lying talk of liberty and patriotism. The heiress, friend? That is thy design. I am not blind, I tell thee. I have seen thee and her." Sir Marmaduke laughed lightly, shrugging his shoulders in token of indifference. "Quite so, good master," he said suavely. "Do ye not waste your breath in speaking thus loudly. I understand that your sentiments towards me do not partake of that Christian charity of which ye and yours do prate at times so loudly. But I'll not detain you. Doubtless worthy Mistress Lambert will be awaiting you. Or is it the sick mare down Minster way that hath first claim on your amiability? I'll not detain you." He turned as if to go, but Adam's hard grip was on his shoulder in an instant. "Nay, thou'lt not detain me, 'tis I am detaining thee," said the blacksmith hoarsely, "for I desired to tell thee that thy ugly French face is abhorrent to me. I do not hold with princes, for a prince is none better than another man. Nay, he is worse, and he loafs and steals after heiresses and their gold, and will not do a bit of honest work. Work makes the man. Work and prayer, not your titles and fine estates. This is a republic now, understand? No king, no House of Lords. Please the Lord, neither clergyman nor nobleman soon. I work with my hands, and am not ashamed. The Lord Saviour was a carpenter, and not a prince. My brother is a student and a gentleman, as good as any prince. Understand? 10,000 times as good as thee." He relaxed his grip, which had been hard as steel, on Sir Marmaduke's shoulder. It was evident that he had been nursing hatred and loathing against his lodger for some time, and that to-night the floodgates of his pent-up wrath had been burst asunder through the mysterious prince's taunts and insinuations anent the cloud and secrecy which hung round the Lamberts' parentage. Though his shoulder was painful and bruised under the pressure of the blacksmith's rough fingers, Sir Marmaduke did not wince. He looked his avowed enemy boldly in the face, with no small measure of contempt for the violence displayed. His own enmity towards those who thwarted him was much more subtle, silent, and cautious. He would never storm and rage, show his enmity openly, and caution his antagonist through an outburst of rage. Adam Lambert, still glaring into his lodger's eye, encountered nothing therein but irony and indulgent contempt. Religion forbade him to swear, yet was he sorely tempted, and we may presume that he cursed inwardly, for his enemy refused to be drawn into wordy warfare, and he himself had exhausted his vocabulary of sneering abuse, even as he had exhausted his breath. Perhaps in his innermost heart he was ashamed of his outburst. After all, he had taken this man's money, and had broken bread with him. His hand dropped to his side, and his head fell forward on his breast, even as with a pleasant laugh the prince carelessly turned away, and with an affected gesture brushed his silken doublet there where the blacksmith's hard grip had marred the smoothness of the delicate fabric. Had Adam Lambert possessed that subtle sixth sense which hears and sees that which goes on in the mind of others, he had perceived a thought in his lodger's brain cells which might have caused him to still further regret his avowal of open enmity. For as the blacksmith finally turned away and walked off through the park, skirting the boundary wall, Sir Marmaduke looked over his shoulder at the ungainly figure, which was soon lost in the gloom, and muttered a round oath between his teeth. An exceedingly unpleasant person, he vowed within himself. You will have to be removed, good master, and you get too troublesome. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Surrender. But this interview with the inimical Quaker had more than strengthened Sir Marmaduke's design to carry his bold scheme more rapidly to its successful issue. The game which he had played with grave risks for over 3 months now, had begun to be dangerous. The mysterious patriot from France could not afford to see prying enemies at his heels. Anon, when the graceful outline of Lady Sue's figure emerged from out the surrounding gloom, Sir Marmaduke went forward to meet her, and clasped her to him in a passionate embrace. "My gracious lady, my beautiful Sue," he murmured, whilst he covered her hands, her brow, her hair, with ardent kisses. "You have come so late, and I have been so weary of waiting for you." He led her through the gardens to where one gigantic elm, grander than its fellows, had thrown out huge gnarled roots which protruded from out the ground. One of these, moss-covered, green and soft, formed a perfect resting place. He drew her down, begging her to sit. She obeyed, scared somewhat, as was her wont when she found him so unfettered and violent. He stretched himself at full length at her feet, extravagant now in his acts and gestures, like a man who no longer can hold turbulent passion in check. He kissed the edge of her kirtle, then her cloak, and the tips of her little shoes. "It was cruel to keep me waiting, gracious lady, it was cruel," he murmured in the intervals between these ardent caresses. "I am so sorry, Amadei," she repeated, grieving to see him so sorrowful, not a little frightened at his vehemence, trying to withdraw her hands from his grasp. "I was detained." "Detained," he rejoined harshly, "detained by someone else, someone who had a greater claim on your time than the poor exile." "Nay, 'tis unkind thus to grieve me," she said, with tender reproach, as she felt the hot tears gather in her eyes. "You know, as I do, that I am not my own mistress yet." "Yes, yes, forgive me, my gracious, sweet, sweet lady. I am mad when you are not nigh me. You do not know, how could you, what torments I endure when I think of you so beautiful, so exquisite, so adorable, surrounded by other men who admire you, desire you, mayhap. Oh, my God!" "But you need have no fear," she protested gently. "You know that I gave my whole heart willingly to you, my prince." "Nay, but you cannot know," he persisted violently. "Sweet, gentle creature that you are, you cannot guess the agonies which a strong man endures when he is gnawed by ruthless, insane jealousy." She gave a cry of pain. "Amadei!" for she felt hurt, deeply wounded by his mistrust of her, when she had so wholly, so fully trusted him. "I know, I know," he said, with quick transition of tone, fearful that he had offended her, striving to master his impatience, to find words which best pleased her young romantic temperament. "Nay, but you must think me mad. Mayhap you despise me," he added, with a gentle note of sadness. "Oh, God, mayhap you will turn from me now." "No, no! Yet do I worship you, my saint, my divinity, my Suzanne. You are more beautiful, more adorable than any woman in the world, and I am so unworthy." "You unworthy!" she retorted, laughing gaily through her tears. "You, my prince, my king!" "Say that once more, my Suzanne," he murmured with infinite gentleness. "Oh, the exquisite sweetness of your voice, which is like dream music in mine ears! Oh, to hold you in my arms thus for ever, until death, sweeter than life, came to me in one long passionate kiss!" She allowed him to put his arms round her now, glad that the darkness hid the blush on her cheeks. Thus she loved him, thus she had first learned to love him, ardent, oh yes, but so gentle, so meek, yet so great and exalted in his selfless patriotism. "'Tis not of death you should speak, sweet prince," she said, ineffably happy now that she felt him more subdued, more trusting and fond. "Rather should you speak of life with me, your own Suzanne, of happiness in the future, when you and I, hand in hand, will work together for that great cause you hold so dear, the freedom and liberties of France." "Ah, yes," he sighed in utter dejection, "when that happy time comes. But—" "You do not trust me?" she asked reproachfully. "With all my heart, my Suzanne," he replied. "But you are so beautiful, so rich, and other men—" "There are no other men for me," she retorted simply. "I love you." "Will you prove it to me?" "How can I?" "Be mine, mine absolutely," he urged eagerly, with passion just sufficiently subdued to make her pulses throb. "Be my wife, my princess. Let me feel that no one could come between us." "But my guardian would never consent," she protested. "Surely your love for me can dispense with Sir Marmaduke's consent." "A secret marriage?" she asked, terrified at this strange vista which his fiery imagination was conjuring up before her. "You refuse?" he asked hoarsely. "No, no, but—" "Then you do not love me, Suzanne." The coolness in his tone struck a sudden chill to her heart. She felt the clasp of his arms round her relax. She felt, rather than saw, that he withdrew markedly from her. "Ah, forgive me, forgive me!" she murmured, stretching her little hands out to him in a pathetic and childlike appeal. "I have never deceived anyone in my life before. How could I live a lie, married to you, yet seemingly a girl, whilst in 3 months—" She paused in her eagerness, for he had jumped to his feet and was now standing before her, a rigid, statuesque figure, with head bent and arms hanging inert by his side. "You do not love me, Suzanne," he said with an infinity of sadness, which went straight to her own loving heart, "else you would not dream of thus condemning me to 3 months of exquisite torture. I have had my answer. Farewell, my gracious lady. Not mine, alas, but another man's, and may Heaven grant that he love you well, not as I do, for that were impossible." His voice had died away in a whisper which obviously was half choked with tears. She, too, had risen while he spoke, all her hesitation gone, her heart full of reproaches against herself and of love for him. "What do you mean?" she asked, trembling. "That I must go," he replied simply, "since you do not love me." Oh, how thankful she was that this merciful darkness enwrapped her so tenderly! She was so young, so innocent and pure, that she felt half ashamed of the expression of her own great love, which went out to him in a veritable wave of passion, when she began to fear that she was about to lose him. "No, no," she cried vehemently, "you shall not go. You shall not." Her hands sought his in the gloom, and found them, clung to them with ever growing ardour. She came quite close to him, trying to peer into his face, and to let him read in hers all the pathetic story of her own deep love for him. "I love you," she murmured through her tears, and again she repeated, "I love you. See," she added with sudden determination, I will do even as you wish. I will follow you to the uttermost ends of the earth. I will marry you secretly, an you wish." Welcome darkness that hid her blushes. She was so young, so ignorant of life and of the world, yet she felt that by her words, her promise, her renunciation of her will, she was surrendering something to this man which she could never, never regain. Did the first thought of fear or misgiving cross her mind at this moment? It were impossible to say. The darkness which to her was so welcome was, had she but guessed it, infinitely cruel too, for it hid the look of triumph, of rapacity, of satisfied ambition, which at her selfless surrender had involuntarily crept into Marmaduke's eyes. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A woman's heart. It is difficult, perhaps, to analyze rightly the feelings and sensations of a young girl when she is literally being swept off her feet in a whirlpool of passion and romance. Some few years later, when Lady Sue wrote those charming memoirs which are such an interesting record of her early life, she tried to note with faithful accuracy what was the exact state of her mind when 3 months after her first meeting with Prince Amédée de Orleans she plighted her troth to him, and promised to marry him in secret, and in defiance of her guardian's more than probable opposition. Her sentiments with regard to her mysterious lover were somewhat complex, and undoubtedly she was too young, too inexperienced then, to differentiate between enthusiastic interest in a romantic personality and real, lasting, passionate love for a man, as apart from any halo of romance which might be attached to him. When she was a few years older, she averred that she could never have really loved her prince, because she always feared him. Hers, therefore, was not the perfect love that casteth out fear. She was afraid of him in his ardent moods, almost as much as when he allowed his unbridled temper free rein. Whenever she walked through the dark bosquets of the park on her way to a meeting with her lover, she was invariably conscious of a certain trepidation of all her nerves, a wonderment as to what he would say when she saw him, how he would act, whether chide or rave or merely reproach. It was the gentle and pathetic terror of a child before a stern yet much loved parent, yet she never mistrusted him. Perhaps because she had really never seen him, only in outline, half wrapped in shadows, or merely silhouetted against a weirdly lighted background. His appearance had no tangible reality for her. She was in love with an ideal, not with a man. He was merely the mouthpiece of an individuality which was of her own creation. Added to all this, there was the sense of isolation. She had lost her mother when she was a baby. Her father fell at Naseby. She herself had been an only child, left helplessly stranded when the Civil War dispersed her relations and friends, some into exile, others in splendid revolt within the fastnesses of their own homes, impoverished by pillage and sequestration, rebellious, surrounded by spies, watching that opportunity for retaliation which was so slow in coming. Tossed hither and thither by fate, in spite of, or perhaps because of, her great wealth, she had found a refuge, though not a home, at Acol Court. She had been, of course, too young at the time to understand rightly the great conflict between the king's party and the Puritans, but had naturally embraced the cause for which her father's life had been sacrificed, blindly, like a child of instinct, not like a woman of thought. Her guardian and Mistress de Chavasse stood for that faction of Roundheads at which her father and all her relatives had sneered, even while they were being conquered and oppressed by them. She disliked them both from the first, and chafed at the parsimonious habits of the house, which stood in such glaring contrast to the easy lavishness of her own luxurious home. Fortunately for her, her guardian avoided rather than sought her company. She met him at meals, and scarcely more often than that, and though she often heard his voice about the house, usually raised in anger or impatience, he was invariably silent and taciturn when she was present. The presence of Richard Lambert, his humble devotion, his whole-hearted sympathy, and the occasional moments of conversation which she had with him, were the only bright moments in her dull life at the court, and there is small doubt but that the friendship and trust which characterized her feelings towards him would soon have ripened into more passionate love, but for the advent into her life of the mysterious hero, who by his personality, his strange secretive ways, his talk of patriotism and liberty, at once took complete possession of her girlish imagination. She was perhaps just too young when she met Lambert. She had not yet reached that dangerous threshold when girlhood looks from out obscure ignorance into the glaring knowledge of womanhood. She was a child when Lambert showed his love for her by 1,000 little simple acts of devotion, and by the mute adoration expressed in his eyes. Lambert drew her towards the threshold by his passionate love, and held her back within the refuge of innocent girlhood by the sincerity and exaltation of his worship. With the first word of vehement, unreasoning passion, the mysterious prince dragged the girl over that threshold into womanhood. He gave her no time to think, no time to analyze her feelings. He rushed her into a torrent of ardor and of excitement, in which she never could pause in order to draw breath. Tonight she had promised to marry him secretly, to surrender herself body and soul to this man whom she hardly knew, whom she had never really seen. She felt neither joy nor remorse, only a strange sense of agitation, an unnatural and morbid impatience to see the end of the next few days of suspense. For the first time since she had come to Acol and encountered the kindly sympathy of Richard Lambert, she felt bitterly angered against him when, having parted from the prince at the door of the pavilion, she turned to walk back towards the house, and came face to face with the young man. A narrow path led through the trees from the ha-ha to the gate, and Richard Lambert was apparently walking along aimlessly in the direction of the pavilion. "I came hoping to meet your ladyship and to escort you home. The night seems very dark," he explained simply, in answer to a sudden haughty stiffening of her young figure, which he could not help but notice. "I was taking a stroll in the park," she rejoined coldly. "The evening is sweet and balmy, but I have no need of escort, Master Lambert, I thank you. It is late, and I would wish to go indoors alone." "It is indeed late, gracious lady," he said gently, "and the park is lonely at night. Will you not allow me to walk beside you as far as the house?" But somehow his insistence, his very gentleness, struck a jarring note, for which she herself could not have accounted. Was it the contrast between two men which unaccountably sent a thrill of disappointment, almost of apprehension, through her heart? She was angry with Lambert, bitterly angry, because he was kind and gentle and long-suffering, whilst the other was violent, even brutal at times. "I must repeat, master, that I have no need of your escort," she said haughtily. "I have no fear of marauders, nor yet of prowling beasts. And for the future I should be grateful to you," she added, conscious of her own cruelty, determined nevertheless to be remorselessly cruel, "if you were to cease that system which you have adopted of late, that of spying on my movements." Spying? The word had struck him in the face like a blow, and she, womanlike, with that strange impulsive temperament of hers, was not at all sorry that she had hurt him. Yet surely he had done her no wrong, save by being so different from the other man, and by seeming to belittle that other in her sight, against her will and his own. "I am grieved, believe me," she said coldly, "if I seem unkind. But you must see for yourself, good master, that we cannot go on as we are doing now. Whenever I go out, you follow me. When I return, I find you waiting for me. I have endeavoured to think kindly of your actions, but if you value my friendship, as you say you do, you will let me go my way in peace." "Nay, I humbly beg your ladyship's gracious forgiveness," he said. "If I have transgressed, it is because I am blind to all save your ladyship's future happiness, and at times the thought of that adventurer is more than I can bear." "You do yourself no good, Master Lambert, by talking thus to me of the man I love and honour beyond all things in this world. You are blind, and see not things as they are, blind to the merits of one who is as infinitely above you as the stars. But nathless I waste my breath again. I have no power to convince you of the grievous error which you commit. But if you cared for me as you say you do—" "If I cared," he murmured, with a pathetic emphasis on that little word if. "As a friend, I mean," she rejoined, still cold, still cruel, still womanlike in that strange, inexplicable desire to wound the man who loved her. "If you care for me as a friend, you will not throw yourself any more in the way of my happiness. Now you may escort me home, an you wish. This is the last time that I shall speak to you as a friend, in response to your petty attacks on the man whom I love. Henceforth you must choose twixt his friendship and my enmity." And without vouchsafing him another word or look, she gathered her cloak more closely about her, and walked rapidly away along the narrow path. He followed with head bent, meditating, wondering. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An idea. The triumph was complete, but of a truth the game was waxing dangerous. Lady Sue Aldmarsh had promised to marry her prince. She would keep her word. Of that Sir Marmaduke was firmly convinced, but there would of necessity be 2 or 3 days' delay, and every hour added to the terrors, the certainty of discovery. There was a watchdog at Sue's heels, stern, alert, unyielding. Richard Lambert was probing the secret of the mysterious prince with the unerring eye of the disappointed lover. The meeting to-night had been terribly dangerous. Sir Marmaduke knew that Lambert was lurking somewhere in the park. At present even the remotest inkling of the truth must still be far from the young man's mind. The whole scheme was so strange, so daring, so foreign to the simple ideas of the Quaker-bred lad, that its very boldness had defied suspicion. But the slightest mischance now, a meeting at the door of the pavilion, an altercation, face to face, eye to eye, and Richard Lambert would be on the alert. His hatred would not be so blind, nor yet so clumsy, as that of his brother, the blacksmith. There is no spy so keen in all the world as a jealous lover. This had been the prince's first meeting with Sue since that memorable day when the secret of their clandestine love became known to Lambert. Sir Marmaduke knew well that it had been fraught with danger, that every future meeting would wax more and more perilous still, and that the secret marriage itself, however carefully and secretively planned, would scarcely escape the prying eyes of the young man. The unmasking of Prince Amédée d'Orléans before Sue had become legally his wife was a possibility which Sir Marmaduke dared not even think of, lest the very thought should drive him mad. Once she was his wife, well, let her look to herself. The marriage tie would be a binding one, he would see to that, and her fortune should be his, even though he had won her by a lie. He had staked his very existence on the success of his scheme. Lady Sue's fortune was the one aim of his life. For it he had worked and striven and lied. He would not even contemplate a future without it, now that his plans had brought him so near the goal. He had one faithful ally, though not a powerful one, in Editha, who, lured by some vague promises of his, desperate too, as regarded her own future, had chosen to throw in her lot wholeheartedly with his. He was closeted with her on the following day in the tiny withdrawing room which leads out of the hall at Acle Court. When he had stolen into the house in the small hours of the morning, he had seen Richard Lambert leaning out of one of the windows which gave upon the park. It seemed as if the young man must have seen him when he skirted the house, for though there was no moonlight, the summer's night was singularly clear. That Lambert had been on the watch, spying, as Sir Marmaduke said with a bitter oath of rage, was beyond a doubt. Editha, too, was uneasy. She thought that Lambert had purposely avoided her the whole morning. I lingered in the garden for as long as I could, she said to her brother-in-law, watching with keen anxiety his restless movements to and fro in the narrow room. I thought Lambert would keep within doors if he saw me about. He did not actually see you, Marmaduke, did he? She queried with ever-growing disquietude. No, not face to face, he replied curtly. I contrived to avoid him in the park, and kept well within the shadows when I saw him spying through the window. Curse him, he added with savage fury. Curse him for a meddlesome spying cur. The whole thing is becoming vastly dangerous, she sighed. Yet it must last for another few weeks at least. I know, and Lambert is a desperate enemy. He dogs Sue's footsteps. He will come upon you one day when you are alone, or with her. he will provoke a quarrel." "I know, he retorted impatiently. "'Tis no use recapitulating the many evil contingencies that might occur. I know that Lambert is dangerous. Damn him! Would to God I could be rid of him somehow." "You can dismiss him," she suggested. "Pay him his wages, and send him about his business." What were the use? He would remain in the village, in his brother's cottage mayhap, with more time on his hands for his spying work. He would dog the wench's steps more jealously than No, no," he added, whilst he cast a quick, furtive look at her, a look which somehow caused her to shiver with apprehension more deadly than heretofore. "That's not what I want," he said significantly. "What's to be done?" she murmured. "What's to be done?" "I must think," he rejoined harshly. "But we must get that love-sick youth out of the way, him and his heirs of Providence in disguise. Something must be done to part him from the wench effectually and completely, something that would force him to quit this neighbourhood, for ever if possible." She did not reply immediately, but fixed her large dark eyes upon him silently for a while. Then she murmured, "If I only knew—" "Knew what?" "If I could trust you, Marmaduke." He laughed, a harsh, cruel laugh, which grated upon her ear. "We know too much of one another, my dear Editha, not to trust each other. My whole future depends on you. I am penniless. If you marry Sue—" "I can provide for you," he interrupted roughly. "What can I do now? My penury is worse than yours. So, my dear, if you have a plan to propound for the furtherance of my schemes, I pray you do not let your fear of the future prevent you from lending me a helping hand." "A thought crossed my mind," she said eagerly, "the thought of something which would effectually force Richard Lambert to quit this neighbourhood for ever." "What were that?" "Disgrace." "Disgrace!" he exclaimed. "Ay, you are right. Something mean, paltry, despicable, something that would make her gracious ladyship turn away from him in disgust, and would force him to go away from here for ever." He looked at her closely, scrutinizing her face, trying to read her thoughts. "A thought crossed your mind?" he demanded peremptorily. "What is it?" "The house in London," she murmured. "You are not afraid?" "Oh," she said with a careless shrug of the shoulders, "the Protector's spies are keen," he urged, eager to test her courage, her desire to help him. "They'll scarce remember me after 2 years." "Their memory is keen, and the new laws doubly severe." "We'll be cautious." "How can you let your usual clients know? They are dispersed." "Oh, no, my Lord Wallerton is as keen as ever, and Sir James Overbury would brave the devil for a night at hazard. A message to them, and we'll have a crowd every night." "'Tis well thought on, Editha," he said approvingly, "but we must not delay. Will you go to London to morrow? An you approve. Ay, you can take the Dover coach, and be in town by nightfall. Then write your letters to my Lord Wallerton and Sir James Overbury. Get a serving wench from Ulverstone's in the Strand, and ask the gentlemen to bring their own men, for the sake of greater safety. They'll not refuse." "Refuse?" she said with a light laugh. "Oh, no." "To-day being Tuesday, you should have your first evening entertainment on Friday. Everything could be ready by then." "Oh, yes. Very well, then. On Friday, I too will arrive in London, my dear Editha, escorted by my secretary, Master Richard Lambert, and together we will call and pay our respects at your charming house in Bath Street. I will do my share, you must do yours, Marmaduke. Endicott will help you. He is keen and clever, and if Lambert but takes a card in his hand, nay, he will take the cards, mine oath on that. You do but arrange it all with Endicott. And, Marmaduke, I entreat you, she urged now with sudden earnestness, I entreat you to be aware of my Lord Protector's spies. Think of the consequences for me. Ay, he said roughly, laughing that wicked, cruel laugh of his, which damped her eagerness, and struck chill terror into her heart. Ay, the whipping post for you, fair Editha, for keeping a gaming house. What? Of a truth, I need not urge you to be cautious. Probably at this moment she would have given worlds, had she possessed them, if she could but have disassociated herself from her brother-in-law's future altogether. Though she was an empty-headed, brainless kind of woman, she was not by nature a wicked one. Necessity had driven her into linking her fortunes with those of Sir Marmaduke, and he had been kind to her when she was in deep distress. But for him she would probably have starved, for her beauty had gone, and her career as an actress had been, for some inexplicable reason, quite suddenly cut short, whilst a police raid on the gaming house over which she presided had very nearly landed her in a convict's cell. She had escaped severe punishment then, chiefly because Cromwell's laws against gambling were not so rigorous at the time as they had since become, also because she was able to plead ignorance of them, and because of the status of first offence. Therefore she knew quite well what she risked, through the scheme which she had so boldly propounded to Sir Marmaduke. Dire disgrace and infamy if my Lord Protector's spies once more came upon the gamesters in her house unawares. Utter social ruin and worse, yet she risked it all in order to help him. She did not love him, nor had she any hopes that he would of his own free will do more than give her a bare pittance for her needs, once he had secured Lady Sue's fortune. But she was shrewd enough to reckon that the more completely she was mixed up in his nefarious projects, the more absolutely forced would he be to accede to her demands later on. The word blackmail had not been invented in those days, but the deed itself existed, and what Editha had in her mind when she risked ostracism for Sir Marmaduke's sake was something very akin to it. But he, in the meanwhile, had thrown off his dejection. He was full of eagerness, of anticipated triumph now. The rough idea, which was to help him in his schemes, had originated in Editha's brain, but already he had elaborated it, had seen in the plan a means not only of attaining his own ends with regard to Sue, but also of wreaking a pleasing vengeance on the man who was trying to frustrate him. I pray you, be of good cheer, fair Editha, he said quite gaily. Your plan is good and sound, and meseems as if the wench's fortune were already within my grasp. Within our grasp, you mean, Marmaduke, she said significantly. Our grasp, of course, gracious lady, he said with a marked sneer, which she affected to ignore. What is mine is yours. Am I not tied to the strings of your kirtle by lasting bonds of infinite gratitude? I will start to-morrow, then, by chaise to Dover, and thence by coach, she said coldly, taking no heed of his irony. 'twere best you did not assume your romantic role again until after your own voyage to London. You can give me some money, I presume." "I can do nothing with an empty purse." "You shall have the whole contents of mine, gracious Editha," he said blandly, "some £10 in all, until the happy day when I can place 500,000 at your feet." Chapter 14. Of the Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The House in London. It stood about midway down an unusually narrow by-street off the Strand. A tumble-down archway, leaning to one side like a lame hen, gave access to a dark passage, dank with moisture, whereon the door of the house gave some 18 feet up on the left. The unpaved street, undrained and unutterably filthy, was ankle-deep in mud, even at the close of this hot August day. Down one side a long blank wall, stone-built and green with mildew, presented an unbroken frontage. On the other, the row of houses with doors perpetually barred, and windows whereon dust and grit had formed effectual curtains against prying eyes, added to the sense of loneliness, of insecurity, of unknown dangers lurking behind that crippled archway, or beneath the shadows of the projecting eaves, whence the perpetual drip-drip of soot-water came as a note of melancholy desolation. From all the houses the plaster was peeling off in many places, a prey to the inclemencies of London winters. All presented grey facades, with an air of eeriness about their few windows, flush with the outside wall, at one time painted white, no doubt, but now of uniform dinginess with the rest of the plaster work. There was a grim hint about the whole street of secret meetings, and of unavowable deeds done under cover of isolation and of darkness, whilst the great crooked mouth of the archway, disclosing the blackness and gloom of the passage beyond, suggested the lair of human wild beasts, who only went about in the night. As a rule, but few passers-by availed themselves of this short and narrow cut down to the riverside. Nathless, the unarmed citizen was scared by these dank and dreary shadows, whilst the city watchman, mindful of his own safety, was wont to pass the mean street by. Only my Lord Protector's new police patrol, fresh to its onerous task, solemnly marched down it once in 24 hours, keeping shoulder to shoulder, looking neither to right nor left, thankful when either issue was once more within sight. But in this same evening in August 1657, it seemed as if quite a number of people had business in Bath Street off the Strand. At any rate, this was specially noticeable after St. Mary's had struck the hour of 9, when several cloaked and hooded figures slipped, one after another, some singly, others in groups of 2 or 3, into the shadow of the narrow lane. They all walked in silence, and did not greet one another as they passed. Some cast from time to time furtive looks behind them, but every one of these evening prowlers seemed to have the same objective, for as soon as they reached the crippled archway, they disappeared within the gloom of its yawning mouth. Anon, when the police patrol had gone by, and was lost in the gloom, there where Bath Street debouches on the river bank, two of these heavily cloaked figures walked rapidly down from the Strand, and, like the others, slipped quickly under the archway, and made straight for the narrow door on the left of the passage. This door was provided with a heavy bronze knocker, but strangely enough the newcomers did not avail themselves of its use, but rapped on the wooden panels with their knuckles, giving 3 successive raps at regular intervals. They were admitted almost immediately, the door seemingly opening of itself, and they quickly stepped across the threshold. Within the house was just as dark and gloomy as it was without, and as the two visitors entered, a voice came from out the shadows, and said, in a curious monotone, and with strange irrelevance, "The hour is late." "And 'twill be later still," replied one of the newcomers. "Yet the cuckoo hath not called," retorted the voice. "Nor is the ferret on the prowl," was the enigmatic reply. Whereupon the voice, speaking in more natural tones, added sententiously, "2 flights of steps, and where the 17th step on the first flight. Door on the left, 2 raps, then 3. "Thank you, friend," rejoined one of the newcomers. "'Tis pleasant to feel that so faithful a watch guards the entrance of this palace of pleasure." Whereupon the two visitors, who of a truth must have been guided either by instinct or by intimate knowledge of the place, for not a gleam of light illumined the entrance hall, groped their way to a flight of stone stairs, which led in a steep curve to the upper floors of the house. A rickety banister, which gave ominously under the slightest pressure, helped to guide the visitors in this utter darkness, but obviously the warning uttered by that mysterious, challenging voice below was not superfluous, for having carefully counted 16 steps in an upward direction, the newcomers came to a halt, and feeling their way forward now with uttermost caution, their feet met a yawning hole, which had soon caused a serious accident to a stranger who had ventured thus far in ignorance of pitfalls. A grim laugh, echoed by a lighter one, showed that the visitors had encountered only what they had expected, and after this brief episode they continued their journey upwards with a firmer sense of security. A smoky oil lamp on the first floor landing guided their footsteps by casting a flickering light on the narrow stairway, whereon slime and filth crept unchecked through the broken crevices between the stones. But now, as they advanced, the silence seemed more broken. A distinct hum as of many voices was soon perceptible, and anon a shrill laugh, followed by another more deep in tone, and echoed by others, which presently died away in the distance. By the time the two men had reached the second floor landing, these many noises had become more accentuated, also more distinct. Still muffled and subdued, as if proceeding from behind heavy doors, but nevertheless obvious as the voices of men and women in lively converse. The newcomers gave the distinctive raps prescribed by their first mentor on the thick panels of a solid oak door on their left. The next moment the door itself was thrown open from within. A flood of light burst forth upon the gloomy landing from the room beyond. The babble of many voices became loud and clear, and as the two men stood for a moment beneath the lintel, a veritable chorus of many exclamations greeted them from every side. "Wallerton, begad! And Overbury too! How late ye come! We thought ye'd fallen a victim to Noll's myrmidons." It was of a truth a gay and merry company that stood and moved, chatted and laughed within the narrow confines of that small second-floor room in the gloomy house in Bath Street. The walls themselves were dingy and bare, washed down with some greyish colour, which had long since been defaced by the grime and dust of London. Thick curtains of a nondescript hue fell in straight folds before each window, and facing these there was another door, double panelled, which apparently led to an inner room. But the place itself was brilliantly illuminated with many wax candles set in chandeliers. These stood on the several small tables which were dotted about the room. These tables, covered with green baize, and a number of chairs of various shapes and doubtful solidity, were the only furniture of the room, but in an arched recess in the wall, a plaster figure holding a cornucopia, from whence fell in thick profusion the plaster presentments of the fruits of this earth, stood on an elevated pedestal, which had been draped with crimson velvet. The goddess of fortune, with a broken nose and a paucity of fingers, dominated the brilliant assembly from the height of her crimson throne. Her head had been crowned with a tall, peaked, modish beaver hat, from which a purple feather rakishly swept over the goddess's left ear. An ardent devotee had deposited a copper coin in her extended thumbless hand, whilst another had fixed a row of candle stumps at her feet. There was nothing visible in this brilliantly lighted room of the sober modes to which the eye of late had become so accustomed. Silken doublets of bright and even garish colours stood out in bold contrast against the grey monotone of the walls and hangings. Fantastic buttons, tags, and laces, gorgeously embroidered cuffs and collars, edged with priceless Mechlin or d'Alencon, bunches of ribbons at knee and wrists, full periwigs and over-wide boot-hose tops were everywhere to be seen, whilst the clink of swords against the wooden boards and frequent volleys of loudly spoken French oaths testified to the absence of those puritanic fashions and customs which had become the general rule even in London. Some of the company sat in groups round the green-topped tables, whereon cards or dice, and heaps of gold and smaller coins lay in profusion. Others stood about watching the games or chatting to one another. Mostly men they were, some old, some young, but there were women too, women in showy kirtles, with bare shoulders showing well above the culvertine kerchief, and faces wherein every line had been obliterated by plentiful daubs of cosmetics. They moved about the room from table to table, laughing, talking, making comments on the games as these proceeded. The men apparently were all intent, either as actual participants or merely as spectators, upon a form of amusement which His Highness the Lord Protector had condemned as wanton and contrary to law. The newcomers soon divested themselves of their immense dark cloaks, and they, too, appeared in showy apparel of silk and satin, with tiny bows of ribbons at the ends of the long curls which fell both sides of their faces, and with enormous frills of lace inside the turned-over tops of their boots. Lord Wallerton quite straddled in his gait, so wide were his boot tops, and there was an extraordinary maze of tags and ribbons around the edge of Sir James Overbury's breeches. "Make your game, gentlemen, make your game," said the latter as he advanced further into the room, and his tired, sleepy eyes brightened at the sight of the several tables covered with cards and dice, the guttering candles, the mountains of gold and small coin scattered on the green baize tops. "Pardieu, but 'tis a sight worth seeing after the ugly, sour faces one meets in town these days," he added, gleefully rubbing his beringed hands one against the other. "But where is our gracious hostess?" added Lord Wallerton, a melancholy looking young man, with pale coloured eyes and lashes, and a narrow chest. "You are thrice welcome, my lord," said Editha de Chavas, whose elegant figure now detached itself from amongst her guests. She looked very handsome, in her silken kirtle of a brilliant greenish hue, lace primer, and high-heeled shoes, relics of her theatrical days. Her head was adorned with the bunches of false curls which the modish hairdressers were trying to introduce. The plentiful use of cosmetics had obliterated the ravages of time, and imparted a youthful appearance to her face, whilst excitement, not unmixed with apprehension, lent a bright glitter to her dark eyes. Lord Wallerton and Sir James Overbury lightly touched with their lips the hand which she extended to them. Their bow, too, was slight, though they tossed their curls as they bent their heads in the most approved French fashion. But there was a distinct note of insolence, not altogether unmixed with irony, in the freedom with which they had greeted her. "I met de Chavas in town to-day," said Lord Wallerton, over his shoulder, before he mixed with the crowd. "Yes, he will be here to-night," she rejoined. Sir James Overbury also made a casual remark, but it was evident that the intention and purpose of these gay gentlemen was not the courteous entertainment of their hostess. Like so many men of all times and all nations in this world, they were ready enough to enjoy what she provided for them, the illicit pastime which they could not get elsewhere, but they despised her for giving it them, and cared not for the heavy risks she ran in keeping up this house for their pleasure. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A game of primero. At a table in the immediate centre of the room, a rotund gentleman in doublet and breeches of cinnamon brown taffeta and voluminous lace cuffs at the wrists, was presiding over a game of Spanish primero. A simple game enough, not difficult of comprehension, yet vastly exciting if one may form a judgment of its qualities through watching the faces of the players. The rotund gentleman dealt a card face downwards to each of his opponents, who then looked at their cards and staked on them by pushing little piles of gold or silver forward. Then the dealer turned up his own card and gave the amount of the respective stakes to those players whose cards were of higher value than his own, whilst sweeping all other moneys to swell his own pile. A simple means, forsooth, of getting rid of any superfluity of cash. "Art winning, Endicott?" queried Lord Walterton, as he stood over the other man, looking down on the game. Endicott shrugged his fat shoulders and gave an enigmatic chuckle. "I pay king and ace only," he called out imperturbably as he turned up a queen. Most of the stakes came to swell his own pile, but he passed a handful of gold to a hollow-eyed youth who sat immediately opposite to him, and who clutched at the money with an eager, trembling grasp. "You have all the luck to-night, Seagrave," he said, with an oily smile directed at the winner. "Make your game, gentlemen," he added almost directly, as he once more began to deal. "I pay knave upwards," he declared, turning up the 10 of clubs. "Mine is the 10 of hearts," quoth one of the players. "Ties pay the bank," quoth Endicott imperturbably. "Mine is a queen," said Seagrave, in a hollow tone of voice. Endicott, with a comprehensive oath, threw the entire pack of cards into a distant corner of the room. "A fresh pack, mistress," he shouted peremptorily. Then, as an overdressed, florid woman, with high bullhead fringe and old-fashioned Spanish farthingale, quickly obeyed his behests, he said with a coarse laugh, "Fresh cards may break Master Seagrave's luck and improve yours, Sir Michael." "Before this round begins," said Sir James Overbury, who was standing close behind Lord Walterton, also watching the game, "I will bet you, Walterton, that Seagrave wins again." "Done with you," replied the other, "and I'll back mine own opinion by taking a hand." The florid woman brought him a chair, and he sat down at the table as Endicott once more began to deal. £5 that Seagrave wins," said Overbury. "A queen," said Endicott, turning up his card. "I pay king and ace only." Every one had to pay the bank, for all turned up low cards. Seagrave alone had not yet turned up his. "Well, what is your card, Master Seagrave?" queried Lord Walterton lightly. "An ace," said Seagrave simply, displaying the ace of hearts. "No good betting against the luck," said young Walterton lightly, as he handed 5 sovereigns over to his friend. "Moreover, it spoils my system." "Ye play primero on a system?" quoth Sir Michael Isherwood in deep amazement. "Yes," replied the young man, "I have played on it for years, and it is infallible, 'pon my honour." In the meanwhile the doors leading to the second room had been thrown open. Serving men and women advanced carrying trays, on which were displayed glasses and bottles filled with Rhenish wine and Spanish canary and muscadel, also buttered ale and mead and hippocras for the ladies. Editha did not occupy herself with serving, but the florid woman was most attentive to the guests. She darted in and out between the tables, managing her unwieldy farthingale with amazing skill. She poured out the wines, and offered tarts and dishes of anchovies and of cheese, also strange steaming beverages lately imported into England, called coffee and chocolate. The women liked the latter, and supped it out of mugs, with many little cries of astonishment and appreciation of its sugariness. The men drank heavily, chiefly of the heady Spanish wines. They ate the anchovies and cheese with their fingers, and continually called for more refreshments. Play was of necessity interrupted. Groups of people eating and drinking congregated round the tables. The men mostly discussed various phases of the game. there was so little else for idlers to talk about these days, no comedies or other diversions, neither cockfighting nor bear baiting, and abuse of my Lord Protector and his rigorous disciplinary laws had already become stale. The women talked dress and coiffure, the new puffs, the fanciful pinners. But at the centre table Seagrave still sat, refusing all refreshment, waiting with obvious impatience for the ending of this unwelcome interval. When first he found himself isolated in the crowd, he had counted over with febrile eagerness the money which lay in a substantial heap before him. "Saved!" he muttered between his teeth, speaking to himself like one who is dreaming. "Saved! Thank God! £250. Only another 50, and I'll never touch these cursed cards again. Only another 50." He buried his face in his hands. The moisture stood out in heavy drops on his forehead. He looked all round him with ever-growing impatience. "My God, why don't they come back? Another £50, and I can put the money back before it has been missed. Oh, why don't they come back?" Quite a tragedy expressed in those few muttered words, in the trembling hands, the damp forehead. Money taken from an unsuspecting parent, guardian, or master, which? What matter? A tragedy of ordinary occurrence, even in those days when social inequalities were being abolished by Act of Parliament. In the meanwhile, Lord Walterton, halting of speech, insecure of foothold after his third bumper of heady sack, was explaining to Sir Michael Isherwood the mysteries of his system for playing the noble game of primero. "It is sure to break the bank in time," he said confidently. "I am for going to Paris, where play runs high, and need not be carried on in this hole and corner fashion to suit cursed puritanical ideas." "Tell me your secret, Walterton," urged worthy Sir Michael, whose broad Shropshire acres were heavily mortgaged after the rapine and pillage of civil war. "Well, I can but tell you part, my friend," rejoined the other, "yet 'tis passing simple. You begin with one golden guinea and lose it. Then you put up two and lose again." "Passing simple," assented Sir Michael ironically. "But after that you put up 4 guineas and lose it?" "Yea, yea, perhaps you lose it, but then you put up 8 guineas and win, whereupon you are just as you were before." And with a somewhat unsteady hand the young man raised a bumper to his lips, whilst eyeing Sir Michael with the shifty and inquiring eye peculiar to the intoxicated. "Meseems that if you but abstain from playing altogether," quoth Sir Michael impatiently, "the result would still be the same. And suppose you lose the 8 guineas, what then?" "Oh, 'tis vastly simple. You put up 16." "But if you lose that, put up 32." "But if you have not 32 guineas to put up," urged Sir Michael, who was obstinate. "Nay, then, my friend," said Lord Walterton, with a laugh which soon broke into an ominous hiccough, "ye must not in that case play upon my system." "Well said, my lord," here interposed Endicott, who had most moderately partaken of a cup of hypocras, and whose eye and hand were as steady as heretofore. "Well said, pardy. My old friend the Marquis of Swarthmore used oft to say in the good old days of Goring's Club that 'twas better to lose on a system than to play on no system at all." "A smart cavalier, old Swarthmore," assented Sir Michael gruffly, "and nathless a true friend to you, Endicott. he added significantly. "Another deal, Master Endicott," said Seagrave, who for the last quarter of an hour had vainly tried to engage the bankholder's attention. Nor was Lord Walterton averse to this. The more the wine got into his head, the more unsteady his hand became. The more strong was his desire to woo the goddess whose broken-nosed image seemed to be luring him to fortune. "You are right, Master Seagrave," he said thickly. "We are wasting valuable time. Who knows but what old Noll's police patrol is lurking in this cut-throat alley? Endicott, take the bank again. I'll swear I'll ruin ye ere the moon, which I do not see, disappears down the horizon. Sir Michael, try my system. Overbury, art a laggard? Let us laugh and be merry. To-morrow is the Jewish Sabbath, and after that Puritanic Sunday, after which, mayhap, we'll all go to hell, driven thither by my Lord Protector. Wench, another bumper, canary, sack, or muscadel. No thin Rhenish wine shall ever defile this throat. Gentlemen, take your places. Mistress Endicott, can none of these wenches discourse sweet music whilst we do homage to the goddess of fortune? To the tables, gentlemen. Here's to King Charles, whom may God protect, and all in defiance of my Lord Protector." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A conflict. In the hubbub which immediately followed Lord Walterton's tirade, Editha de Chavasse beckoned to the florid woman, who seemed to be her henchwoman, and drew her aside to a distant corner of the room, where there were no tables nigh, and where the now subdued hum of the voices, mingling with the sound of music on virginal and stringed instruments, made a murmuring noise which effectually drowned the talk between the two women. "Have you arranged everything, Mistress Endicott?" asked Editha, speaking in a whisper. "Everything, mistress," replied the other. "Endicott understands?" "Perfectly," said the woman, with perceptible hesitation. "But—" "What ails you, mistress?" asked Editha haughtily, noting the hesitation, and frowning with impatience thereat. "My husband thinks the game too dangerous." "I was not aware," retorted Mistress de Chavasse dryly, "that I had desired Master Endicott's opinion on the subject." "Mayhap not," rejoined the other, equally dryly, "but you did desire his help in the matter, and he seems unmindful to give it." "Why?" "I have explained. The game is too dangerous." "Or the payment insufficient?" sneered Editha. "Which is it?" "Both, mayhap," assented Mistress Endicott, with a careless shrug of her fat shoulders. "The risks are very great, to-night especially." "Why especially to-night?" "Because ever since you have been away from it, this house, though we did our best to make it seem deserted, hath been watched. Of that I feel very sure. My Lord Protector's watchmen have a suspicion of our evening entertainments, and I doubt not but that they desire to see for themselves how our guests enjoy themselves these nights." "Well," rejoined Editha lightly, "what of that? As you know, we did not play for nigh on 12 months now. Endicott thought it too dangerous, and to-night—" She checked herself abruptly, for Editha had turned an angry face and flashing eyes upon her. "To-night," said Mistress de Chavasse curtly, but peremptorily, What of to-night? I sent you orders from Thanet that I wished the house opened to-night. Lord Walterton, Sir James Overbury, and as many of our usual friends as were in the town, apprised that play would be in full progress. Meseems," she added, casting a searching look all round the room, "that we have singularly few players." "It was difficult," retorted the other, with somewhat more diffidence in her tone than had characterized her speech before now. "Young Squire Delamere committed suicide, you remember him, and Lord Cook killed Sir Humphrey Clinton in a duel after that fracas we had here, when the police patrol well nigh seized upon your person. Squire Delamere's suicide and Sir Humphrey's death caused much unpleasant talk, and old Mistress Delamere, the mother, hath, I fear me, still a watchful eye on us. She means to do us lasting mischief. It had been wiser to tarry yet a while. 12 months is not sufficient for throwing the dust of ages over us and our doings. That is my husband's opinion, and also mine. A scandal such as you propose to have to-night will bring the Protector's spies about our ears, his police too, mayhap, and then Heaven help us all, mistress, for you in the country cannot conceive how rigorously are the laws enforced now against gambling, betting, swearing, or any other form of innocent amusement. Why, 2 wenches were whipped at the post by the public hangman only last week, because, forsooth, they were betting on the winner amongst themselves, whilst watching a bout of Pall Mall, and you know that John Howthill stood in the pillory for 2 hours, and had both his hands bored through with a hot iron for allowing gambling inside his coffee house. And so, mistress, you will perceive that I am speaking but in your own interests." Editha, who had listened to the long tirade with marked impatience, here interrupted the voluble lady with harsh command. "I crave your pardon, mistress," she said peremptorily. "My interests preeminently consist in being obeyed by those whom I pay for doing my behests. Now you and your worthy husband live here rent free, and derive a benefit of £10 every time our guests assemble. Well, in return for that, I make use of you and your names in case of any unpleasantness with the Vigilance Patrol, or in case of a scandal which might reach my Lord Protector's ears. Up to this time, your positions here have been a sinecure. I even bore the brunt of the last fracas, whilst you remained practically scatheless. But to-night, I own it, there may be some risks, but of a truth you have been well paid to take them." "But if we refuse to take the risks?" retorted the other. "If you refuse, mistress," said Editha, with a careless shrug of the shoulders, "you and your worthy lord go back to the gutter where I picked you up, and within 3 months of that time I should doubtless have the satisfaction of seeing you both at the whipping post, for of a truth you would be driven to stealing, or some other equally unavowable means of livelihood." "We could send you there," said Mistress Endicott, striving to suppress her own rising fury, "if we but said the word." "Nay, you would not be believed, mistress. But even so, I do not perceive how my social ruin would benefit you." "Since we are doomed anyhow, after this night's work," said the woman sullenly. "Nay, but why should you take so gloomy a view of the situation? My Lord Protector hath forgot our existence by now, believe me, and of a surety his patrol hath not yet knocked at our door, and methinks, mistress, added Editha significantly, "'tis not in your interest to quarrel with me." "I have no wish to quarrel with you," quoth Mistress Endicott, who apparently had come to the end of her resistance, and no doubt had known all along that her fortunes were too much bound up with those of Mistress de Chevas to allow of a rupture between them. "Then everything is vastly satisfactory," said Editha with forced gaiety. "I rely on you, mistress, and on Endicott's undoubted talents to bring this last matter to a successful issue to night. Remember, mistress, I rely on you." Perhaps Mistress Endicott would have liked to prolong the argument. As a matter of fact, neither she nor her husband counted the risks of a midnight fracas of great moment to themselves. They had so very little to lose. A precarious existence, based on illicit deeds of all sorts, had rendered them hard and reckless. All they wished was to be well paid for the risks they ran. Neither of them was wholly unacquainted with the pillory, and it held no great terrors for them. There were so many unavowable pleasures these days, which required a human cloak to cover the identity of the real transgressor, that people like Master and Mistress Endicott prospered vastly. The case of Mistress de Chevas's London house, wherein the ex-actress had some few years ago established a gaming club, together with its various emoluments attached thereunto, suited the Endicotts' requirements to perfection. But the woman desired an increase of payment for the special risk she would run to night, and was sorely vexed that she could not succeed in intimidating Editha with threats of vigilance patrol and whipping posts. Mistress de Chevas knew full well that the Endicotts did not intend to quarrel with her, and having threatened rupture unless her commands were obeyed, she had no wish to argue the matter further with her henchwoman. At that moment, too, there came the sound of significant and methodical rappings at the door. Editha, who had persistently, throughout her discussion with Mistress Endicott, kept one ear open for that sound, heard it even through the buzz of talk. She made a scarcely visible gesture of the hand, bidding the other woman to follow her. That gesture was quickly followed by a look of command. Mistress Endicott presumably had finally made up her mind to obey. She shrugged her fat shoulders, and followed Mistress de Chevas as far as the centre of the room. "Remember that you are the hostess now," murmured Editha to her, as she herself went to the door and opened it. With an affected cry of surprise and pleasure, she welcomed Sir Marmaduke de Chevas, who was standing on the threshold, prepared to enter, and escorted by his young secretary, Master Richard Lambert. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Russ and Urbe. One or two of the men looked up as de Chevas entered, but no one took much notice of him. Most of those present remembered him from the past few years, when, still with pockets well filled through having forestalled Lady Sue's maintenance money, he was an habitual frequenter of some of the smart secret clubs in town. But here, just the same as elsewhere, Sir Marmaduke was not a popular man, and many there were who had unpleasant recollections of his surly temper and uncouth ways whenever fickle fortune happened not to favour him. Even now he looked sullen and disagreeable, as, having exchanged a significant glance with his sister-in-law, he gave a comprehensive nod to the assembled guests, which had nothing in it either of cordiality or of goodwill. He touched Editha's finger-tips with his lips, and then advanced into the room. Here he was met by Mistress Endicott, who had effectually thrown off the last vestige of annoyance and of rebellion, for she greeted the newcomer with marked good humour and an encouraging smile. "It is indeed a pleasure to see that Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse hath not forgot old friends," she said pleasantly. "It was passing kind, gracious mistress," he responded, forcing himself to speak naturally and in agreeable tones, "to remember an insignificant country bumpkin like myself, and you see I have presumed on your lavish hospitality, and brought my young friend, Master Richard Lambert, to whom you extended so gracious an invitation." He turned to Lambert, who, a little dazed to find himself in such brilliant company, had somewhat timidly kept close to the heels of his employer. He thought Mistress Endicott vulgar and overdressed the moment he felt bold enough to raise his eyes to hers, but he chided himself immediately for thus daring to criticise his betters. His horizon so far had been very limited. Only quite vaguely had he heard of town and court life, the little cottage where dwelt the old Quakeress who had brought him and his brother up, and the tumble-down, dilapidated house of Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse were the only habitations in which he was intimate. The neighbouring Kentish squires, Sir Timothy Harrison, Squire Pincheon, and Sir John Boatfield, were the only presentations of gentlemen he had ever seen. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse had somewhat curtly given him orders the day before that he was to accompany him to London, whither he himself had to go to consult his lawyer. Lambert had naturally obeyed, without murmur, but with vague trepidations at thought of this, his first journey into the great town. Sir Marmaduke had been very kind, had given him a new suit of grogram, lined with flowered silk, which Lambert thought the richest garment he had ever seen. He was very loyal in his thoughts to his employer, bearing with the latter's violence, and pandering to his fits of ill humour for the sake of the home which Sir Marmaduke had provided for him. To Lambert's mind, Sir Marmaduke's kindness to him was wholly gratuitous, his own position as secretary being but a sinecure. The young man readily attributed de Chevreuse's interest in himself to innate goodness of heart, and desire to help the poor orphan lad. This estimate of his employer's character Richard Lambert had not felt any cause to modify. He continued to serve him faithfully, to look after his interests in and around Acle Court to the best of his ability. Above all, he continued to be wholeheartedly grateful. He was so absolutely conscious of the impassable social barrier which existed between himself and the rich daughter of the great Earl of Dover, that he never for a moment resented Sir Marmaduke's sneers when they were directed against his obvious growing love for Sue. Remember that he had no cause to suspect Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse of any nefarious projects or of any evil intentions with regard to himself, when he told him that together they would go this night to the house of an old friend, Mrs. Endicott, where they would derive much pleasure and entertainment. They had spent the previous night at the Swan Inn in Fleet Street, and the day in visiting the beautiful sights of London, which caused the young lad from the country to open wide eyes in astonishment and pleasure. Sir Marmaduke had been peculiarly gracious, even taking Richard with him to the Frenchman's house in Queen's Head Alley, where that curious beverage called coffee was dispensed, and where several clever people met and discussed politics in a manner which was vastly interesting to the young man. Then, when the evening began to draw in, and Lambert thought it high time to go to bed, for 'twas a pity to burn expensive candles longer than was necessary, Sir Marmaduke had astonished his secretary by telling him that he must now clean and tidy himself, for they would proceed to the house of a great lady named Mistress Endicott, a friend of the ex-queen Henrietta Maria, and a lady of peculiar virtues and saintliness, who would give them vast and pleasing entertainment. Lambert was only too ready to obey. Enjoyment came naturally to him beneath his Quaker bringing up. His youth, good health, and pure, naturally noble intellect all craved companionship, with its attendant pleasures and joys. He himself could not afterwards have said exactly how he had pictured in his mind the saintly lady, friend of the unhappy queen, whom he was to meet this night. Certainly Mistress Endicott, with her red face surmounted by masses of curls that were obviously false, since they did not match the rest of her hair, was not the ideal paragon of all the virtues, and when he was first made to greet her, a strange unreasoning instinct seemed to draw him away from her, to warn him to fly from this noisy company, from the sight of those many faces all unnaturally flushed, and from the sounds of those strange oaths which greeted his ears from every side. A great wave of thankfulness came over him that his gracious lady, innocent, tender, beautiful Lady Sue, had not come to London with her guardian. Whilst he gazed on the marvels of Westminster Hall and of old St. Paul's, he had longed that she should be near him, so that he might watch the brilliance of her eyes and the glow of pleasure which, of a surety, would have mantled in her cheeks when she was shown the beauties of the great city. But now he was glad, very glad, that Sir Marmaduke had so sternly ordained that she should remain those few days alone at Acol in charge of Mistress Charity and of Master Busy. At the time, he had chafed bitterly at his own enforced silence. He would have given all he possessed in the world for the right to warn Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse that a wolf was prowling in the fold under cover of the night. He had seen Lady Sue's eyes brighten at the dictum that she was to remain behind. They told him in eloquent language the joy she felt to be free for 2 days, that she might meet her prince undisturbed. But all these thoughts and fears had fled the moment Lambert found himself in the midst of these people, whom he innocently believed to be great ladies and noble gentlemen, friends of his employer, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse. It seemed to him at once as if there was something here in this room which he would not wish Lady Sue to see. He was clumsy and gauche in his movements as he took the hand which Mistress Endicott extended to him, but he tried to imitate the salute which he had seen his employer give on the flat, not very clean, fingertips of the lady. She was exceedingly gracious to him, saying with great kindliness and a melancholy sigh, "Ah, you come from the country, master? So delightful, of a truth. Milk for breakfast, eh? You get up at dawn and go to bed at sunset. I know country life well, though, alas, duty now keeps me in town. But 'tis small wonder that you look so young." He tried to talk to her of the country, for here she had touched on a topic which was dear to him. He knew all about the birds and beasts, the forests and the meadows, and being unused to the art of hypocritical interest, he took for real sympathy the lady's vapid exclamations of enthusiasm, with which she broke in now and again upon his flow of eloquence. Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, who was watching the young man with febrile keenness, had the satisfaction to note that very soon Richard began to throw off his bucolic timidity, his latent yet distinctly perceptible disapproval of the company into which he had been brought. He sought out his sister-in-law, and drew her attention to Lambert in close conversation with Mrs. Endicott. "Is everything arranged?" he asked under his breath. "Everything," she replied. "No trouble with our henchmen?" "A little, but they are submissive now." "What is the arrangement?" "Persuade young Lambert to take a hand at primero. Endicott will do the rest." "Who is in the know?" he queried, after a slight pause, during which he watched his unsuspecting victim with a deep frown of impatience and of hate. "Only the Endicotts," she explained. "But do you think that he will play?" she added, casting an anxious look on her brother-in-law's face. He nodded affirmatively. "Yes," he said curtly, "I can arrange that as soon as you are ready." She turned from him and walked to the centre table. She watched the game for a while, noting that young Seagrave was still the winner, and that Lord Walterton was very flushed and excited. Then she caught Endicott's eye, and immediately lowered her lashes twice in succession. "Ventre Saint Gris!" swore Endicott with an unmistakable British accent in the French expletive. "But I'll play no more. The bank is broken, and I have lost too much money. Mr. Seagrave there has nearly cleaned me out, and still I cannot break his luck." He rose abruptly from his chair, even as Mistress de Chevreuse quietly walked away from the table. But Lord Walterton placed a detaining, though very trembling hand on the cinnamon-coloured sleeve. "Nay, parbleu, ye cannot go like this. Good Master Endicott," he said, speaking very thickly, "I want another round or two. 'Pon my honour I do. I haven't lost nearly all I meant to lose." "Ye cannot stop play so abruptly, master," said Seagrave, whose eyes shone with an unnatural glitter, and whose cheeks were covered with a hectic flush. "Ye cannot leave us all in the lurch." "Nay, I doubt not, my young friend," quoth Endicott gruffly, "that you would wish to play all night. You have won all my money, and Lord Walterton's too." "And most of mine," added Sir Michael Isherwood ruefully. "Why should not Master Seagrave take the bank?" here came in shrill accents from Mistress Endicott, who throughout her conversation with Lambert had kept a constant eye on what went on around her husband's table. "He seems the only moneyed man amongst you all," she added with a laugh which grated most unpleasantly on Richard's ear. "I will gladly take the bank," said Seagrave eagerly. "Pardy, I care not who hath the bank," quoth Lord Walterton, with the slow emphasis of the inebriated. "My system takes time to work, and I stand to lose a good deal unless I win." "You are not where you were when you began," commented Sir Michael grimly. "By gad, no. But 'tis no matter. Give me time." "Methinks I saw Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse just now," said Endicott, looking about him. Ah, and here comes our worthy baronet," he added cheerily, as Sir Marmaduke's closely cropped head, very noticeable in the crowd of periwigs, emerged from amidst the group that clustered round Mistress Endicott. "A hand at Primero, sir?" "I thank you, no," replied Sir Marmaduke, striving to master his habitual ill humour, and to speak pleasantly. "My luck hath long since deserted me, if it ever visited me at all, a fact of which I grow daily more doubtful." "But ventre Saint Gris!" ejaculated Lord Walterton, who showed an inclination to become quarrelsome in his cups, "we must have some one to take Endicott's place. I cannot work my system, if so few play." "Perhaps your young friend, Sir Marmaduke," suggested Mistress Endicott, waving an embroidered handkerchief in the direction of Richard Lambert. "No doubt, no doubt," rejoined Sir Marmaduke, turning with kindly graciousness to his secretary. "Master Lambert, these gentlemen are requiring another hand for their game. I pray you join in with them." "I would do so with pleasure, sir," replied Lambert, still unsuspecting, "but I fear me I am a complete novice at cards. What is the game?" He was vaguely distrustful of cards, for he had oft heard this pastime condemned as ungodly by those with whom he had held converse in his early youth. Nevertheless, it did not occur to him that there might be anything wrong in a game which was countenanced by Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, whom he knew to be an avowed puritan, and by the saintly lady who had been the friend of ex-Queen Henrietta Maria. "'Tis a simple round game," said Sir Marmaduke lightly. "You would soon learn." "And," said Lambert diffidently, questioning, and eyeing the gold and silver which lay in profusion on the table, "there is no money at stake, of course?" "Oh, only a little," rejoined Mistress Endicott, "a paltry trifle, to add zest to the enjoyment of the game." "However little it may be, Sir Marmaduke," said Lambert firmly, speaking directly to his employer, "I humbly pray you to excuse me before these gentlemen." The three players at the table, as well as the two Endicotts, had listened to this colloquy with varying feelings. Seagrave was burning with impatience. Lord Walterton was getting more and more fractious, whilst Sir Michael Isherwood viewed the young secretary with marked hauteur. At the last words spoken by Lambert, there came from all these gentlemen sundry ejaculations, expressive of contempt or annoyance, which caused an ugly frown to appear between de Chevreus's eyes, and a deep blush to rise in the young man's pale cheek. "What do you mean?" queried Sir Marmaduke harshly. "There are other gentlemen here," said Lambert, speaking with more firmness and decision now that he encountered inimical glances, and felt as if somehow he was on trial before all these people, "and I am not rich enough to afford the luxury of gambling." "Nay, if that is your difficulty," rejoined Sir Marmaduke, "I pray you, good master, to command my purse. You are under my wing to-night, and I will gladly bear the burden of your losses." "I thank you, Sir Marmaduke," said the young man, with quiet dignity, "and I entreat you once again to excuse me. I have never staked at cards, either mine own money or that of others. I would prefer not to begin." "Meseems, de Chevreuse, that this young friend of yours is a damned puritan," came in ever thickening accents from Lord Walterton. "I hope, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse," here interposed Endicott, with much pompous dignity, "that your young friend doth not desire to bring insinuations, doubts, mayhap, against the honour of my house or of my friends." "Nay, nay, good Endicott," said Sir Marmaduke, speaking in tones that were so conciliatory, so unlike his own quarrelsome temper, quick at taking offence, that Richard Lambert could not help wondering what was causing this change. "Master Lambert hath no such intention, 'pon my honour. He is young, and he misunderstands. You see, my good Lambert," he added, once more turning to the young man, and still speaking with unwonted kindness and patience, "you are covering yourself with ridicule, and placing me, who am your protector to-night, in a very awkward position. Had I known you were such a gaby, I would have left you to go to bed alone." "Nay, Sir Marmaduke," here came in decisive accents from portly Mistress Endicott, "methinks 'tis you who misunderstand Master Lambert. He is of a surety an honourable gentleman, and hath no desire to insult me, who have never done him wrong, nor yet my friends, by refusing a friendly game of cards in my house." She spoke very pointedly, causing her speech to seem like a menace, even though the words betokened gentleness and friendship. Lambert's scruples and his desire to please struggled hopelessly in his mind. Mistress Endicott's eye held him silent, even while it urged him to speak. What could he say? Sir Marmaduke, toward whom he felt gratitude and respect, surely would not urge what he thought would be wrong for Lambert. And if a chaste and pure woman did not disapprove of a game of primero among friends, what right had he to set up his own standard of right or wrong against hers? What right had he to condemn what she approved, to offend his generous employer, and to bring opprobrium and ridicule on himself, which would of necessity redound against Sir Marmaduke also? Vague instinct still entered a feeble protest, but reason and common sense, and a certain undetermined feeling of what was due to himself socially, poor country bumpkin, fought a hard battle too. "I am right, am I not, good Master Lambert?" came in dulcet tones from the virtuous hostess, "that you would not really refuse a quiet game of cards with my friends at my entreaty, in my house?" And Lambert, with a self-deprecatory sigh and a shrug of the shoulders, said quietly, "I have no option, gracious mistress." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Trap. Richard Lambert, fortunately for his own peace of mind and the retention of his dignity, was able to wave aside the handful of gold and silver coins which Sir Marmaduke extended towards him. "I thank you, sir," he said calmly. "I am able to bear the cost of mine own unavoidable weakness. I have money of mine own." From out his doublet he took a tiny leather wallet containing a few gold coins, his worldly all bequeathed to him the same as to his brother, so the old friend who had brought the lads up had oft explained, by his grandmother. The little satchel never left his person from the moment that the old Quakeress had placed it in his hands. There were but 5 guineas in all, to which he had added from time to time the few shillings which Sir Marmaduke paid him as salary. He chided his own weakness inwardly, when he felt the hot tears surging to his eyes at thought of the unworthy use to which his little hoard was about to be put. But he walked to the table with a bold step, There was nothing now of the country lout about him. On the contrary, he moved with remarkable dignity, and bore himself so well that many a pair of feminine eyes watched him kindly as he took his seat at the baize covered table. "Will one of you gentlemen teach me the game?" he asked simply. It was remarkable that no one sneered at him again, and in these days of arrogance peculiar to the upper classes this was all the more noticeable, as these secret clubs were thought to be very exclusive, the resort preeminently of gentlemen and noblemen who were anti-Puritan, anti-republican, and very jealous of their ranks and privileges. Yet when after those few unpleasant moments of hesitation, Lambert boldly accepted the situation, and with much simple dignity took his seat at the table, every one immediately accepted him as an equal, nor did any one question his right to sit there on terms of equality with Lord Walterton or Sir Michael Isherwood. His own state of mind was very remarkable at the moment. Of course he disapproved of what he did. He would not have been the puritanically trained, country-bred lad that he was, if he had accepted with an easy conscience the idea of tossing about money from hand to hand, money that he could in no sense afford to lose, or money that no one was making any honest effort to win. He knew somewhat vaguely perhaps, yet with some degree of certainty, that gambling was an illicit pastime, and that therefore he, by sitting at this table with these gentlemen, was deliberately contravening the laws of his country. Against all that, it is necessary to note that Richard Lambert took two matters very much in earnest. First, his position as a paid dependent. Second, his gratitude to Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse. And both these all-pervading facts combined to force him against his will into this anomalous position of gentlemanly gambler, which suited neither his temperament nor his principles. With it all, Lambert's was one of those dispositions often peculiar to those who have led an isolated and introspective life, which never do anything half-heartedly, and just as he took his somewhat empty secretarial duties seriously, so did he look on this self-imposed task, against which his better judgment rebelled, with earnestness and determination. He listened attentively to the preliminary explanations given him sotto voce by Endicott. Seagrave, in the meanwhile, had taken the latter's place at the head of the table. He had put all his money in front of him, some £260 all told, for his winnings during the last half hour had not been as steady as heretofore, and he had not yet succeeded altogether in making up that sum of money for which he yearned with all the intensity of a disturbed conscience, eager to redeem one miserable fault by another hardly more avowable. He shuffled the cards, and dealt just as Endicott had done. "Now will you look at your card, young sir," said Endicott, who stood behind Lambert's chair, whispering directions in his ear. "A splendid card, begad, and one on which you must stake freely. Nay, nay, that is not enough," he added, hurriedly restraining the young man's hand, who had timidly pushed a few silver coins forward. "'Tis thus you must do." And before Lambert had time to protest, the rotund man in the cinnamon doublet and the wide lace cuffs had emptied the contents of the little leather wallet upon the table. 5 golden guineas rested on Lambert's card. Seagrave turned up his own, and declared, "I pay queen and upwards." "A 2, by gad," said Lord Walterton, too confused in his feeble head now to display any real fury. "Did any one ever see such accursed luck?" "And look at this 9," quoth Sir Michael, who had become very sullen. "Not a card to night." "I have a king," said Lambert quietly. "And as I had the pleasure to remark before, my dear young friend," said Endicott blandly, "'tis a mighty good card to hold. And see," he continued, as Seagrave, without comment, added 5 more golden guineas to Lambert's little hoard, "see how wise it was to stake a goodly sum. That is the whole art of the game of primero, to know just what to stake on each card in accordance with its value and the law of averages. But you will learn in time, young man, you will learn." "The game doth not appear to be vastly complicated," assented Lambert lightly. "I have played primero on a system for years," quoth Lord Walterton sententiously, "but to night, by gad, I cannot make the system work right, But already Seagrave was dealing again. Lambert staked more coolly now. In his mind he had already set aside the original 5 guineas which came from his grandmother. With strange ease, and through no merit of his own, yet perfectly straightforwardly and honestly, he had become the owner of another 5. These he felt more justified in risking on the hazard of the game. But the goddess of fortune, smiling benignly on this country bred lad, had in a wayward mood apparently taken him under her special protection. He staked and won again, and then again, pleased at his success, in spite of himself feeling the subtle poison of excitement creeping into his veins, yet remaining perfectly calm outwardly the while. Seagrave, on the other hand, was losing in exact proportion to the newcomer's winnings. Already his pile of gold had perceptibly diminished, whilst the hectic flush on his cheeks became more and more accentuated, the glitter in his eyes more unnatural and feverish, his hands, as they shuffled and dealt the cards, more trembling and febrile. "'Pon my honour," quoth Sir Marmaduke, throwing a careless glance at the table, "meseems you are in luck, my good Lambert. Doubtless you are not sorry now that you allowed yourself to be persuaded." "'Tis not unpleasant to win," rejoined Lambert lightly; "but believe me, sir, the game itself gives me no pleasure." "I pay knave and upwards," declared Seagrave in a dry and hollow voice, and with burning eyes fixed upon his new and formidable opponent. "My last sovereign, pardieu!" swore Lord Walterton, throwing the money across to Seagrave with an unsteady hand. "And one of my last," said Sir Michael, as he followed suit. "And what is your stake, Master Lambert?" queried Seagrave. "£20, I see," replied the young man, as with a careless hand he counted over the gold which lay pell mell on his card. "I staked on the king without counting." Seagrave in his turn pushed some gold towards him. The pile in front of him was not half the size it had been before this stranger from the country had sat down to play. He tried to remain master of himself, not to show before these egotistical, careless cavaliers all the agony of mind which he now endured, and which had turned to positive physical torture. The ghost of stolen money, of exposure, of pillory and punishment, which had so perceptibly paled as he saw the chance of replacing by his unexpected winnings that which he had purloined, once more rose to confront him. Again he saw before him the irascible employer pointing with relentless finger at the deficiency in the accounts. Again he saw his weeping mother, his stern father, the disgrace, the irretrievable past. "You are not leaving off playing, Sir Michael?" he asked anxiously, as the latter, having handed him over a golden guinea, rose from the table, and without glancing at his late partners in the game, turned his back on them all. "Pardieu!" he retorted, speaking roughly, and none too civilly over his shoulder. "My pockets are empty. Like Master Lambert here," he added with an unmistakable sneer, "I find no pleasure in this sort of game." "What do you mean?" queried Seagrave hotly. "Oh, nothing," rejoined the other dryly. "You need not heed my remark. Are you not losing too?" "What does he mean?" asked Lambert, with a puzzled frown, instinctively turning to his employer. "Not, my good Lambert," replied Sir Marmaduke, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Sir Michael Isherwood hath lost more than he can afford, and is somewhat choleric of temper, that is all." "And in a little quiet game, my good young friend," added Endicott, also in a whisper, "'tis wisest to take no heed of a loser's vapours." "I pay ace only," quoth Seagrave triumphantly, who in the meantime had continued the game. Lord Walterton swore a loud and prolonged oath. He had staked 5 guineas on a king and had lost. "Ventre Saint Gris! and likewise par les sang bleu," he said, "the first time I have had a king. Seagrave, ye must leave me these few little yellow toys, else I cannot pay for my lodgings to night. I'll give you a bill, but I've had enough of this, by gad." And somewhat sobered, though still unsteady, he rose from the table. "Surely, my lord, you are not leaving off too?" asked Seagrave. "Nay, how can I continue?" He turned his breeches pockets ostentatiously inside out. "Behold, friend, these 2 beautiful and innocent little dears." "You can give me more bills," urged Seagrave, "and you may not lose after this. 'Tis lucky to play on credit, and your bills are always met, my lord." He spoke with feverish volubility, though his throat was parched, and every word he uttered caused him pain. But he was determined that the game should proceed. He had won a little of his own back again the last few rounds. Certainly his luck would turn once more. His luck must turn once more, or else. "Nay, I've had enough," said Lord Walterton, nodding a heavy head up and down. "There are too many of my bills about as it is. I've had enough." "Methinks, of a truth," said Lambert decisively, "that this game has indeed lasted long enough, and if some other gentleman would but take my place." He made a movement as if to rise from the table, but was checked by a harsh laugh and a peremptory word from Seagrave. "Impossible," said the latter. "You, Master Lambert, cannot leave off in any case. My lord, another hand," he urged again. Nay, my dear Seagrave," replied Lord Walterton, shaking himself like a sleepy dog, "the game hath ceased to have any pleasure for me, as our young friend here hath remarked. I wish you good luck, and good night." Whereupon he turned on his heel, and straddled away to another corner of the room, away from the temptation of that green covered table. "We two then, Master Lambert," said Seagrave, with ever growing excitement. "What say you, double or quits?" And he pointed, with that same febrile movement of his, to the heap of gold standing on the table beside Lambert. "As you please," replied the latter quietly, as he pushed the entire pile forward. Seagrave dealt, then turned up his card. "10," he said curtly. Mine is a knave, rejoined Lambert. How do we stand? Queried the other, as with a rapid gesture he passed a trembling hand over his burning forehead. Methinks you owe me 100 pounds, replied Richard, who seemed strangely calm in the very midst of this inexplicable and volcanic turmoil which he felt was seething all round him. He had won 100 pounds, a fortune in those days for a country lad like himself, but for the moment the thought of what that 100 pounds would mean to him and to his brother Adam was lost in the whirl of excitement which had risen to his head like wine. He had steadily refused the glasses of muscadel or sack which Mistress Endicott had insinuatingly and persistently been offering him ever since he began to play, yet he felt intoxicated with strange currents of fire which seemed to run through his veins. The subtle poison had done its work. Any remorse which he may have felt at first for thus acting against his own will and better judgment, and for yielding like a weakling to persuasion, which had no moral rectitude for basis, was momentarily smothered by the almost childish delight of winning, of seeing the pile of gold growing in front of him. He had never handled money before. It was like a fascinating yet insidious toy which he could not help but finger. "Are you not playing rather high, gentlemen?" came in dulcet tones from Mistress Endicott. "I do not allow high play in my house. Master Lambert, I would fain ask you to cease." "I am more than ready, madam," said Richard with alacrity. "Nay, but I am not ready," interposed Seagrave vehemently. "Nay, nay," he repeated with feverish insistence. "Master Lambert cannot cease playing now. He is bound in honour to give me a chance for revenge. Double or quits, Master Lambert, double or quits." "As you please," quoth Lambert imperturbably. "Ye cannot cut to each other," here interposed Endicott didactically. "The rules of Primero moreover demand that if there are but two players, a third and disinterested party shall deal the cards." "Then will you cut and deal, Master Endicott?" said Seagrave impatiently. "I care not, so long as I can break Master Lambert's luck and redeem mine own. Double or quits, Master Lambert, double or quits. I shall either owe you 200 pounds or not one penny, in which case we can make a fresh start." Lambert eyed him with curiosity, sympathetically too, for the young man was in a state of terrible mental agitation, whilst he himself felt cooler than before. Endicott dealt each of the two opponents a card face downwards, but even as he did so, the one which he had dealt to Lambert fluttered to the ground. He stooped and picked it up. Seagrave's eyes at the moment were fixed on his own card, Lambert's on the face of his opponent. No one else in the room was paying any attention to the play of the two young men, for everyone was busy with his own affairs. Play was general, the hour late, the wines had been heady, and all tempers were at fever pitch. No one, therefore, was watching Endicott's movements at the moment when he ostensibly stooped to pick up the fallen card. "It is not faced," he said. "What shall we do?" "Give it to Master Lambert, forsooth," quoth Mistress Endicott. "'Tis unlucky to redeal, providing," she added artfully, "that Master Seagrave hath no objection." "Nay, nay," said the latter. "Begad, why should we stop the game for a trifle?" Then, as Lambert took the card from Endicott and casually glanced at it, Seagrave declared, "Queen." "King," retorted Lambert, with the same perfect calm. "King of diamonds. That card has been persistently faithful to me to-night." "The devil himself hath been faithful to you, Master Lambert," said Seagrave tonelessly. "You have the hell's own luck. What do I pay you now?" "It was double or quits, Master Seagrave," rejoined Lambert, "which brings it up to £200. You will do me the justice to own that I did not seek this game." In his heart he had already resolved not to make use of his own winnings. Somehow, as in a flash of intuition, he perceived the whole tragedy of dishonour and of ruin which seemed to be writ on his opponent's face. He understood that what he had regarded as a toy, welcome no doubt, but treacherous for all that, was a matter of life or death, nay, more mayhap, to that pallid youth with the hectic flush, the unnaturally bright eyes, and trembling hands. There was silence for a while round the green-topped table, whilst thoughts, feelings, presentiments of very varied kinds congregated there. With Endicott and his wife, and also with Sir Marmaduke, it was acute tension, the awful nerve strain of anticipation. The seconds for them seemed an eternity. The obsession of waiting was like lead on their brains. During that moment of acute suspense, Richard Lambert was quietly coordinating his thoughts. With that one mental flashlight which had shown up to him the hitherto unsuspected tragedy, the latent excitement in him had vanished. He saw his own weakness in its true light, despised himself for having yielded, and looked upon the heap of gold before him as so much ill-gotten wealth, which it would be a delight to restore to the hand from whence it came. He heartily pitied the young man before him, and was forming vague projects of how best to make him understand, in private and without humiliation, that the money which he had lost would be returned to him in full. Strangely enough, he was still holding in his hand that king of diamonds which Endicott had dealt to him. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Disgrace. Seagrave, too, had been silent, of course. In his mind there was neither suspense nor calm. It was utter, dull, and blank despair which assailed him, the ruin of his fondest hopes, an awful abyss of disgrace, of punishment, of death at best, which seemed to yawn before him from the other side of the baize-covered table. Instinct, that ever-present instinct of self-control peculiar to the gently bred race of mankind, caused him to make frantic efforts to keep himself and his nerves in check. He would, even at this moment of complete ruin, have given the last shreds of his worldly possessions to be able to steady the febrile movements of his hand. The pack of cards was on the table just as Endicott had put it down, after dealing, with the exception of the Queen of Hearts in front of Seagrave, and the lucky King of Diamonds, on which Lambert was still mechanically gazing. He was undoubtedly moved by the desire to hide the trembling of his hands and the gathering tears in his eyes, when he began idly to scatter the pack upon the table, spreading out the cards, fingering them one by one, setting his teeth the while, lest that latent cry of misery should force its way across his lips. Suddenly he paused in this idle fingering of the cards. His eyes, which already were burning with hot tears, seemed to take on an almost savage glitter. A hoarse cry escaped his parched lips. "In the name of heaven, Master Seagrave, what ails you?" cried Endicott, with well-feigned concern. Seagrave's hand wandered mechanically to his own neck. He tugged at the fastening of his lace collar, as if, in truth, he were choking. "The King of Diamonds," he murmured in a hollow voice. Two kings of diamonds." He laughed, a long, harsh laugh, the laugh of a maniac or of a man possessed, whilst one long, thin finger pointed tremblingly to the card still held by Richard Lambert, and then to its counterpart in the midst of the scattered pack. That laugh seemed to echo all round the room. Dames and cavaliers, players and idlers, looked up to see whence that weird sound had come. Instinctively the crowd drew nigh. Dice and cards were pushed aside. Some strange drama was being enacted between two young men, more interesting even than the caprices of fortune. But already Endicott, and also Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, had followed the beckonings of Seagrave's feverish hand. There could be no mistake in what they saw, nor yet in the ominous consequences which it foretold. There was a king of diamonds in the scattered pack of cards upon the table, and yet the card which Lambert held, in consequence of which he had just won £200, was also the king of diamonds. "Two kings of diamonds, by all that's damnable!" quoth Lord Walterton, who had been the first to draw nigh. "But in heaven's name, what does it all mean?" exclaimed Lambert, gazing at the two cards, hearing the comments round him, yet utterly unable to understand. Seagrave jumped to his feet. "It means, young man," he ejaculated in a wild state of frenzy, maddened by his losses, his former crime, his present ruin, "it means that you are a damned thief." And with frantic, excited gesture he gathered up the cards and threw them violently into Richard Lambert's face. A curious sound went round the room, a gasp, hardly a cry, and all those present held their breath, silent, appalled at the terrible tragedy expressed by these two young men standing face to face on the brink of a deathly and almost blasphemous conflict. Mistress Endicott was the first to utter a cry. "Silence! Silence!" she shouted shrilly. "Master Seagrave, I adjure you to be silent. I'll not permit you to insult my guest." Already Lambert had made a quick movement to throw himself on Seagrave. The elemental instinct of self-defence, of avenging a terrible insult by physical violence, rose within him, whispering of strength and power, of the freedom, muscle-giving life of the country, as against the enervating, weakening influence of the town. He knew that in a hand-to-hand struggle with the feverish, emaciated townsman, he, the country-bred lad, the haunter of woods and cliffs, the dweller of the Thanet smithy, would be more than a match for his opponent. But even as his whole body stiffened for a spring, his muscles tightened, and his fists clenched, a dozen restraining hands held him back from his purpose, whilst Mistress Endicott's shrill tones seemed to bring him back to the realities of his own peril. "Mistress Endicott," he said, turning a proud yet imploring look to the lady whose virtues had been so loudly proclaimed in his ears, "Madam, I appeal to you, I implore you to listen. A frightful insult which you have witnessed, an awful accusation on which I scarce can trust myself to dwell, has been hurled at me. I entreat you to allow me to challenge these two gentlemen to explain." And he pointed both to Seagrave and to Endicott. The former, after his mad outburst of ungovernable rage, had regained a certain measure of calm. He stood facing Lambert, with arms folded across his chest, whilst a smile of insulting irony curled his thin lips. Endicott's eyes seemed to be riveted on Lambert's breast. At mention of his own name, he suddenly darted forward, and seemed to be plunging his hand, the hand which almost disappeared within the ample folds of the voluminous lace cuff, into the breast pocket of the young man's doublet. His movements were so quick, so sure, and so unexpected, that no one, least of all Lambert, could possibly guess what was his purpose. The next moment, less than a second later, he had again withdrawn his hands, but now everyone could see that he held a few cards in it. These he dropped with an exclamation of loathing and contempt upon the table, whilst those around instinctively drew back a step or two, as if fearful of coming in contact with something impure and terrible. Endicott's movements, his quick gestures, well aided by the wide lace cuffs which fell over his hand, his exclamation of contempt, had all contributed to make it seem before the spectators as if he had found a few winning cards secreted inside the lining of Richard Lambert's doublet. "Nay, young sir," he said with an evil sneer, "meseems that explanations had best come from you. Here," he added, pointing significantly at the cards which he had just dropped out of his own hand, "here is a vastly pleasing collection, aces and kings, passing serviceable in a quiet game of primero among friends." Lambert had been momentarily dumbfounded, for undoubtedly he had not perceived Endicott's treacherous movements, and had absolutely no idea whence had come those awful cards, which somehow or other seemed to be convicting him of lying and cheating. So conscious was he of his own innocence, that never for a moment did the slightest fear cross his mind that he could not immediately make clear his own position, and proclaim his own integrity. "This is an infamous plot," he said calmly, but very firmly. "Sir Marmaduke de Chevas," he added, turning to face his employer, who still stood motionless and silent in the background, "in the name of Heaven, I beg of you to explain to these gentlemen that you have known me from boyhood. Will you speak?" he added insistently, conscious of a strange tightening of his heartstrings, as the man on whom he relied remained impassive and made no movement to come to his help. "Will you tell them, I pray you, sir, that you know me to be a man of honour, incapable of such villainy as they suggest? You know that I did not even wish to play." "That reluctance of yours, my good Lambert, seems to have made a pretty comedy forsooth," replied Sir Marmaduke lightly. "And you played to some purpose, meseems, when you once began. Nay, I pray you," he added with unmitigated harshness, "do not drag me into your quarrels. I cannot of a truth champion your virtue." Lambert's cheeks became deathly pale. The first inkling of the deadly peril of his own situation had suddenly come to him with Sir Marmaduke's callous words. It seemed to him as if the very universe must stand still in the face of such treachery. The man whom he loved with all the fervour of a grateful nature, the man who knew him and whom he had wholly trusted, was proving his most bitter, most damning enemy. After Sir Marmaduke's speech, his own employer's repudiation, he felt that all his chances of clearing his character before these sneering gentlemen had suddenly vanished. "This is cruel and infamous," he protested, conscious innocence within him, still striving to fight a hard battle against overwhelming odds. "Gentlemen, as I am a man of honour, I swear that I do not know what all this means." "It means, young man, that you are an accursed cheat, a thief, a liar," shouted Seagrave, whose last vestige of self-control suddenly vanished, whilst mad frenzy once more held him in its grip. "I swear by God that you shall pay me for this." He threw himself with all the strength of a raving maniac upon Lambert, who for the moment was taken unawares, and yielded to the suddenness of the onslaught. But it was indeed a conflict twixt town and country, the simple life against knightly dissipations, the forests and cliffs of Thanet against the enervating atmosphere of the city. After that first onrush, Lambert, with marvellous agility and quick knowledge of a hand-to-hand fight, had shaken himself free of his opponent's trembling grasp. It was his turn now to have the upper hand, and in a trice he had, with a vigorous clutch, gripped his opponent by the throat. In a sense, his calmness had not forsaken him. His mind was as quiet, as clear as heretofore. It was only his muscle, his bodily energy in the face of a violent and undeserved attack, which had ceased to be under his control. "Man, man," he murmured, gazing steadily into the eyes of his antagonist, "ye shall swallow those words, or by heaven, I will kill you." The tumult which ensued drowned everything save itself, everything, even the sound of that slow and measured tramp, 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 which was wafted up from the street. The women shouted, the men swore, some ran like frightened sheep to the distant corners of the room, fearful lest they be embroiled in this unpleasant fracas. Others crowded round Seagrave and Lambert, trying to pacify them, to drag the strong youth away from his weaker opponent, almost his victim now. Some were for forcibly separating them, others for allowing them to fight their own battles and loud-voiced arguments, subsidiary quarrels, mingled with the shrill cries of terror, and caused a din which grew in deafening intensity, degenerating into a wild orgy as glasses were knocked off the tables, cards strewn about, candles sent flying and spluttering upon the ground, and still that measured tramp down the street, growing louder, more distinct, a muffled halt, the sound of arms, of men moving about beneath that yawning archway and along the dark and dismal passage with its hermetically closed front door. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. My Lord Protector's Patrol. Alone, Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse had taken no part in the confused turmoil which raged around the personalities of Seagrave and Richard Lambert. From the moment that he had, with studied callousness, turned his back on his erstwhile protégé, he had held aloof from the crowd which had congregated around the two young men. He saw before him the complete success of his nefarious plan, which had originated in the active brain of Editha, but had been perfected in his own, of heaping dire and lasting disgrace on the man who had become troublesome and interfering of late, who was a serious danger to his more important schemes. After the fracas of this night, Richard Lambert, forsooth, could never show his face within 200 miles of London. The ugly story of his having cheated at cards and been publicly branded as a liar and a thief by a party of gentlemen would of a surety penetrate even within the fastnesses of Thanet. So far everything was for the best, nay, it might be better still, for Seagrave, enraged and maddened at his losses, might succeed in getting Lambert imprisoned for stealing and cheating, even at the cost of his own condemnation to a fine for gambling. The Endicotts had done their part well, the man especially, with his wide cuffs and his quick movements. No one there present could have the slightest doubt but that Lambert was guilty. Satisfied, therefore, that all had gone according to his own wishes, Sir Marmaduke withdrew from further conflict or argument with the unfortunate young man, whom he had so deliberately and so hopelessly ruined. And because he thus kept aloof, his ears were not so completely filled with the din, nor his mind so wholly engrossed by the hand-to-hand struggle between the two young men, that he did not perceive that other sound, which, in spite of barred windows and drawn curtains, came up from the street below. At first he had only listened carelessly to the measured tramp, but the cry of "Halt!" issuing from immediately beneath the windows, caused his cheeks to blanch and his muscles to stiffen with a sudden sense of fear. He cast a rapid glance all around. Seagrave and Lambert, both flushed and panting, were forcibly held apart. Sir Marmaduke noted with a grim smile that the latter was obviously the centre of a hostile group, whilst Seagrave was surrounded by a knot of sympathizers who were striving outwardly to pacify him, whilst in reality urging him on through their unbridled vituperations directed against the other man. The noise of arguments, of shrill voices, of admonitions, and violent abuse had in no sense abated. Over the sea of excited faces, Sir Marmaduke caught the wide-open, terrified eyes of Editha de Chavas. She, too, had heard. He beckoned to her across the room with a slight gesture of the hand, and she obeyed the silent call as quickly as she dared, working her way round to him, without arousing the attention of the crowd. "Do not lose your head," he whispered, as soon as she was near him, and seeing the wild terror expressed in every line of her face. "Slip into the next room, and leave the door ajar. Do this as quietly as may be. Now, at once. Then wait there until I come." Again she obeyed him silently and swiftly, for she knew what that cry of "Halt!" meant, uttered at the door of her house. She had heard it, even as Sir Marmaduke had done, and after it the peremptory knocks, the loud call, the word of command, followed by the sound of an odd and supplicating voice, entering a feeble protest. She knew what all that meant, and she was afraid. As soon as Sir Marmaduke saw that she had done just as he had ordered, he deliberately joined the noisy groups which were congregated around Seagrave and Lambert. He pushed his way forward, and anon stood face to face with the young man on whom he had just wreaked such an irreparable wrong. Not a thought of compunction or remorse rose in his mind as he looked down at the handsome, flushed face, quite calm and set outwardly in spite of the terrible agony raging within heart and mind. "Lambert," he said gruffly, "listen to me. Your conduct hath been most unseemly. Mistress Endicott has for my sake already shown you much kindness and forbearance. Had she acted as she had the right to do, she would have had you kicked out of the house by her servants. In your own interests now, I should advise you to follow me quietly out of the house." But this suggestion raised a hot protest on the part of all the spectators. "He shall not go," declared Seagrave violently, "not without leaving behind him what he has deliberately stolen," commented Endicott, raising his oily voice above the din. Lambert had waited patiently whilst his employer spoke. The last remnant of that original sense of deference and of gratitude caused him to hold himself in check, lest he should strike that treacherous coward in the face. Sir Marmaduke's callousness in the face of his peril and unmerited disgrace had struck Lambert with an overwhelming feeling of disappointment and loneliness, but his cruel insults now quashed despair, and roused dormant indignation to fever pitch. One look at Sir Marmaduke's sneering face had told him not only that he could expect no help from the man who, by all the laws of honour, should have stood by him in his helplessness, but that he was the fount and source, the instigator of the terrible wrong and injustice which was about to land an innocent man in the veriest abyss of humiliation and irretrievable disgrace. "And so this was your doing, Sir Marmaduke de Chevas," he said, looking his triumphant enemy boldly in the face, even whilst compelling silent attention from those who were heaping opprobrious epithets upon him. "You enticed me here. You persuaded me to play. Then you tried to rob me of mine honour, of my good name, the only valuable assets which I possess. Hell and all its devils alone know why you did this thing, but I swear before God that your hideous crime shall not remain unpunished." "Silence!" commanded Sir Marmaduke, who was the first to perceive the strange, almost supernatural effect produced on all those present by the young man's earnestness, his impressive calm. Seagrave himself stood silent and abashed, whilst every one listened, unconsciously awed by that unmistakable note of righteousness which somehow rang through Lambert's voice. "Nay, but I'll not be silent," quoth Richard unperturbed. "I have been condemned, and I have the right to speak. You have disgraced me, and I have the right to defend mine honour by protesting mine innocence. And now I will leave this house," he said loudly and firmly, "for it is accursed and infamous. But God is my witness that I leave it without a stain upon my soul." He pointed to the fateful table, whereon a pile of gold lay scattered in an untidy heap, with the tiny leather wallet containing his 5 guineas conspicuously in its midst. "There lies the money," he said, speaking directly to Seagrave. "Take it, sir, for I had never the intention to touch a penny of it. This I swear by all that I hold most sacred. Take it without fear or remorse, even though you thought such evil things of me, and let him who still thinks me a thief repeat it now to my face, an he dare." Even as the last of his loudly uttered words resounded through the room, there was a loud knock at the door, and a peremptory voice commanded, "Open in the name of his Highness, the Lord Protector of England." In the dead silence that followed, the buzz of a fly, the spluttering of wax candles could be distinctly heard. In a moment, with the sound of that peremptory call outside, tumultuous passions seemed to sink to rest, every cheek paled, and masculine hands instinctively sought the handles of swords, whilst lace handkerchiefs were hastily pressed to trembling lips, in order to smother the cry of terror which had risen to feminine throats. "Open, in the name of His Highness, the Lord Protector of England." Mistress Endicott was the colour of wax. Her husband was gripping her wrist with a clutch of steel, trying, through the administration of physical pain, to keep alive her presence of mind. And for the third time came the loud summons, "Open, in the name of His Highness, the Lord Protector of England." Still that deathly silence in the room, broken only now by the firm step of Endicott, who went to open the door. Resistance would have been worse than useless. The door would have yielded at the first blow. There was a wailing, smothered cry from a dozen terrified throats, and a general rush for the inner room. But this door was now bolted and barred. Sir Marmaduke, unperceived, had slipped quickly within, even whilst every one held his breath in the first moment of paralyzed terror. Had there been time, there would doubtless have ensued a violent attack against that locked door, but already a man in leather doublet, and wearing a steel cap and collar, had peremptorily pushed Endicott aside, who was making a futile effort to bar the way, after he had opened the door. This man now advanced into the centre of the room, whilst a couple of soldierly-looking, stalwart fellows remained at attention on the threshold. "Let no one attempt to leave this room," he commanded. "Here, Braden," he added, turning back to his men, "take Piot with you, and search that second room there. Then seize all those cards and dice, and also that money." It was not likely that these hot-headed cavaliers would submit thus quietly to an arbitrary act of confiscation and of arrest. Hardly were the last words out of the man's mouth than a dozen blades flashed out of their scabbards. The women screamed, and, like so many frightened hens, ran into the corner of the room furthest out of reach of my Lord Protector's police patrol, the men immediately forming a bulwark in front of them. The whole thing was not very heroic. Perhaps a few idlers caught in an illicit act, and under threat of arrest. The consequences, of a truth, would not be vastly severe for the frequenters of this secret club. Fines, mayhap, which most of those present could ill afford to pay, and at worst a night's detention in one of those horrible wooden constructions which had lately been erected on the river bank for the express purpose of causing sundry lordly offenders to pass an uncomfortable night. These were days of forcible levellings, and my lord, who had contravened old Noll's laws against swearing and gambling, fared not one whit better than the tramp who had purloined a leg of mutton from an eating-house. Nay, in a measure, my lord fared a good deal worse, for he looked upon his own detention through the regicide usurper's orders as an indignity to himself. Hence the reason why, in this same house, wherein a few idle scions of noble houses indulged in their favourite pastime, when orders rang out in the name of His Highness, swords jumped out of their sheaths, and resistance was offered out of all proportion to the threat. The man who seemed to be the captain of the patrol smiled somewhat grimly when he saw himself confronted by this phalanx of gentlemanly weapons. He was a tall, burly fellow, broad of shoulder, and well looking in his uniform of red with yellow facings, his round bullet-shaped head, covered by the round steel cap, was suggestive of obstinacy, even of determination. He eyed the flushed and excited throng with some amusement, not wholly unmixed with contempt. Oh, he knew some of the faces well enough by sight, for he had originally served in the train bands of London, and had oft seen my Lord Walterton, for instance, conspicuous at every entertainment, now pronounced illicit by his Highness, and Sir Anthony Bridport, a constant frequenter at Exeter House, and young Lord Nathmire, the son of the judge. He also had certainly seen young Seagrave before this, whose father had been a member of the Long Parliament. The only face that was totally strange to him was that of the youngster in the dark suit of grogram, who stood somewhat aloof from the irate crowd, and seemed to be viewing the scene with astonishment rather than with alarm. Lord Walterton, flushed with wine, more than anger, constituted himself the spokesman of the party. "Who are you?" he asked somewhat unsteadily, "and what do you want?" "My name is Gunning," replied the man curtly, "captain commanding his Highness's police. What I want is that you gentlemen offer no resistance, but come with me quietly to answer on the morrow before Judge Parry a charge of contravening the laws against betting and gambling." A ribald and prolonged laugh greeted this brief announcement, and some 20 pairs of gentlemanly shoulders were shrugged in token of derision. "Hark at the man!" quoth Sir James Overbury lightly. "Methinks, gentlemen, that our wisest course would be to put up our swords and to throw the fellows downstairs. What say you?" "Ay, ay!" came in cheerful accents from the defiant little group. "Out with you, fellow! We've no time to waste in bandying words with ye," said Walterton, with the tone of one accustomed to see the churl ever cringe before the Lord, "and let one of thy myrmidons touch a thing in this room, if he dare." The young cavalier was standing somewhat in advance of his friends, having stepped forward in order to emphasize the peremptoriness of his words. The women were still in the background, well protected by a phalanx of resolute defenders, who, encouraged by the captain's silence and Walterton's haughty attitude, were prepared to force the patrol of police to beat a hasty retreat. Endicott and his wife had seemed to think it prudent to keep well out of sight. The former, having yielded to Gunning's advance, had discreetly retired amongst the petticoats. No one, least of all Walterton, who remained the acknowledged leader of the little party of gamesters, had any idea of the numerical strength of the patrol, whose interference with gentlemanly pastimes was unwarrantable and passing insolent. In the gloom, on the landing beyond, a knot of men could only be vaguely discerned. Captain Gunning and his lieutenant, Braden, had alone advanced into the room. But now apparently Gunning gave some sign, which Braden then interpreted to the men outside. The sign itself must have been very slight, for none of the cavaliers perceived it. Certainly no actual word of command had been spoken, but the next moment, within 30 seconds of Walterton's defiant speech, the room itself, the doorway, and apparently the landing and staircase too, were filled with men, each one attired in scarlet and yellow, all wearing leather doublets and steel caps, and all armed with musketoons, which they were even now pointing straight at the serried ranks of the surprised and wholly unprepared gamesters. "I would fain not give an order to fire," said Captain Gunning curtly, "and if you, gentlemen, will follow me quietly, there need be no bloodshed." It may be somewhat unromantic, but it is certainly prudent to listen at times to the dictates of common sense, and one of wisdom's most cogent axioms is undoubtedly that it is useless to stand up before a volley of musketry at a range of less than 12 feet, unless a heroic death is in contemplation. It was certainly very humiliating to be ordered about by a close-cropped puritan, who spoke in nasal tones, and whose father probably had mended boots or killed pigs in his day. But the persuasion of 24 musketoons, whose muzzles pointed collectively in one direction, was bound, in the name of common sense, to prevail ultimately. Of a truth, none of these gentlemen, who were now content to oppose a comprehensive vocabulary of English and French oaths to the brand new weapons of my Lord Protector's police, were cowards in any sense of the word. Less than a decade ago they had proved their mettle not only sword in hand, but in the face of the many privations, sorrows, and humiliations consequent on the failure of their cause, and the defeat and martyrdom of their king. There was therefore nothing mean or pusillanimous in their attitude, when, having exhausted their vocabulary of oaths, and still seeing before them the muzzles of 24 musketoons pointed straight at them, they one after another dropped their sword points, and turned to read in each other's faces uniform desire to surrender to force majeure. The captain watched them, impassive and silent, until the moment when he too could discern in the sullen looks cast at him by some 20 pairs of eyes that these elegant gentlemen had conquered their impulse to hot-headed resistance. But the 24 musketoons were still levelled, nor did the round-headed captain give the order to lower the firearms. "I can release most of you, gentlemen, on parole," he said, "and you'll surrender your swords to me. You may go home this night, under promise to attend the court to-morrow morning." Braden, in the meantime, had gone to the inner door, and finding it locked, had ordered his companion to break it open. It yielded to the first blow dealt with a vigorous shoulder. The lieutenant went into the room, but finding it empty, he returned and soon was busy in collecting the various pieces de convictions which would go to substantiate the charges of gambling and betting against these noble gentlemen. No resistance now was offered, and after a slight moment of hesitation and a brief consultation twixt the more prominent cavaliers there present, Lord Walterton stepped forward, and having unbuckled his sword, threw it with no small measure of arrogance and disdain at the feet of Captain Gunning. His example was followed by all his friends, Gunning, with arms folded across his chest, watching the proceeding in silence. When Endicott stood before him, however, he said curtly, "Not you, I think. Meseems I know you too well, fine sir, to release you on parole. Braden," he added, turning to his lieutenant, "have this man duly guarded and conveyed to Queen's Head Alley to-night." Then, as Endicott tried to protest, and Gunning gave a sharp order for his immediate removal, Seagrave pushed his way forward. He wore no sword, and, like Lambert, he had stood aloof throughout this brief scene of turbulent yet futile resistance, sullen, silent and burning with a desire for revenge against the man who had turned the current of his luck, and brought him back to that abyss of despair, whence he now knew there could be no release. "Captain," he said firmly, "though I wear no sword, I am at one with all these gentlemen, and I accept my release on parole. Tomorrow I will answer for my offence of playing cards, which apparently is an illicit pastime. I am one of the pigeons who have been plucked in this house." "By that gentleman?" queried Gunning with a grim smile, and nodding over his shoulder in the direction where Endicott was being led away by a couple of armed men. "No, not by him," replied Seagrave boldly. With a somewhat theatrical gesture he pointed to Lambert, who, more of a spectator than a participant in the scene, had been standing mutely by outside the defiant group, absorbed in his own misery, wondering what effect the present unforeseen juncture would have on his future chances of rehabilitating himself. He was also vaguely wondering what had become of Sir Marmaduke and Mistress de Chavasse. But now Seagrave's voice was raised, and once more Lambert found himself the cynosure of a number of hostile glances. "There stands the man who has robbed us all," said Seagrave wildly, "and now he has heaped disgrace upon us, upon me and mine. Curse him! Curse him, I say!" he continued, whilst all the pent-up fury, forcibly kept in check all this while by the advent of the police, now once more found vent in loud vituperation and almost maniacal expressions of rage. "Liar! Cheat! Look at him, Captain! There stands the man who must bear the full brunt of the punishment, for he is the decoy, he is the thief. The pillory for him, the pillory, the lash, the brand. Curse him! Curse him, the thief!" He was surrounded and forcibly silenced. The foam had risen to his lips. Impotent fury and agonized despair had momentarily clouded his brain. Lambert tried to speak, but the captain, unwilling to prolong a conflict over which he was powerless to arbitrate, gave a sign to Braden, and anon the two young men were led away in the wake of Endicott. The others, on giving their word that they would appear before the court on the morrow and answer to the charge preferred against them, were presently allowed to walk out of the room in single file between a double row of soldiers whose musketoons were still unpleasantly conspicuous. Thus they passed out one by one, across the passage and down the dark staircase. The door below they found was also guarded, as well as the passage and the archway giving on the street. Here they were permitted to collect or disperse at will. The ladies, however, had not been allowed to participate in the order for release. Gunning knew most of them by sight. They were worthy neither of consideration nor respect, paid satellites of Mistress Endicott's, employed to keep up the good spirits of that lady's clientele. The soldiers drove them all together before them in a compact, shrinking, and screaming group. Then the word of command was given. The soldiers stood at attention, turned, and finally marched out of the room with their prisoners, Gunning being the last to leave. He locked the door behind him, and in the wake of his men presently wended his way down the tortuous staircase. Once more the measured tramp was heard reverberating through the house. The cry of "Attention!" of "Quick march!" echoed beneath the passage and the tumble-down archway, and anon the last of these ominous sounds died away down the dismal street in the direction of the river, and in one of the attics at the top of the now silent and lonely house in Bath Street, lately the scene of so much gaiety and joy, of such turmoil of passions and intensity of despair, two figures, a man and a woman, crouched together in a dark corner, listening for the last dying echo of that measured tramp. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. In the meanwhile, the news of the police raid on a secret gambling club in London, together with the fracas which it entailed, had of necessity reached even as far as Seagirt Thanet. Squire Boatfield had been the first to hear of it. He spread the news as fast as he could, for he was over fond of gossip, and Dame Harrison, over at St. Lawrence, had lent him able assistance. Sir Marmaduke had, of course, the fullest details concerning the affair, for he himself owned to having been present in the very house where the disturbance had occurred. He was not averse to his neighbours knowing that he was a frequenter of those exclusive and smart gambling clubs, which were avowedly the resort of the most elegant cavaliers of the day, and his account of some of the events of that memorable night had been as entertaining as it was highly coloured. He avowed, however, that, disgusted at Richard Lambert's shameful conduct, he had quitted the place early, some little while before my Lord Protector's police had made a descent upon the gamblers. As for Mistress de Chavasse, her name was never mentioned in connection with the affair. She had been in London at the time, certainly, staying with a friend who was helping her in the choice of a new gown for the coming autumn. She returned to Acol Court with her brother-in-law, apparently as horrified as he was at the disgrace which she vowed Richard Lambert had heaped upon them all. The story of the young man being caught in the very act of cheating at cards lost nothing in the telling. He had been convicted before Judge Perry of obtaining money by lying and other illicit means, had been condemned to fine and imprisonment, and as he refused to pay the former, most obstinately declaring that he was penniless, he was made to stand for 2 hours in the pillory, and was finally dragged through the streets in a rickety cart in full sight of a jeering crowd, sitting with his back to the nag in company of the public hangman, and attired in shameful and humiliating clothes. What happened to him after undergoing this wonderfully lenient sentence, for many there were who thought he should have been publicly whipped and branded as a cheat, nobody knew or cared. They kept him in prison for over 10 weeks, it seems, but Sir Marmaduke did not know what had become of him since then. The other gentlemen got off fairly lightly, with fines and brief periods of imprisonment. Young Seagrave, so 'twas said, had been shipped to New England by his father, but Master and Mistress Endicott had gone beyond the seas at the expense of the state, and not for their own pleasure or advancement. It appears that my Lord Protector's vigilance patrol had kept a very sharp eye on these two people, who had more than once had to answer for illicit acts before the courts. They tried in a most shameful manner, it appears, to implicate Sir Marmaduke and Mistress de Chevas in their disgrace; but, as the former very pertinently remarked, how could he, a simple Kentish squire, have aught to do with a smart London club, and people of such evil repute as the Endicotts could of a truth never be believed. All these rumours and accounts had, of course, also reached Sue's ears. At first she took up an attitude of aggressive incredulity when her former friend was accused. Nothing but the plain facts, as set forth in the Public Advertiser of August the 5th, would convince her that Richard Lambert could be so base and mean as Sir Marmaduke had averred. Even then, in her innermost heart, a vague and indefinable instinct called out to her, in Lambert's name, not to believe all that was said of him. She could not think of him as lying and cheating at a game of cards, when common sense itself told her that he was not sufficiently conversant with its rules to turn them to his own advantage. Her hot-headed partisanship of him gave way of necessity, as the weeks sped by, to a more passive disapproval of his condemnation, and this in its turn to a kindly charity for what she thought must have been his ignorance rather than his sin. What worried her most was that he was not nigh her, now that her sentimental romance was reaching its super-acute crisis. During her guardian's temporary absence from Acol, she had made earnest and resolute efforts to see her mysterious lover. She thought that he must know that Sir Marmaduke and Mistress de Chevas were away, and that she herself was free momentarily from watchful eyes. Yet, though with pathetic persistence she haunted the park and the woodlands around the court, she never even once caught sight of the broad-brimmed hat and drooping plume of her romantic prince. It seemed as if the earth had swallowed him up. Upset and vaguely terrified, she had on one occasion thrown Prudence to the winds, and sought out the old Quakeress and Adam Lambert, with whom he lodged. But the old Quakeress was very deaf, and explanations with her were laborious and unsatisfactory, whilst Adam seemed to entertain a sullen and irresponsible dislike for the foreigner. All she gathered from these two was that there was nothing unusual in this sudden disappearance of their lodger. He came and went most erratically, went no one knew whither, returned at most unexpected moments, never slept more than an hour or two in his bed, which he quitted at amazingly early hours, strolling out of the cottage when all decent folk were just beginning their night's rest, and wandering off unseen, unheard, only to return as he had gone. He paid his money for his room regularly, however, and this was vastly acceptable these hard times. But to Sue it was passing strange that her prince should be out of her reach, just when Sir Marmaduke's and Mistress de Chevas's absence had made their meetings more easy and pleasant. Yet with it all she was equally conscious of an unaccountable feeling of relief, and every evening, when at about 8 o'clock she returned homewards, after having vainly awaited the prince, there was nothing of the sadness and disappointment in her heart which a maid should feel when she has failed to see her lover. She was just as much in love with him as ever. Oh, of that she felt quite sure. She still thrilled at thought of his heroic martyrdom for the cause which he had at heart. She still was conscious of a wonderful feeling of elation when she was with him, and of pride when she saw this remarkable hero, this selfless patriot at her feet, and heard his impassioned declarations of love, even when these were alloyed with frantic outbursts of jealousy. She still yearned for him when she did not see him, even though she dreaded his ill humour when he was nigh. She had promised to be his wife, soon and in secret, for he had vowed that she did not love him if she condemned him to 3 long months of infinite torture from jealousy and suspense. This promise she had given him freely and wholeheartedly more than a fortnight ago. Since that memorable evening when she had thus plighted her troth to him, when she had, without a shadow of fear or a tremor of compunction, entrusted her entire future, her heart and soul, to his keeping, since then she had not seen him. Sir Marmaduke had gone to London, also Mistress de Chevreuse, and she had not even caught sight of the weird silhouette of her French prince. Lambert, too, had gone, put out of her way temporarily, or mayhap forever, through the irresistible force of a terrible disgrace. There was no one to spy on her movements, no one to dog her footsteps, yet she had not seen him. When her guardian returned, he seemed so engrossed with Lambert's misdeeds that he gave little thought to his ward. He and Mistress de Chevreuse were closeted together for hours in the small withdrawing room, whilst she was left to roam about the house and grounds unchallenged. Then at last, one evening, it was late August then, when despair had begun to grip her heart, and she herself had become the prey of vague fears, of terrors for his welfare, his life mayhap, on which he had oft told her that the vengeful King of France had set a price. One evening he came to greet her, walking through the woods, treading the soft carpet of moss with a light elastic step. Oh, that had been a rapturous evening, one which she oft strove to recall, now that sadness had once more overwhelmed her. He had been all tenderness, all love, all passion. He vowed that he adored her as an idolater would worship his divinity. Jealous? Oh yes, madly, insanely jealous, for she was fair above all women, and sweet and pure and tempting to all men, like some ripe and juicy fruit ready to fall into a yearning hand. But his jealousy took on a note of melancholy and of humility. He worshipped her so, and wished to feel her all his own. She listened entranced, forgetting her terrors, her disappointments, the vague ennui which had assailed her of late. She yielded herself to the delights of his caresses, to the joy of this hour of solitude and rapture. The night was close and stormy. From afar, muffled peals of thunder echoed through the gigantic elms, whilst vivid flashes of lightning weirdly lit up at times the mysterious figure of this romantic lover, with his face forever in shadow, one eye forever hidden behind a black band, his voice forever muffled. But it was a tempestuous wooing, a renewal of that happy evening in the spring, oh, so long ago it seemed now, when first he had poured in her ear the wild torrents of his love. The girl, so young, so inexperienced, so romantic, was literally swept off her feet. She listened to his wild words, yielded her lips to his kiss, and whilst she half feared the impetuosity of his mood, she delighted in the very terrors it evoked. A secret marriage? Why, of course, since he suffered so terribly through not feeling her all his own. Soon, at once at Dover before the clergyman at All Souls, with whom he, her prince, had already spoken. Yes, it would have to be at Dover, for the neighbouring villages might prove too dangerous. Sir Marmaduke might hear of it, mayhap. It would rest with her to free herself for one day. Then came that delicious period of scheming, of stage managing everything for the all-important day. He would arrange about a chaise, and she would walk up to the Canterbury road to meet it. He would await her in the church at Dover, for 'twas best that they should not be seen together until after the happy knot was tied, when he declared that he would be ready to defy the universe. It had been a long interview, despite the tempest that raged above and around them. The great branches of the elms groaned and cracked under fury of the wind. The thunder pealed overhead, and then died away with slow majesty out towards the sea. From afar could be heard the angry billows dashing themselves against the cliffs. They had to seek shelter under the colonnaded porch of the summer house, and Sue had much ado to keep the heavy drops of rain from reaching her shoes and the bottom of her kirtle. But she was attuned with the storm. She loved to hear the weird sh 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 of the leaves, the monotonous drip of the rain on the roof of the summer house, and in the intervals of intense blackness to catch sight of her lover's face, pale of hue, with one large eye glancing cyclops-like into hers, as a vivid flash of lightning momentarily tore the darkness asunder, and revealed him still crouching at her feet. Intense lassitude followed the wild mental turmoil of that night. She had arranged to meet him again 2 days hence, in order to repeat to him what she had heard the while of Sir Marmaduke's movements, and when she was like to be free to go to Dover. During those intervening 2 days she tried hard to probe her own thoughts, her mind, her feelings, but what she found buried in the innermost recesses of her heart frightened her so that she gave up thinking. She lay awake most of the night, telling herself how much she loved her prince. She spent half a day in the perusal of a strange book called The Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet, by one William Shakespeare, who had lived not so long ago, and found herself pondering as to whether her own sentiments with regard to her prince were akin to those so exquisitely expressed by those two young people who had died because they loved one another so dearly. Then she heard that towards the end of the week Sir Marmaduke and Mistress de Chavasse would be journeying together to Canterbury in order to confer with Master Skiffington, the lawyer, anent her own fortune, which was to be handed to her in its entirety in less than 3 months, when she would be of age. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Breaking the news. Sir Marmaduke talked openly of this plan of going to Canterbury with Edith de Chavasse, mentioning the following Friday as the most likely date for his voyage. Full of joy, she brought the welcome news to her lover that same evening, nor had she cause to regret then her ready acquiescence to his wishes. He was full of tenderness then, of gentle discretion in his caresses, showing the utmost respect to his future princess. He talked less of his passion and more of his plans, in which now she would have her full share. He confided some of his schemes to her. They were somewhat vague and not easy to understand, but the manner in which he put them before her made them seem wonderfully noble and selfless. In a measure this evening, so calm and peaceful in contrast to the turbulence of the other night, marked one of the great crises in the history of her love, even when she heard that fate itself was conspiring to help on the clandestine marriage by causing Sir Marmaduke and Mistress de Chevreuse to absent themselves at a most opportune moment. She had resolved to break the news to her lover of her own immense wealth. Of this he was still in total ignorance. One or two innocent remarks which he had let fall at different times convinced her of that. Nor was this ignorance of his to be wondered at. He saw no one in or about the village except the old Quakeress and Adam Lambert, with whom he lodged. The woman was deaf and uncommunicative, whilst there seemed to be some sort of tacit enmity against the foreigner latent in the mind of the blacksmith. It was, therefore, quite natural that he should suppose her no whit less poor than Sir Marmaduke de Chevreuse, or the other neighbouring Kentish squires, whose impecuniousness was too blatant a fact to be unknown even to a stranger in the land. Sue, therefore, was eagerly looking forward to the happy moment when she would explain to her prince that her share in the wonderful enterprise, which he always vaguely spoke of as his great work, would not merely be one of impassiveness, where he could give the benefit of his personality, his eloquence, his knowledge of men and things, she could add the weight of her wealth. Of course she was very, very young, but already from him she had realized that it is impossible even to regenerate mankind and give it political and religious freedom without the help of money. Prince Amédée d'Orléans himself was passing rich. The fact that he chose to hide in a lonely English village and to live as a poor man would live was only a part of his schemes. For the moment, too, owing to that ever-present vengefulness of the King of France, his estates and revenues were under sequestration. All this Sue understood full well, and it added quite considerably to her joy to think that soon she could relieve the patriot and hero from penury, and that the news that she could do so would be a glad surprise for him. Nor must Lady Sue Aldmarsh on this account be condemned for an ignorant or a vain fool. Though she was close on 21 years of age, she had had absolutely no experience of the world or of mankind. All she knew of either had been conceived in the imaginings of her own romantic brain. Her entire childhood, her youth and maidenhood had gone by in silent and fanciful dreamings, whilst one of the greatest conflicts the world had ever known was raging between men of the same kith and the same blood. The education of women, even those of rank and wealth, was avowedly upon a very simple plan. Most of the noble ladies of that time knew not how to spell. Most of them were content to let the world go by them without giving it thought or care. Others had accomplished prodigies of valour, of heroism, ay, and of determination to help their brothers, husbands, fathers, during the worst periods of the Civil War. But Sue had been too young when these same prodigies were being accomplished, and her father died before she had reached the age when she could take an active part in the great questions of the day. A mother she had never known. She had no brothers and sisters. A brief time under the care of an old aunt and a duenna in a remote Surrey village, and her stay at Pegwell Court under Sir Marmaduke's guardianship, was all that she had ever seen of life. Prince Amadis d'Orleans was the embodiment of all her dreams, or nearly so. The real hero of her dreams had been handsomer, and also more gentle and more trusting, but on the whole he had not been one whit more romantic in his personality and his doings. The manner in which he received the news that, unbeknown to him, he had been wooing one of the richest brides in the land was characteristic of him. He seemed boundlessly disappointed. It was a beautiful, clear night, and she could see his face quite distinctly, and could note how its former happy expression was marred suddenly by a look of sorrow. He owned to being disappointed. He had loved the idea, so he explained, of taking her to him just as she was, beautiful beyond compare, but penniless, having only her exquisite self to give. Oh, the joy after that of coaxing him back to smiles! The pride of proving herself his Egeria for the nonce, teaching him how to look upon wealth merely as a means for attaining his great ends, for continuing his great work. It had been, perhaps, the happiest evening in her short life of love. For that day at Dover now only seemed a dream. The hurried tramp to the main road in a torrent of pouring rain, the long drive in the stuffy chaise, the arrival just in time for the brief, very brief ceremony in the dark church, with the clergyman in a plain black gown muttering unintelligible words, and the local verger and the church cleaner acting as the witnesses to her marriage. Her marriage! How differently had she conceived that great, that wonderful day, the turning point of a maiden's life, music, flowers, beautiful gowns, and sweet scents filling the air, the sunlight peeping gold, red, purple, or blue through the glass windows of some exquisite cathedral, the bridegroom arrayed in white, full of joy and pride, she, the bride, with a veil of filmy lace falling over her face to hide the happy blushes. It was a beautiful dream, and the reality was so very, very different. A dark little country church, with the plaster peeling off the walls, the drone of a bewhiskered, bald-headed parson being the sole music which greeted her ears, the rain beating against the broken window-panes, through which icy cold draughts of damp air reached her shoulders and caused her to shiver beneath her kerchief. She wore her pretty dove-coloured gown, but it was not new, nor had she a veil over her face, only a straw hat such as country women wore, for though she was an heiress and passing rich, her guardian did but ill provide her with smart clothing. And the bridegroom? He had been waiting for her inside the church, and seemed impatient when she arrived. No one had helped her to alight from the rickety chaise, and she had to run, in the pouring rain, through the miserable and deserted churchyard. His face seemed to scowl, as she finally stood up beside him, in front of that black-gowned man who was to tie between them the sacred and irrevocable knot of matrimony. His hand had perceptibly trembled when he slipped the ring on her finger, whilst she felt that her own was irresponsive and icy cold. She tried to speak the fateful "I will" buoyantly and firmly, but somehow, owing to the cold, mayhap, the two little words almost died down in her throat. Ay, it had all been very gloomy and inexpressibly sad. The ceremony, the dear, sweet, sacred ceremony, which was to give her wholly to him unreservedly to her, was mumbled and hurried through in less than 10 minutes. Her bridegroom said not a word. Together they went into the tiny vestry, and she was told to sign her name in a big book, which the bald-headed parson held open before her. The prince also signed his name, and then kissed her on the forehead. The clergyman also shook hands, and it was all over. She understood that she had been married by a special license, and that she was now legally and irretrievably the wife of Amadei Henry, Prince d'Orleans de Bourgogne, and several other places and dependencies abroad. She also understood, from what the bald-headed clergyman had spoken when he stood before them in the church and read the marriage service, that she, as the wife, owed obedience to her husband in all things, for she had solemnly sworn to do so. She herself, body and soul and mind, her goods and chattels, her wealth and all belongings, were from henceforth the property of her husband. Yes, she had sworn to all that willingly, and there was no going back on that now or ever. But oh, how she wished it had been different! Afterwards, when in the privacy of her own little room at École Court, she thought over the whole of that long and dismal day, she oft found herself wondering what it was through it all that had seemed so terrifying to her, so strange, so unreal. Something had struck her as weird, something which she could not then define, but she was quite sure that it was not merely the unusual chilliness of that rainy summer's day which had caused her to tremble so, when, in the vestry, her husband had taken her hand and kissed her. She had then looked into his face, which, though the vestry was but ill lighted by a tiny, very dusty window, she had never seen quite so clearly before, and then it was that the amazing sense of something awful and unreal had descended upon her like a clammy shroud. He had very swiftly averted his own gaze from her, but she had seen something in his face which she did not understand, over which she had pondered ever since, without coming to any solution of this terrible riddle. She had pondered over it during that interminable journey back from Dover to École. Her husband had not even suggested accompanying her on her homeward way, nor did she ask him to do so. She did not even think it strange that he gave her no explanation of the reason why he should not return to his lodgings at École. She felt like a somnambulist, and wondered how soon she would wake and find herself in her small and uncomfortable bed at the court. The next day that feeling of unreality was still there, that sensation of mystery, of something supernatural which persistently haunted her. One thing was quite sure, that all the joy had gone out of her life. It was possible that love was still there. She did not know. She was too young to understand the complex sensations which suddenly had made a woman of her, but it was a joyless love now. And all that she knew of a certainty about her own feelings at the present was that she hoped she would never have to gaze into her lover's face again, and heaven help her that he might never touch her again with his lips. Obedient to his behests, hurriedly spoken as she stepped into the chaise at Dover after the marriage ceremony, she had wandered out every evening beyond the ha-ha into the park, on the chance of meeting him. The evenings now were soft and balmy after the rain. The air carried a pungent smell of dahlias and of oak-leaved geraniums to her nostrils, which helped her to throw off that miserable feeling of mental lassitude which had weighed her down ever since that fateful day at Dover. She walked slowly along, treading the young tendrils of the moss, watching with wistful eyes the fleecy clouds as they appeared through the branches of the elms, scurrying swiftly out towards the sea, out towards freedom. But evening after evening passed away, and she saw no sign of him. She felt the futility, the humiliating uselessness of these nightly peregrinations in search of a man who seemed to have 100 more desirable occupations than that of meeting his wife. But she had not the power to drift out towards freedom now. She obeyed mechanically because she must. She had sworn to obey, and he had bidden her come and wait for him. August yielded to September. The oak-leaved geraniums withered, whilst from tangled bosquets the melancholy eyes of the Michaelmas daisies peeped out questioningly upon the coming autumn. Then one evening his voice suddenly sounded close to her ear, causing her to utter a quickly smothered cry. It had been the one dull day throughout this past glorious month. The night was dark, and a warm drizzle had soaked through to her shoulders, and wetted the bottom of her kirtle, so that it hung heavy and dank round her ankles. He had come to her as usual from out the gloom, just as she was about to cross the little bridge which spanned the sunk fence. She realized then, with one of those sudden quivers of her sensibilities, to which, alas, she had become so accustomed of late, that he had always met her thus in the gloom, always chosen nights when she could scarce see him distinctly, and this recollection still further enhanced that eerie feeling of terror which had assailed her since that fateful moment in the vestry. But she tried to be natural and even gay with him, though at the first words of tender reproach with which she gently chided him for his prolonged absence, he broke into one of those passionate excesses of fury which had always frightened her, but now left her strangely cold and unresponsive. Was the subtle change in him as well as in her? She could not say. Certain it is that, though his hands had sought hers in the darkness, and pressed them vehemently when first they met, he had not attempted to kiss her. For this she was immeasurably grateful. He was obviously constrained, and so was she, and when she opposed a cold silence to his outburst of passion, he immediately, and seemingly without any effort, changed his tone, and talked more reasonably, even glibly, of his work, which he said was awaiting him now in France. Everything was ready there, he explained, for the great political propaganda which he had planned, and which could be commenced immediately. All that was needed now was the money. In what manner it would be needed, and for what definite purpose, he did not condescend to explain, nor did she care to ask. But she told him that she would be sole mistress of her fortune on the 2nd of November, the date of her 21st birthday. After that he spoke no more of money, but promised to meet her at regular intervals during the 6 weeks which would intervene until the great day when she would be free to proclaim her marriage and place herself unreservedly in the hands of her husband. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Nest of the Sparrowhawk by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Absent Friend. The prince kept his word, and she was fairly free to see him at least once a week, somewhere within the leafy thicknesses of the park, or in the woods, usually at the hour when dusk finally yields to the overwhelming embrace of night. Sir Marmaduke was away. In London or Canterbury she could not say, but she had scarcely seen him since that terrible time when he came back from town, having left Richard Lambert languishing in disgrace and in prison. Oh, how she missed the silent and thoughtful friend who in those days of pride and of joy had angered her so, because he seemed to stand for conscience and for prudence, when she only thought of happiness and of love. There was an almost humiliating isolation about her now. Nobody seemed to care whither she went, nor when she came home. Mistress de Chavasse talked from time to time about Sue's infatuation for the mysterious foreign adventurer, but always as if this were a thing of the past, and from which Sue herself had long since recovered. Thus there was no one to say her nay when she went out into the garden after evening repast, and stayed there until the shades of night had long since wrapped the old trees in gloom. And strangely enough this sense of freedom struck her with a chill sense of loneliness. She would have loved to suddenly catch sight of Lambert's watchful figure, and to hear his somewhat harsh voice warning her against the foreigner. This had been wont to irritate her 12 weeks ago. How mysteriously everything had altered round her! And yearning for her friend, she wondered what had become of him. The last she had heard was toward the middle of October, when Sir Marmaduke, home from one of his frequent journeyings, one day said that Lambert had been released after 10 weeks spent in prison, but that he could not say whither he had gone since then. All Sue's questionings anent the young man only brought forth violent vituperations from Sir Marmaduke, and cold words of condemnation from Mistress de Chavasse. Therefore she soon desisted, storing up in her heart pathetic memories of the one true friend she had in the world. She saw without much excitement, and certainly without tremor, the rapid advance of that date early in November, when she would perforce have to leave École Court in order to follow her husband whithersoever he chose to command her. The last time that they had met, there had been a good deal of talk between them about her fortune and its future disposal. He declared himself ready to administer it all himself, as he professed a distrust of those who had watched over it so far. Master Skiffington, the lawyer, and Sir Marmaduke de Chavasse, both under the control of the Court of Chancery. She explained to him that the bulk of her wealth consisted of obligations and shares in the Levant and Russian companies, her mother having been the only daughter and heiress of Peter Ford, the great Levantine and Oriental merchant, her marriage with the proud Earl of Dover having caused no small measure of comment in court circles in those days. There were also deeds of property owned in Holland, grants of monopolies for trading given by Ivan the Terrible to her grandfather, and receipts for moneys deposited in the great banks of Amsterdam and Vienna. Master Skiffington had charge of all those papers now. They represented nearly £500,000 of money, and she told her husband that they would all be placed in her own keeping the day she was of age. He appeared to lend an inattentive ear to all these explanations, which she gave in those timid tones which had lately become habitual to her. But once, when she made a slip, and talked about a share which she possessed in the Russian company being worth £50,000, he corrected her, and said it was a good deal more, and gave her some explanations as to the real distribution of her capital, which astonished her by their lucidity, and left her vaguely wondering how it happened that he knew. She had finally to promise to come to him at the cottage in Acol on the 2nd of November, her 21st birthday, directly after her interview with the lawyer and with her guardian, and having obtained possession of all the share papers, the obligations, the grants of monopolies, and the receipts from the Amsterdam and Vienna banks, to forthwith bring them over to the cottage, and place them unreservedly in her husband's hands. And she would, in her simplicity and ignorance, gladly have given every scrap of paper now in Master Skiffington's charge, in exchange for a return of those happy illusions which had surrounded the early history of her love with a halo of romance. She would have given this mysterious prince, now her husband, all the money that he wanted for this wonderful great work of his, if he would but give her back some of that enthusiastic belief in him, which had so mysteriously been killed within her that fateful moment in the vestry at Dover. End of chapter 23.